Hello, everybody. We're back for another Mole Queen social virtual weekend. And we're so excited for our lineup today. We have lots of guests, lots of prizes. We're going to do our bingo. So I don't know if you have your bingo cards yet. We'll talk about that in a quick moment. We are excited for our first guest, which will be just about 5 minutes, because we have something extra special for you. Something that I am just finding out right now, and I am very excited for this treat that we get. And that'll start in about 5 minutes or so. But hey, Jer, I was just wondering, what is the next holiday? We have, oh, actually, let me introduce myself. I'm Darren Mulqueen from Mulqueen Sewing Centers. We're a family business here in Arizona, and we're excited for everybody to be here watching us. And if you are out there, if you don't mind to just comment and say hello from wherever you are. We're always excited to see people from all over the world. Some of our guests today will be from as far away as Canada, and so we are worldwide. But my partner here is my nephew Jer, and he's a little bit different today. Something is weird about him. He really likes celebrating holidays, and so hey Jer, what is the next holiday?
Do I really have to do this?
Yes, Jer, you make a lot of money, and so.
All right. Well, it's Easter, so
we do have the Easter Bunny with us today. This is my nephew Jer, and we forced him into dressing up for the next holiday. You should have seen him for St. Patrick's Day. He was St. Patrick himself.
I wonder if I can find a picture of that.
Yeah. So we're wanting to have a lot of fun the next 2 days. We are here all day today. We have 4 special guests, and once again, all day tomorrow, we have 4 other guests giving away prizes as much as value over $5,000. So it should be pretty exciting. If you haven't heard, we will be playing bingo for the next 2 days. You need just the one card for all of the bingo. You can print off the same card over and over so that you can mark it up and replay it again. So if you don't have a bingo card, I thought we were capped at a certain amount, but they did let us get a few more. So you would go to molequeen.com, our website, which is listed below me here, or behind me, and click on the special event balloons, and you will see where to get those. And Jared, if you don't mind getting that ready, because I also want to show how to take advantage of the OESD special. So if you can get our computer ready for that.
I can do that.
One of our very first guests has a little surprise, and I can see him on my little screen here, so I'm excited to discuss some stuff with them here in a few moments. But we have to start by getting bingo ready. If you don't mind commenting whether you got your bingo cards, and if you're ready for bingo. Basically, we're going to give away for the very first person to get a straight line in any direction, just all the way across. It could be diagonal. We are going to give away a $50 Mulqueen gift card for the very first person to comment. So if you do get it, if you get bingo, to just comment that you have bingo, and then we'll check your card. We're going to play throughout the day. We will have more than one winner. So we have other gift cards that we'll give out after the first winner. We have, Jer is going to be our bingo caller. He has a new calling in life. He's going to be a bingo caller. Right, Jer?
Yes, sir.
And so it looks like a lot of people have bingo cards. We are hoping that people are starting to join us. We have about 300 people so far, so we're excited to just hang out just a little bit before we do get started. Just know that on our bingo, we're going to call the number, and every new number will have the old number on there so that you can catch up. Just know that. If you need a bingo card, go to molequeen.com. Are you set to show where to get the bingo card, Jared?
Yeah, I can do that.
There's
go.
the DJ off to the side here.
Actually, stalling for 2 seconds.
So we have other prizes that will be given away this morning in the first 2 time slots. An expert embroidery bundle kit, which is worth over $600. Isacord top 10 thread kit, and 2 other prizes from OESD, which is very cool. And then we'll be giving away molqueen.com gift cards all through the day. There is some sneak peeks in front of me that we have a gal here. She wanted me to remind you that she does a class that is on Zoom. So it is a Zoom one. It is called Stitch Party, and it's an OESD Stitch Party. And we have around 50 to 60 people in it every month, and it's very fun. People are always commenting how much they are enjoying it. It's a hands-on at your home, and we're here sewing with you. So it is you actually are sewing all of the projects through a series of months. And if you want to join us in the Stitch Party, the OESD Stitch Party, it's only $10 a month, and it's just going to molqueen.com and click on classes. And that class tab will get you the different months. You can sign up for all of them or just one, pick 1 or 2. But that is with our very own Kay Corman, who teaches the Stitch Party here. We will be offering other classes to come. Eventually, we'll be doing in-person classes. And one thing that I do miss is our Southwest Embroidery Conference. We'll be doing it again. We have a company called OESD who is coming on here shortly. I'm very excited. But they do join us for our 3-day. But once we do, OESD will be a part of it, I hope. And that should be coming up hopefully in November if all goes well with everything going on in the world with COVID. If not, we will do it in January or March. Those are our schedule for live in-person events would be January, March, July, November. So hopefully we can get back to those very soon. We missed all 4 events last year. And Jared is ready for us to show you real quick how to get your bingo card if you don't have it already, and how to shop. So if you go to molqueen.com, just click on that beautiful live event tab there on the home screen. And then my brother Ken has done all the artwork for getting your bingo card. Is that very first one. And the next 2 options there, if you click on those, that's how you'll be entered into winning the Spree Club. It's a item. It's a series, 12 months worth of everything that pretty much is created from OESD, over $5,000 value. If you click either of those OESD links, we will be picking a winner at the end of tomorrow. So you have 2 days to shop OESD products. I just want to let that out of there so you know ahead of time, getting our advertisement out of the way. But you get 25% off OESD at OESD when you click through those links that are right there. And just use the code molqueen at checkout. Just molqueen, and Jared will pop that up on the screen throughout this little promotion here. And Jared, are you okay getting our special guest in? I'm so excited for this.
I think I can manage that one.
Without further ado, let's get Jordan and the crew. This is exciting for me.
Hello.
Hey guys, I'm so excited to have you guys here.
Yeah, we're so close.
Yep.
And I noticed you've been letting your hair grow out.
Yeah, this is my COVID hair.
Oh, it's nice. It's going good for you.
You know, I've always wanted to have long hair, and now it's an excuse that I can have long hair.
Yep, no, it's great. I've been letting my beard grow out, which you can't see. Yeah. So
you know,
are we going to have a contest about that?
I was telling Jared we should have a beard contest because I have one, Jared has one, Jordan has one. So
yeah,
we're the bearded crew here.
We'll see what it looks like in November.
Right.
Good.
So
No.
I am excited. You have a crew there. This is a special day. I think this is an exclusive, and I think it's amazing. We don't usually get the background of OESD, and this is truly an insight into the background of OESD. Jordan, I want to thank you for being there at OESD, because you have brought it to the next level for us.
Thank you.
Everything that OESD does and comes out with is a major thing for our store, and we just want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Gosh, yeah, it's been a fun few years, and I've got a pretty amazing team. I'm excited to get to introduce everybody to the team, and we see the comments on the side, so please do comment, engage, ask questions. We're here to answer your questions and kind of do a little bit of behind the scenes. But yeah, we miss everyone. Normally we're out in November, and unfortunately last year we couldn't. But I just want to say thank you all. It's been, speaking for Darren and for myself, it has been an interesting 12 months for small businesses. And we've just been really fortunate. We have amazing, loyal customers. You all have, maybe found a little bit more time to embroider over the last year, if there's some sort of a silver lining in all of this. And so just thank you. We've been really fortunate. We've actually, in the last 12 months, grown. So we've actually hired 8 additional people in the last 12 months. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, in the last 6 years, we've gone from 14 to 45 employees. And so really that's just from all of you. So thank you so much.
That is
Pretty
amazing.
cool. Yeah. So we have got a little presentation. We're going to show you kind of the behind the scenes on how we create embroidery designs. And then
Awesome. I'm gonna bow out gracefully, and I'll
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Let's just do it right after. So we're gonna gracefully bow out, and thank you very much, Jordan.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Jared, were you saying something, or you wanted me to just go get started?
You're good. You can get started.
We have some special surprise right after your event right now. So we have something special in store for you when I come back. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, real quick, I'm going to have the team, everybody kind of introduce themselves, and we'll start over here with John.
I'm John, OESD digitizer. Started off in production for a little bit and then went straight to digitizing, and it's been about 18 years in May.
Wow. Cool.
I'm Ashley. I've been here 14 years, and I've done pretty much everything. I started in production. I went to sales, and I went to sew out, and I went to graphics, and I went to, shipping.
Yep.
And now I'm a digitizer for about 1.5 years.
Very cool.
My name's Joe. I'm the design center manager. Handle a lot of the back end stuff as far as the design production. Been here 22 years in June.
Yep. I'm Tim. I'm one of the in-house artists for OESD. I work really closely with all the digitizers in development as far as new ideas and working with them to produce the structures and the quilting designs and everything. We just have a really good connection, so it really works.
I'm Brian. I've been here about 22 years in June, like Joe, and I started shipping and warehouse for about 1 year, and then have been digitizing ever since.
So I'm the newbie. It's crazy. I mean, it's really pretty amazing. Tim, you didn't mention.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've been here since 98,
98.
January of 98, so 22 years, yeah.
Pretty cool. So can you imagine if you did, digitizing 8 hours a day, every day for the last 2 decades, how good you'd be at it? And I think that's why, that really is a huge part of our quality. By the way, just a reminder, please definitely throw your comments in. It's so fun to see all of you. Everyone's jumping in saying hi. I'm going to real quick pull up just a couple slides. And let me share screen here for a second. All right. All right, there we are. Okay, so just a quick highlight, of course, who OESD is. We've been doing this for now 31 years. OESD stands for Oklahoma Embroidery Supply and Design. Some think of it as old English sheepdogs. So, if you go on Facebook or Instagram, you search OESD, you get to see beautiful embroidery and beautiful dogs. So it's really not a bad combination. But really what we've done over the last 30 years is we've really focused on everything in the machine embroidery spectrum. So a few things we're known for, of course, our button and loop freestanding lace. We love to create in the hoop projects and have been doing more of those this year. Of course, over the last few years, we've had our hoops get bigger and bigger, so making more jumbo designs. And then other things like reverse applique, cut work, and of course our quilting designs, which Tim draws a lot of our quilting designs. You'll get to see some new ones coming out from Tim soon. So our process, really, this is, especially around freestanding lace, is just so unique. We have, first of all, I think our process has been refined over the years, but it has a very rigid testing component to it. So in the left here, what you see, we start with Tim's drawings. And actually, Tim, I'll let you talk to this in just a second.
Sure.
But what we do is not only do we have our in-house artists, we have 3 artists that draw in-house and work in graphic design doing that. But then we also love to work with other artists or fabric designers like Tula Pink, Allison Glass, illustrators like Donna Gelsinger. And so we're just trying to keep it interesting and different for you every month when you see new designs from us. Of course, everything we do here in Oklahoma City. So we, if normal circumstances, we'd love to have you come visit. So if you're ever in the area, let us know. Of course, outside of COVID. But every design we create, we test, and we have it's a wonderful sew out lab with pretty much every make and model of machines. And we test the designs to make sure. And all in, it takes us about 100 hours when we create an embroidery collection. So, Tim, do you want to explain exactly what's going on the left with the freestanding lace?
Sure.
Kind of what your process is?
Yeah, sure. And I noticed in the comments, you guys said maybe we should raise our hands when we talk.
Sure.
Someone had mentioned that because they weren't sure who was speaking.
Yeah.
So I'll raise my hand. Generally, when I help create all the structures, most of the structures that we do for OESD, and I'm the artist, so I'm the beginning process. You'll see there's a little sketch up there in the corner. Generally, I start out trying to get the construction down, the shapes, and I build everything with cardstock in paper. So everything is actually 3D modeled in paper, so that I know that all the pieces fit together and whatnot, the buttons, everything. But also I allow these guys the input too, because generally they're a lot more technical thinking. As an artist, I tend to be more abstract. And so these guys are a huge help. So when you see a structure that comes out, it's art, it's digitizing, it's brainstorming. There's so much involved. And so they help me dramatically try to figure out how to simplify things, how to make things, get rid of things that I've overthought, things like that. But as far as the structures go, we trying to come up with new stuff every year. It's difficult. We love ideas from you guys, but hopefully we can produce some new stuff that we haven't thought of. But yeah.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some really cool things soon. Speaking of new, since the last time we've all been together, right, we launched our new sister site. This is our little sister brand. It's Scissortail Stitches. And so the idea behind this is same great quality you get from OESD, same artists, same digitizers, but just a little bit different catalog. And so if you haven't checked out Scissortail Stitches yet, please do so. It's scissortailstitches.com. But it's just a fresh, fun spin on machine embroidery. So some of the techniques we're going to talk a little bit about, like for example, this hand embroidered look is really popular right now, especially the tiny line of embroidery designs. So those are little machine embroidery designs that look like those hand embroidery designs that you might stitch. And so the way we do this, so normally an embroidery stitch, when they digitize, it's either a single count or a triple count. So if you want to explain the difference between a single, triple, and then like what you do to make the hand embroidered look.
Yeah, as far as hand embroidery, my name's Joe, just to point myself out. What we do is we use single runs, triple runs. I mean, terminology may be different. It might be like a bean stitch, but what we do is whether it's by back trace or duplication, we increase the stitch lengths to kind of build up that thread. It gives it more of a textured and a hand stitched look, because for most machine embroidery, they don't really have that type of thread that can just feed at that thickness and sew that well. So what these guys do is they just try to replicate what they have seen and research as hand stitch, and so a lot of it is just kind of a repeating stitch, to be honest, and a longer stitch. So
and the important thing is you don't have to use a different thread here. We're using 40 weight polyester isocord embroidery thread, It's just that because the digitizer's kind of backtracing, making that into a 7 count or a 9 count, it's building it up, and it gives it that exact same look of floss without having to do hand embroidery. A couple other great examples are sun blooms, of course, and then folk stitchery. And we've got a ton of these tiny treasures, tiny holiday, the little miniature designs. So if you love using those, they're great to embroider on. Just one note on the tiny designs. If you're thinking about embroidering that, remember that is still a lot of stitching because we're building up that floss look. So just make sure you stabilize that properly. They're a little heavier of a design to get that look.
Exactly.
Yep. So one of the other things that I just always kind of blows my mind from our digitizing, I think they're just so talented, are these 2 collections. And one of the things that really makes a great digitizer stand out is what they can do with shading and depth. And so, for example, if you look at this chickadee, this is a Jackie Robinson fabric line. I'm sure many of you have probably bought this fabric line over the years. It's been really popular. But what Jackie's wildlife is just gorgeous. And Brian, did you digitize this? Do you remember? I think this was.
Yeah. I believe it was Brian. Yeah.
Yep. So when Brian digitized the bird, if you look at the bird's chest, you can see how the stitch lengths change and the direction changes. And so there's that base kind of fill underneath. And then over the top of it, he adds in those decorative stitches. And that creates almost like the look of those birds' feathers. And then another great example is that pine cone. Again, same thing, that base fill, then the texture over the top with some longer stitches, and then the satin stitch around each of the edges of the pine cone, which makes that pine cone almost look 3-dimensional. So I just think really it's impressive just to see the artwork, not only from the art that creates the designs, but then the artistry of the digitizer to the finished project. Also, Autumn Splendor by Jackie Robinson is another. These leaves look like they're falling off the trees right in front of us. And part of the reason we can do that, of course, is that Isacord thread has 423 colors. And so we get a really nice gamut of colors. Some other lines have less colors, 250 or 370. But having that many colors is really quite wonderful when it comes to having colors to choose from. And if you would like all 423 colors, just talk to Darren. I think he can work you up a really good price for one of each one. And then you won't have to worry about whether or not you have that thread either. So one other thing just to show you is freestanding lace. So I've seen many of you in the comments mention that you've done a freestanding lace project. And so if you've done one, please go ahead and throw it in the comments. We're watching. It's kind of fun to see all the different freestanding lace collections that you've done. And so there's 2. These are a little unique, right? A lot of our freestanding lace is Christmas or holiday themed, right? Which is a relatively shorter display window. And so what we've been working on lately is giving you freestanding lace projects that you can have more of a all year round use for. So for example, like the freestanding basket for all seasons, you stitch the basket and then it has decorative elements that can be added on for each quarter, different holidays. And we've got a new one we'll show you in just a second to give you a quick tease. And then Tim, you did the lace doilies, right? This was one of yours.
Yes.
And these are so cool because all of the individual pieces, you stitch them out and then they're sewn together. So you can customize whatever shape or size doily you'd like to build. And that's just, it's really easy to do. If you haven't done freestanding lace, you've got to try it. It is, I think it's actually kind of the beginner place to start because you don't have to worry that much about stabilizer. It's just Aquamesh, Badge Master, and the machine does all the work and everyone's impressed with what you finish with. So if everyone wants to see some of the new stuff real quick, and then I will turn it over to you all for your questions from the audience, and then we can talk and answer your questions. And then if you want to address a particular person, if you remember their name or not, you can put that in there as well. So let me show you April's new releases. And so we start off with the freestanding basket for the holidays. And let's see, we've got what holidays in here again? Looks like Valentine's Day,
Easter, Christmas, and then just birthday.
Perfect. So, Jared, when you're out trick-or-treating, you could make yourself one of those baskets and bring it along with you. Mm-hmm. And so here's the finished basket. So there's the stock basket, and then, of course, your 4 different decorative elements that you can add on as well. And those just button on. So you can make one basket and then just change it out throughout the seasons. So, Jared, after Easter, then when you're ready to celebrate your birthday, and then let's see, then we've got the holidays and then back to Valentine's Day. You'll be set for the year.
Jordan, they're also interchangeable with the first basket.
Oh, good point. Yeah. So if you buy both of them, or if you have, you can even use those elements as well. Cool. Okay. And then Tim, you want to talk a little bit about garden quilting?
Yes, this is the new quilting collection that we're putting out, and it's just kind of a free-flowing, cutesy quilting. I mean, the continuous line is actually fun to do. It's interesting. It's a challenge, but we'll just keep producing quilting designs because it's almost a no-brainer. They're fun to make. They're fun to digitize, and they definitely. And there's just, you can do so many different styles and different themes that, it's almost endless. So we're hoping just to continue and keep making those for you guys. We try to put in pantographs so that you guys can use your machines. And but this one was really fun. I put in a lot of fun elements and mixtures from the garden.
Yeah.
So.
I love how you worked in the corner. You see, you've got your corners, we've got your borders, and of course your blocks. And I didn't catch on this one. Did you guys? So all these designs are done in 3 sizes as well, right? So depending on what you need to use for your quilt blocks.
I think so.
Yep. Yeah. So there are multiple sizes. Very cool. The next one. Now, by the way, all of these collections are coming out in April. So I should just preface real quick. You can't buy these today. I'm just kind of teasing you with what's going to be coming out over the next 30 days. And Darren told me that I would get multiple entries into the bingo contest if I showed you stuff that wasn't out yet. So you're going to see this before everyone else in trade for me getting a couple more bingo cards. All right, so Stitch Sentiments card making is so popular right now. And really, if you haven't embroidered on a greeting card yet, I mean, what a better way to give a personal gift than stitching someone a card. I mean, they're so unique. Probably less expensive than buying cards these days. It's amazing how expensive greeting cards get. And who digitized this one?
I think that was John.
Okay. John, you want to talk a little bit about your different cards?
It's a very fun collection to do. They're light and airy, so you're not punching a whole bunch of holes into your card. They stand out with the black outlines and the bright colors, and you really can't go wrong with sending this to somebody. We try to cover all the bases, your birthdays, your Mother's Days, your dad. We try to include everyone. It's very fun. I think this was a Tim drawing, wasn't it?
Yes.
This is a Tim in-house. These projects are really fun to do.
Yeah, nice job. So I see a couple questions about what are the cards stitched on. So they're stitched on paper. So one thing you can do, we actually make blank greeting cards that are designed for this. So you can purchase those from us, 5x7 or 4x6 side. They come with envelopes, and we could ship those out to you. And I'll tell you later how you buy those from us. They also stock them in the store as well, but you're embroidering on paper. And then the instructions are great on these. Our education team put a wonderful tutorial on how you stitch out the design and then you attach it to the front of the card. So pretty cool. Next, Save the Day. So Ashley, this was one of yours, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit.
I don't know.
So let's talk about how you changed the art on this one a little bit, because I think that was really unique. So when the art originally came in from Benartex, the fabric line, it was very detailed.
Yeah.
And so you would have ended up with a lot of
Color changes.
yeah, no kidding. So one of the things that Ashley did is Ashley actually and Joe worked together to because Ashley has a graphic design background. So Ashley was able to take the art and work with it, modifying it a little bit to make it so that you wouldn't have 1,000 color changes. And these are great because there's so many, I hear it all the time when I'm out. They're saying, well, I need something for my grandson, or, I've got a son who's a paramedic. And so we wanted to kind of start making some of these designs. And so we did. I think they look really good. Yep.
And this being a Benartex collection, we have a little more liberty to change the design. We can't always do that with license, and but in this case, with her background, she was able to remove items without changing the overall look of the collection. So, and then of course, we work with the scale and then the detail when we, modify the design. So
sure. Yep. Okay. And then Sea and Floral. This is another new release. So this is one of our Scissortail collections. And Ashley, I'm going to toss it back to you again. This was This was another one of your collections, right? I think you were busy this month.
This one I liked this one. It wasn't
Mm.
that difficult, and I liked the turtle was a little tricky because the art was different again. The lines on the turtle were thicker, and I had to thin them out.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, she basically on this, so I don't mean to interrupt, but just kind of help you out. But the artwork, the weight of the sea life as opposed to the florals might have been different in some areas. So she would, by using different stitch types, she would balance it. She changed the thread colors to make sure that they felt like the florals were either on the plane in front or at least equal and not sitting back, because we take into account a lot of things like stitch density and colors and stuff like that.
Joe, I'm going to reiterate that because I think that's such a great point. So when you look at this as artwork, right, you don't have to think about what lays on top of what, really. They kind of just, it combines. But when you're stitching, it's really important that they're in the right order. And so actually you had to do a lot with the objects to actually order it so that it would stitch out like the way we want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah,
Cool.
I think she actually modified some of the artwork just so it made sense for the consumer, because you don't want to have too many trims. There's a lot of in front and back with the overlapping. So she just modified slightly to kind of reduce those and make it an easier sew. So
Wonderful job. Cool. All right. And then next. Okay, so this is from an artist named Vicky York. And so who got to digitize Believe in Magic? John.
That was
Okay.
John. Yeah.
All right, John.
that
Tell
was
us a little bit.
That was another fun one. It looks really good on black. The colors pop out. We got some appliques in there.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of on the larger side, if I can remember right, but they're very cute. I don't have a daughter, but if I had a daughter, I would definitely be sewing some of these out.
Yeah. Well, I have one, so you can sew some stuff out for
Okay.
Sylvia. Yeah. No, nice job. That's really cool. And then let me get to the last one here. Of course, I don't want to miss. You are my sunshine. Nice job. Yep. All right. And then next we have, I know there's a lot of you that are Tula Pink fans, and this is one that I think everyone was really excited about. This is the new Curiouser and Curiouser embroidery collection that complements her fabric line. So who did you like? John again?
John again.
John, you were working hard.
I
Yeah.
love doing Tula Pink stuff. They're usually a good challenge.
Yeah.
There's usually a lot of stuff going on in them, but they're really fun to do. They're unique. You can only digitize a flower so many times before you kind of get bored, and you never get bored with her stuff.
No.
Very vibrant. Very vibrant.
Yes, the color choice is super cool here. And so this has got like an Alice in Wonderland type theme to it,
Yep.
right?
I think the flower is my favorite.
Okay.
The painting of the roses. Yeah, definitely my favorite.
All right, let me show a few more of these designs. There's your Alice in Wonderland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did a great job. Wow, this is gonna be real cool. Yeah, so this is coming out soon as well. And then next, another kind of superstar in the fabric world, and Brian, I think you got to, yeah, Brian got to digitize as well. So Rashida Coleman Hale is a fabric designer, formerly with Cotton Steel, now with Ruby Star Society. And so this is her new collection, Hey Ladies. So I'll show you these real quick. And you used a lot of applique in this collection,
Yeah,
right?
it was kind of turned out really good. I liked how they came out, and they kind of had a retro kind of feel to them I liked, and I kind of added a little bit of texture here and there just to kind of make them a little different than.
Yeah, for example, in the headband, right?
And I think she emailed back and changed a little bit. I kind of added a little bit to her art, and then she emailed me back and said, "Oh, make this," and so I just kind of went off some of what she said.
Yep. Well, and that's a really good point. You know, one of the things we do when we're working with an outside artist is we have them involved in the process. So we're taking their art, we're working together on picking elements or motifs out of their fabric, saying, you know, this piece could be an embroidery design, you know, and then we send it to them, they review, we work together, we digitize the designs, sew them out, scan the sew outs, and actually send them photos of those and allow them to make edits as well. So it's a really collaborative process when we come out with a new collection. Super cool. Yeah. And the reason, if you're wondering why it seems like this month, John and Ashley were carrying all the weight, it's because we've had Brian locked in his cubicle digitizing one of our new tiling scenes that's coming out this fall, which we're not exactly ready to show you yet, but it's going to be really amazing. And actually, you were also working on one for this summer too, right?
Well, yeah, the one for the summer.
Yep. So we'll have a tiling scene project for you really soon. So those are all the April new releases. So again, they're not out yet, but they'll be coming out over the next 30, 45 days. And I've seen a couple questions already. I'm going to queue up, but I'm going to mention real quick, since Darren's going to mention it, I'm going to jump back up here and show you one thing real quick. So Darren mentioned that somebody is going to win a Spree Club. And so just to explain what that is, Spree Club is our annual club where you get everything we make over the next 12 months at a discount. So 6 to 8 collections every month, all of the exclusive holiday celebration collections, both OESD and Scissortail stitches. Our education team will create projects for you every month so that you have something fun to do with the designs, more than just collecting, of course. While there's nothing wrong with collecting, there's a ton of fun in actually using those designs too. And if you join Spree Club on an annual basis, you'll also get to pick out any 15 collections you want from our library for free. But we also have a monthly option. So if you want to join Spree Club monthly, you can do that. And monthly is great. It's all the same benefits every month, over $200 value, and it's only $89 a month, and you can do that on our website. So speaking of website, we set up I'm going to stop sharing this window for just a second and share my entire screen with you all. All right. Share screen. And share the entire screen just for a second here. All right. So we set up an exclusive discount for you all to shop our website. So if you go to our website, which is embroideryonline.com/Mulqueen, you will hit this page right here. So you've got a coupon code, and we've made it nice and simple for you. The coupon code is Mulqueen, and that's going to get you 25% off everything, with the exception of some of the bundles and Spree Club that we've put together for you that are already discounted. And the reason I wanted to bring you here is you can see some of those new collections and tools. Now, there were questions about the greeting cards. So let me show you real quick what the greeting cards look like. Let me just scroll up here. Greeting cards. And you can just search for greeting cards. We've got a lot of great greeting card collections, but we also have right here both the A7 and the A6 size, and there are 10 packs of cards with the envelopes. And so those are the blank greeting cards. So again, just search for greeting cards, filter by supplies, and you can order those. So we have gone over the discount code. So again, your code is Mulqueen. And you get free shipping on anything over $49. And then again, don't forget to use your code Mulqueen so you get 25% off. So with that, I'm going to jump over here to the side and see what we've got for questions here. All right. So if you guys have questions for any of the digitizers or artists or Joe or anyone, please go ahead and put those in the comments here. Let's see. Alice asked what was the name of the designs on black, and looks like we already got the answer. Thank you. It is Believe in Magic. That's a Vicky York new release. All right, let's see what else we have here. Yep, I've seen a couple people say that they're afraid of doing freestanding lace. So I thought maybe we just take a second and kind of talk about what we've learned about how you're successful with freestanding lace. So start off with, from a stabilizer standpoint, when you're doing structures, we always recommend using one layer of Badge Master and one layer of Aqua Mesh. And doesn't matter which one's on top, but you would hoop those. And then after you hoop those, you embroider on it. And I know we have really big hoops, but resist the urge to use your biggest hoop and put a bunch of pieces inside of it, because what happens is they stitch, of course, that pulls, right? And so you end up with alignment issues. So we like to say use your 5x7 or your 6x10 hoop and just stitch one piece at a time.
Yeah, and that's the thing about freestanding lace is that they are purposely dense. Mm-hmm. It's a buildup of stitches in order to give it a rigid state, along with like the freestanding lace appliques. A lot of the fabrics will be reinforced. So in a sense, you really have to treat freestanding lace as projects and not normal embroidery designs. Yep. So Density is a big reason why there will be more push and pull within this type of design as opposed to a regular embroidery design. So a tight hoop is important.
All right, and then Diana, just to answer your question, yes, if you join Spree Club, whether annual or monthly, you would start with the April collections. So you would get everything that we just showed you today. So, and those will ship out here real soon. We're going to ship Spree Club next week, actually. So we'll get started on that. Let's see. There was, on the other thing on freestanding lace. If you're scared by it, just start off with something like a simple ornament, like one of the lace snowflakes or something like that. I know, perfect for your nice summers, but bring a little snow back to Arizona. But really, that'll be a great place to start because you'll see just how easy it is. And then you can, my first one actually was the freestanding lace snowman. That's what I started with. And I found that was, it's almost entirely lace, just a little bit of applique fabric in the base of the snowman. And I had a ton of success. I think I only had to throw away 3 pieces in the process. So I did pretty good. Yeah.
A lot of the flat lace would be a good beginner type of design, like the buildable doilies, where it's just strictly stitches.
Yep.
Those are great beginner designs.
Yeah. Good. Okay, if you have other questions, please go ahead and ask anything you want to ask. Design process.
Jordan, I did see one question up there that probably should be they asked about what thread was used on the cards.
Oh, okay.
All the designs that you saw today were used with our Isacord. We didn't use any special threads or anything like that.
You have to change the needles? Is that one of the things?
You do have to use a smaller needle.
Yeah, we're going to use a smaller needle because you don't want a big, huge needle punching huge holes through your paper. But
and I think it was like 7511 or
7511.
Yep. Good. So so on the cards, so it's a 7511 needle. You're using a sharp, of course. We really like to use titanium needles. We just find that they last a little bit longer, and so in the long run, it's more economical. I know we all tend to not change our needles as often as we should, so titanium seems to help make up for that as well. So let's see what else we've got going on here as far as questions. Say?
I just saw they would ship to Canada.
Oh, yeah. So at this point, we don't ship to Canada, but definitely talk with Mo Queens. I know that they have done some shipping to Canada as well. It's always hard to get across the border, unfortunately. So, and also Becky asked, what if you don't have a local quilt shop? So we do have a direct ship option. And so we can actually ship it to you. If you're a snowbird half the year, something like that, we can, accommodate that as well. So we just want to make sure we get your designs to you. Let's see. Wow. Rick and Peg Gamash said they've made 32 of the East Leicester Bunny. Well done. I think that's more than all of us combined a few times over. Nicely done.
I need to take a picture of that.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Yep. One of the great things about Spree Club, just kind of, I saw it in the shipping, is that it does come on a machine-ready USB. So if transferring your designs to your machine is your favorite part of Spree Club, favorite part of embroidery, you don't want to buy Spree Club, because when you buy Spree Club, the designs are on a USB and all you have to do is just plug it in. So you wouldn't have to do that anymore. So there was a question on how often do you recommend needle changes? A lot of that is going to depend on your project too. With titanium needles, it's 25 hours. With regular needles, it's technically every 5. Are we really perfect about that?
Yeah, we are. We do every few days. But yeah, we use nothing but the titaniums in the lab.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we've got for questions here. Have we started on the 2021 Christmas tiling scene? Judy, thank you. Great question. Brian, have we started on the 2021 Christmas tiling scene? John's doing it?
You go ahead and.
Well, that's a tease, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we may just leave it right there. Huh?
I think we will. Yep. So yeah, this year we've got. I know how much you all love doing tiling scenes. I do too. I did Marion Bright this last year during lockdown. It was a ton of fun, and so we'll have more than one tiling scene for you this year. So Sheila asked about, can we digitize a drawing or a photo? No, we don't do custom digitizing. just the sheer volume of customer requests we get would kind of overflow. What we can do is, we're really a relatively small team for all of the designs that we put out. So there's some great software, Sheila, that can help you with the digitizing a drawing or a photo. And their chances are there's probably a customer at the store who has software and can help you out on your digitizing. Natalie asked, are we going to do tiling scenes other than Christmas? And I think we just say,
Yes.
you'll find out soon. Yep, great question. Kathleen, you've mentioned a couple times about making it for a frame I can buy. So we've had a lot of customers frame them, and so often they're taking them, having them framed somewhere and having the frame made custom, or there's somebody using reclaimed wood or something like that. That's an interesting point, though. We'll definitely look at kind of how they size out as far as frames. So interesting. Thank you for that feedback. All right. Let's see. We got any other questions here? Natalie says, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Good. Okay. So Darren, I think, let's see. Yep. We've got a lot of requests for non-Christmas. Okay, good. We've got that covered, I think. Good. Okay. Darren, you there?
We're back.
Okay.
Hey, we have a surprise for you. I told you we had a little surprise. This is, I guess, a little bit of TV magic, if you will.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Let's do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Where on earth did your dad find that photo?
That's Mr. Jordan. Like that green screen magic?
Oh, it's something. I'm not even sure, honestly, that's green screen. I think that's just from the last time we were out to dinner together.
Yeah. That was from our Southwest Embroidery Conference from 2019 when
That was fun.
we told him it was your birthday.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah.
You can thank me for that one, because earlier I was like, hey, we have that green screen. Do you have any funny pictures of Jordan? We need to throw one up.
And I said, I think I have a funny picture of Jordan.
So we threw that up for you.
Thank you for doing that. Yep, I miss you guys. I'm looking forward. Hopefully this fall we'll be able to be together.
Yeah, that would be cool. I know that somebody did ask about shipping to Canada. If they want to email me the items that they want, we can definitely get it. We can work with you to get that to Canada.
Awesome.
And somebody was asking about you. I know you have individual designs. You probably don't have a whole collection on knitting, but have you seen any knitting designs that you've created of balls of yarn or knitting needles or anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Just if you search for when I can think of it, the embroidery collection was called Needlework. Is that right? It's a little bit older. Or Needlepoint, I think there's one too. So I know that we're always working on trying to cover all the hobbies in the catalog.
Yeah, cool. So they could just search for that.
Yes.
Let's see. I was wondering, do you guys digitize using like a Wacom tablet or just using your mouse?
Guys?
I do a little bit of both. I use the tablet. I found out that some things are faster with the pen, and then some things are faster with the mouse. So I think we all got different speeds on how they do it.
Yeah, I use my tablet like all the time. I'm really slow with the mouse. I'm real fast with the pen.
Yep. Yeah, and I like to use the mouse, and I guess we have a little, what do you call that little button?
Mechanical
gamepad.
Yeah, gamepad kind of keypad. I kind of use that too for hot keys.
They all have, it's a really unique keyboard. It kind of wraps their hand. And I think it's originally, they're used for gaming, right?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, it looks like you could pilot a rocket ship with this thing. That is, that has all your hotkeys, is that right?
Yeah, they're programmable hotkeys, so you can have, there's like 3 sets, and it's the number of keys that you can program. It's outrageous.
Cool, okay, good question.
Because digitizing is always something I've dabbled in, but never, not like you guys. And so I just wonder how people do that. Because I know on my side, we just use a mouse.
Yeah, they're super talented. But, again, 8 hours a day, every day for, a long time makes you really good at something.
Yep.
That's why I'm good at talking, right?
I can't wait till we do a digitizing summit with you guys. That would be really cool.
That will be cool.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, just throwing it out, right? No problem. Barbara, your sister is Ann Lauer. Yes, we love Ann and her work, and so we've done quite a bit of Ann's artwork.
Yeah, we did.
Very
Oh,
cool.
That is
Yeah.
cool.
Rainey, oh hey Rainey, yeah. So Rainey asked which type of pin. We're actually it's the Wacom pin, right? That comes with the
Huawei,
Huawei, right?
Huawei.
HU, right?
Something like that.
Okay. There's a lot of different pin inputs for tablets.
Yeah.
So the pin isn't as important as the tablet itself.
Yeah.
Cool.
And
All right.
I was
What else you got?
whenever we see some trade-ins come in and we're reselling them because we do a lot of machine sales for embroidery, and if it has like 20 million stitches or 30 million stitches, usually they've done a lot of. They must have a big family and they do a lot of lace designs.
Yeah.
But when I'm reselling them, I always say they're highway miles. You know,
That's totally true. They're highway miles.
that's my term there. And my dad, Pat, he was wondering how come you don't have St. Patrick's wall hanging?
Ooh, well, we have a lot of St. Patty's Day designs.
Yeah.
So we also learned, very important, the difference between shamrocks and four-leaf clovers.
Thank you.
So yeah, we're always learning. I think that's probably one of the most fun things for us is we look at the different art topics. And there's a lot of research that goes into it.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah, we have art party. It's kind of a monthly meeting. Weekly now.
Yeah, weekly art party.
Where we actually go through and we look at different art and we kind of look and see what's trending. John always has this funny story about what happens when he goes shopping.
Oh yeah. Well, before it was the days of when people just whipped out their phone to take a picture of their food in a restaurant. And nowadays people don't look at you weird. But before those, the flip day phones.
Yeah.
I had my wife go into a dressing room once to take a picture of a garment because we didn't. I mean, back then it was odd for someone to sit there and take photos of garments. So we get our ideas from all over the place.
Wow.
From stores, from pillowcases to anything.
Very cool.
I sure do thank you all for doing this. It's cool to have an insight. We've never been able to do this before. So Jordan, thanks for putting this together.
Thank you. Yeah. And Kimberly will be with us a couple hours here, right? So
At 12, yep.
Yep. So at 12, we'll have Kimberly on. Kimberly's going to take you through Stabilizer and answer your Stabilizer questions. So again, please ask her lots of questions. And bonus points Darren, I don't think Kimberly's watching. So ask her what her favorite flavor of aqua mesh is and see what she says.
Okay. I'll write that down.
Yep. Okay. Cool. All right, everyone. Well, thank you very much. We are going to go get back to work. And have a great day.
Hey, Jordan and crew, thank you all. Thank you so much. Bye, guys. Bye. Well, that was pretty cool. We always like to see more in depth of these companies, and that's kind of what this whole thing is about. Kind of like seeing how they started.
You're not looking at me on the screen. I got to change that.
Oh, yeah. We're going to move to the other side, so it looks like Jared and I are actually looking at each other.
There you go.
This is the magic of
TV. All right. So are we doing a bingo?
Yeah, we really need to get into bingo, but I would like you all to know that OESD makes some of the best stuff out there. And I guess you have two ways of going about it. If you don't mind to just go to molqueen.com, and Jared will pop that up real quick. Our website, just to show you one more quick time in case you missed it this morning. On our website, if you just click on the homepage, it is just molqueen.com, and then you'll see the glorious set of balloons where it says live events. And if you click on that, the very first item is for your bingo card. We're already done with that. If you want to re-watch any of this, any of the 2 days, the link above will link you right to our YouTube. But that Isocord and OESD and the Stabilizer, both of those go to the same website. If Jared will click on one of those. And now you're automatically going to, they'll know that you're attending this event by clicking through our site. And when you check out, just use the word Mulqueen, MULQUEEN, as your 25% off discount code. That'll be good for this weekend, right, Jerem?
I believe so.
Right.
It's good until what, Sunday?
Sunday. And we are going to, it doesn't matter if it's a $1 item or a whole big collection, or if you wanted to join the Spree Club. The Spree Club, you get everything that OESD comes out with for a whole year. Plus, you get to pick any 15 collections, any past collections. They're, $30 to $60 probably in that area, that you get to pick 15 of them just for signing up for the Spree Club. So it's called the Spree Club. It's in the store here every month for you to pick up, or you can have it mailed to your house. Every month you get a USB stick, and that's what's cool too. It's not just on a CD-ROM. You actually, the Spree Club, you get a USB stick.
What's a CD?
A CD. You don't remember CDs?
No.
How old are you again?
I'm 23.
23. You remember cassette tapes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And floppy disks.
Floppy disks.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Very, very short period in my life.
Yep. So I guess cassettes were probably going out when you were coming in.
Yeah, they were.
So if you do purchase any item from OESD for the next 2 days, we are going to put everybody into a drawing to win the Spree Club. If you purchase the Spree Club and you win the Spree Club, we will give you your money back. So you don't have to worry about that. If you do have interest, we are going to give away, since we didn't do it during that segment, we're going to give away the Embroidery Expert Bundle. We're $650. We're going to give away the top 10 Isocord thread set. We're going to give away a garden flag embroidery blank, so you can embroider on them and have garden flags. And this really cool perfect punch tool. If you watch the video on that, it's kind of like one of those things that's totally satisfying. They actually just push down on a leather belt and it makes a hole in the belt. It is a perfect punch tool also for some of the 3D lace designs.
Am I paying for all of these?
Yes, all the prizes Jer's paying for out of his money that he makes. These are some of the new ones that our teacher Kay from, I hope I'm allowed to show these. I guess Jordan, wave your hands if I'm not allowed to show these. I just, maybe I should. Am I allowed to show those?
You're good. Just flip it over. Right. It's an umbrella.
Okay.
I know you guys don't have any rain down there, so you don't know how to use one of those, right?
I don't know. But Kay put candy in it, so she's using it as a candy bowl.
That's cool. Yeah.
I'll dump the candy out.
There you go. Yep.
Is that how you do it?
That's it. Yep, exactly. Those are the freestanding lace umbrellas, and then you've got, it looks like the freestanding lace rocket ship.
That is probably the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It is so cool. Look at that. Yep. So these like just came out.
Spinning it around.
In March. Yeah, you could do the Mary Poppins.
That rocket, I haven't seen. All your freestanding lace
that's Jared's favorite
collections are really neat, but that one, there's some really cool stuff.
It even has a ladder to get in. And wait till you see the bottom, it has the flames coming out.
We had a ton of fun on this one, didn't we? Yeah. So,
and the little vinyl windows, that's kind of cool.
Yes, yeah. And that, I know it looks hard, but it's really not, because you're just stitching out the individual pieces, and then if you have alligator clamps and alligator clips, they're really useful when you want to put those together as well.
So, is it easy enough that even Darren could do it?
I think Darren could do it. Yep. I mean, he'd have to, not be doing all these lives to have some time, but yep. Cool. All right, guys. Everyone have a great day. Thank you again.
Thanks for coming back.
I just want to make sure I wasn't going to get in trouble showing those.
Never. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you again. So anything you purchase on OESD's website, we're going to enter you to win that Spree Club. And here in a short bit, we're going to give away some of these other prizes with when Kimberly comes on. I think one of a really tricky part of embroidery is is knowing what stabilizer to use because there's so many to choose from. And so Kimberly will be on here at 12 o'clock to talk about stabilizers and thread. The Isocord thread that we have in these kits, or you can buy them individually. I have quilters and embroiderers that use that thread. These are for piecing and for embroidery, so it's a very versatile thread. That is for sure. But right now, I want to play bingo. We forgot to do that this morning, so we'll pull some extra bingo numbers. And all you have to do is get any down or across or diagonal. The first person to get all the way across, just please comment bingo in the comment section there. And the first bingo is going to get a $50 molqueen.com gift card. How cool is that?
So how about I call the first one?
Yes. Come on with me.
Should I do 1 or 2?
Why don't you come on with me? Oh, there you are. Hey,
You're in the wrong. Nope, wrong way.
oh, yep. Let me go back.
You have to
over
go
here.
back so I can look at you.
Yes, I'm going to go back to my home. Here's my home.
All right.
All right.
So do I do 1 or 2?
Let's do a few of them. More than one. More
Okay.
than 2. Okay. So the first bingo number.
Darren, you sprung that on me. You gotta give me like 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
But so last time when we did our bingo numbers, they were words, but this time they're all your typical bingo, right?
Yep. Like a regular bingo. Are you going to show all of them at one time?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
But I'm gonna call them. I'll call them first.
Okay.
So the first one we have is B12.
B12.
So if you have B12, go ahead and cross that off your sheet.
Jared will keep posting these throughout the day.
Yeah. So if you have a question as far as what bingo numbers have already been called, just sit tight for a few minutes and I'll post it up again later on. But then the next number is I-27. So B12 and I-27.
Believe it or not, I had both of those. How about you? Do you
That's
guys
how it
have
was
those?
going last time on the
Yeah.
last card that you had. You had
we
almost
had a
everyone.
lot of winners.
Karen Mosier. The bingo card, if you go to our website and click on the live event specials like we were showing, the first banner right there is the bingo card. So you can get one right there. All right. And then the next one that we're going to do right now, the last one for right now is going to be 073.
I don't have that one. Can we do
I rigged your card.
let's do a few more.
You want to do a few more?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we doing more tomorrow too?
Yeah,
Like
I need to have like 4 or 5 winners today. So we need to call a lot of these.
So the next one is I-21.
Anybody have that out there? And just so you know, we have Isocord and OESD stabilizer coming on here at 12, and then at 2 is reliable irons. I have this cool light. They have these lights that do multiple colors, and it's kind of crazy how reasonable they are in price. They're totally LED. So it's called an Uber light. They have irons, and they have this way cool ironing board. Wait until you see this. I can actually lay on top of it. It's so strong.
C. Nichols, bingo, card number 822.
Wow, we have a bingo winner. Let's test that card and see.
Nope, not quite.
And if you have bingo, put bingo and your card number on the top of the card. It'll have your ID number, and then Jared will check it. If you don't mind, if you think you have bingo, go ahead and tell us your card number again. We checked that one number that's on there.
C. Nichols, you did not win. You have to have 5 in a row or 4 corners.
No, we're just doing rows.
Oh,
We're not
just
doing
rows?
corners. Yep.
No corners? Okay.
Let's just keep it simple.
Yeah, at that point I had already called 4 numbers. So let's do the next one, Darren.
Okay.
N37.
I don't have that one either, but that's okay.
and 37.
So at 2 o'clock, I'm sorry, yeah, 2 o'clock we have the Reliable Iron Company, and then at 4 p.m. live in house here we have Gina Perkes. She is a world-renowned long armor. She can do amazing long arm stippling by hand, not computerized, and she's going to show how easy that is for her. And with practice, what you could do, and also with rulers, doing long arm ruler work, which is pretty cool.
And then how about we do one more and then I'll post the 6 numbers.
Perfect.
Last one for right now is going to be B9. You got that one, Darren?
I don't. I have only 2, but that's okay.
Darren, you have to win because I don't have a card and I'm paying for
Yeah,
all
you
the gift cards.
You have all these gift cards to pay for. So, guys, thank you very much for being here. Hang in there. What time is it, Jer?
It is 11:08.
Oh, we got a lot of time, don't we?
We do. Kimberly will be on it at noon.
Yeah.
How do you get the bingo numbers? I just posted them right there on the screen.
So the bingo numbers are on screen. If you want a card, we're going to come back in a little while and do more numbers.
Judy, we're not playing the whole game right now because we're giving away a lot of gift cards, so we have to kind of make it last for a little bit.
And I did forget that if you are, we're going to just keep going. Like if somebody gets bingo,
yeah,
then don't get rid of your card. Don't get a new one. We're just going to continue, and then it'll be a lot quicker for more bingos after that.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that works. And then also you will, if you're watching tomorrow, you can use the same bingo card tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have basically 2 chances at winning the grand prize. And then there's a bunch of, Darren got a whole list of bingo cards on here. He's going crazy this time, but you have 5 winners each day. So you have a total of 10 chances in total to win. To get a bingo card, I'll actually just post it up here real quick. Go back to our website.
Here, you know what I would like to do?
What would you like to do, Darren?
I would like to give away a molqueen.com gift card real quick.
Okay.
Because there is quite a few of you out there. We want you to be excited to win stuff. So I am going to just ask that that you just comment about tomorrow is my dad's birthday.
It is, yeah.
So maybe if you don't mind, just to give a shout out to Pat Mulqueen, and his birthday is tomorrow. And we will.
He's turning 21.
21 years old. My dad will be, and he is. I'm going to ask if you maybe don't mind to maybe email him. Maybe we should give out his email address, but he'll know then if we did that. But if you happen to be in the store, just his birthday is tomorrow. We're going to pick someone at random. We have a little random generator over here. His name is Jer. No, we have
Scrolling up and down and up and down.
We just have a way of randomly picking here with this program. And
Ash, go get Papa so you can see all these comments.
We're going to bring Papa in. Thank you all for wishing him a happy birthday.
Wow.
You know, I'm very excited for all of our upcoming guests. Having Gina Perkes here, that is way cool. She is amazing long armor. That's going to be at 4 o'clock today. We're going to give prizes during every segment, so make sure you don't go anywhere. If you can't watch it live, just know on YouTube, it is very easy to re-watch any of these segments, and you can fast forward through the middle parts and get right to the educators.
Ash, give him the mic.
If you're here tomorrow, we start out the day with a Janome educator. She was on our January event. Her name is Alba, and she is going to show embroidering in the hoop, quilting in the hoop. Sorry, we're using a program called AccuFill, and she's got some cool cushions to show that keep everything ergonomic when you're sewing. and a cool press. And then at 12 tomorrow, 12 p.m., we're going to have my brother Ken, who is a serger guru. He's going to show how air threading sergers work, show different feet on sergers. And I have a special guest here right next to me. Hi, Dad.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am just wonderful.
Papa, were you just watching?
I was watching.
Somebody said it's your birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the rumor.
Yep.
Should I take this off?
Yeah.
Maybe.
My dad has had his second shot already, so we're excited for that.
Second shot, no side effects. Everybody else should get a shot, I think.
Yep. Hopefully we'll.
As soon as you can.
Jared's picking a winner from all of you out there commenting. That's wonderful.
Can I win, Jerry? It's
Yeah.
my birthday.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, please.
So don't forget, tomorrow at noon, your other son. How many kids do you have?
Let me think.
You can't count that high.
There's three of us, right?
Oh, okay, 3. Yeah, 3.
I'm the favorite, and then Ken, and then Keith, I think is how it goes. But Ken will be showing serger and cover stitch tomorrow at noon. You don't want to miss that. Did you teach him how to use a serger?
Yeah, somebody came into the store years ago, wanted me to show her how to thread a serger, and she would buy it. I jammed it up big time, and she bought it in spite of me.
Oh, wow.
But
so you don't use sergers too much?
I haven't used a serger for a while. Last thing I did was a tie and a shirt. I made a shirt and a tie in 1963. I was working for a Singer company at the time. Never did wear them.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
You still have them? I think it'd be cool to.
No, I don't have them.
And at 2 tomorrow, if you're a Baby Lock or a brother owner with embroidery, you won't want to miss 2 o'clock tomorrow with the Durkee Hoop Company. And rumor has it that they're going to give away some nice prizes. That's 2 o'clock tomorrow. And then to give our grand finale tomorrow, we have a gentleman named Ron Appel. Rob Appel. I don't know why Ron is on here. It's Rob Appel. And he is, he started Manso, which a lot of you might know about that or have seen him. He's an amazing quilter out of California. He worked for Missouri Star for many years doing videos, and now he has moved on to doing his own called Making It Fun with Rob Appel. So we are very excited for that because he is an extraordinary quilter, and he's going to show a couple of kits that I think you'll love. We're excited for that.
All right.
Will you be here tomorrow to do this with us?
Oh, yeah. I work my birthday every year.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, good job, you guys. I'm going to step away.
Dad, thank you for.
Someone says you don't look a day over 29.
Right.
That's right. Come on back.
What?
You can't. Oh, no. I thought you were coming back. No.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Dad.
So how about we give the $15 gift card away for saying happy birthday to Papa?
Yes.
All right, so I got it
Move
ready
closer to the camera.
right there.
Where'd you go, Jer? I'm gonna.
Oh,
move
I'll
this
come
side.
back. Yeah, you go to that side. I'll come back.
There we go.
I'm back again. So Denise Volmering, congratulations! You won a $15 gift card to molequeen.com. If you email me at jer@molequeen.com, I'll go ahead and email you that gift card. So congratulations!
Hey, now that my dad is not here, let's give away another one.
Another one?
Yeah, don't tell him. Maybe pick one more.
Okay, I'll pick one more. Hold on.
But remember, Denise, you have to email jer@molequeen. Is right on the screen there. That way we can get your email to give you your gift card. We're going to secretly give another one away. So Jer is picking another winner here.
There's so many comments to scroll up and down. Just randomly do it.
Yeah.
Debbie Mills.
Debbie Mills, you are the next contestant on Price is Right. We should do that. We should figure out a way to bring in customers to our feed. Debbie Mills, you're the other winner for right now, getting a gift card. So email jer@molqueen.com, and you will get a gift card for molqueen.com right in your email. So I think that we want you guys to be able to have some time to maybe peruse our website. My brother Ken, he is busy in the background adding all of the specials. Your dad. Yep.
I think I met him once or twice.
Yep. He is going to, he put the link on for OESD. So if you are interested in shopping OESD, just remember we're going to give away a spree club. And here shortly, when Kimberly comes on, we're going to give away 4 other prizes worth over $700. We never know how this is going to go, and sometimes it's hard to give away prizes, especially when there was the design team here. I didn't want to interrupt them to do that, so we'll do it here shortly. We'll have Kimberly on, and what else, Chair?
Are we looking at Facebook comments and YouTube comments?
Yes, we are. On our little screen here, it'll show us on the side. If it says F, then we know that you're from Facebook. If it has a little play symbol, we know you're commenting from YouTube.
And if you guys have been watching since the beginning of this morning, do you remember when we brought that intro on, that new intro?
Oh yeah.
Did you guys like that? Did you guys like to see that updated every week and add new contestants that have come on our show? If you do, go ahead and comment in there if you like that, and so you can kind of get a little refresher. Give Darren some feedback. He's the one that made it, so
hopefully you like it.
Hopefully you like it. I mean, you can tell him you don't like it. He's gonna go in the corner over there and cry if you say you don't like it. But oh, they liked it.
Cool. It was interesting to look back to see all of the companies that we had on. So I thought that was pretty cool.
There's a lot
of companies. And Genomic was on twice. Excuse me. A couple of companies were on a couple of times. So I only put them on that montage once, but it was really cool. We love doing this. We love talking to these companies and finding out a little bit more about them.
There's Kathy Brown.
And bringing it to you. Hey, Kathy. Kathy Brown is going to, I need to work with her on getting a Stellar class and Dream class going. We'll be doing that soon, in the next 30 days, I would imagine. I tuned in late, but I'm sure I would have liked it. Oh, we'll play it again tomorrow morning before we start Saturday morning. So we have coming up today still Kimberly with OESD to do stabilizers. I always learn a lot when I see that. Customers come in the store all the time and they say, I'm embroidering on this item. What do you use for stabilizer? So I usually go get K.
K or Ken.
K or Ken, but so I need to pay attention. So I can learn all about stabilizers. Any of our events, we did a 6-day version of this. Remember that in January?
I don't think we can forget that one.
All of those are on our YouTube channel. And then in February, we did a 1-day. And that is on our YouTube channel to watch. So you can go back and check out those. If you don't mind, you go to youtube.com and then in the search box, search Molqueen Sewing. You'll see our logo, which is the Shamrock and Molqueen. When you click on that, that is our YouTube channel. And if you don't mind to hit the subscribe button and the little bell, so you're notified. Hit the bell so you're notified of upcoming videos. And anytime we're live, if you forget, you'll also be notified that we came on. Braden Crump from Bend, Oregon. My wife and I just watched a Netflix show about a store in Bend, Oregon. Does anybody know what the last of its kind is in Bend, Oregon? There's no prize for this, but
I do.
You do?
Yeah, the Blockbuster.
Jared gave it away. The last Blockbuster in
The world.
existence.
This is the world. Yeah.
It was quite a. Hi, Connie. It was quite a show that's on Netflix, and it kind of makes you remember the days when you used to go to Blockbuster and pick out movies. And it was like kind of the history of how big it was and how you had a chance to buy Netflix and kind of just a story and to how there's only one left. And every year they have to renew their contract, and they renewed it for one more year. How do you like that?
I have a question for everyone that's watching.
Okay.
So we're planning on doing classes and stuff like that on our lives, but also just mainly to have on our YouTube. If you want to see a class on a machine that you have that's either Brother, Juki, Janome, Foth, Handy Quilter, or Gamel, let us know. It has to be one of those, 5 or 6 brands. But we would love to know what machines you would like to see a class on. At one point, we're going to plan on having every single machine have a class, but we'd like to know which ones you guys would like to see first.
Maxine has a question. Maxine, you have the card from our game that we did in February, because at that time it was words instead of numbers. So if you want to email me, Darren@mulqueen.com, I will quickly send you a link to where the current one is. Or if you get our emails, and actually you can go right to our website. Go to mulqueen.com and click on the balloons that says special events, and the very second banner is how to get your current bingo card. It should not have words. It should have normal numbers like bingo would have.
So I see a couple questions about the classes. We're not Viking dealers, so we can't do Husqvarna, and we're also not baby lock dealers. We're Brother dealers. So Brother makes the baby lock machines.
And on the baby lock, if you let us know which baby lock you have, we could tell you which class we would be giving in the Brother side of things.
It was
my brother Ken. I need to capture him and do a serger class, because he does a wonderful manual threading serger class using feet and threading and tension settings. That seems to be the gist of a serger, and different, I guess, edges that you can do, rolled hem, flat lock. And then he also does a class with air threading sergers.
Darren, what Brother do you recommend?
Which Brother machine?
I'd say the Luminaire, but that's kind of obviously because it's their top of the line machine. Yeah. But it definitely just pertains to what you're looking to do and what you need it for, type of thing.
So if you are interested in just an entry level kind of machine that's not really entry level, it's metal framed, a little more space, 8.3 inches of space from the needle to the inside. We have a special going for $599 on the Brother PS 500. It's an awesome quilting machine. We sew through 10 to 12 layers of cotton, or even 10 layers of denim, probably 12 layers of denim, and it doesn't affect it. It's $599 free shipping in the US, and it's model PS 500. Paula Eldridge has a NQ 3600. That's a brand new, that is a brand new special that we can offer online. So anybody interested in a sewing and an embroidery machine, we have a Brother that has a 6x10 embroidery hoop. It has trimming your threads. So every time it goes from one area to another area, it cuts all of your jump stitches. And it's $34.95 on special. And you get a free 100 kit of Brother thread with that. There's something behind Jer, which is
we're the first unveil it.
This is kind of an unveiling. And Debbie, thank you for.
We were just kind of waiting for someone to post a question. So I'm gonna stand up real quick.
I'm gonna move to this camera over here.
Let me get rid of this. So get out of the way.
Oh. Which camera are we on?
Number 1. So this is a fabric confetti designs, but it's Bruce Allen designs. So
It's
if
both.
it's both, but if you remember from our last live event, we had both Vanessa and Bruce come on and speak about their processes and their quilts. They did a little trunk show. Well, Bruce had said that he was working on a quilt and he would like us to unveil it this week. So this is the, go ahead and switch. Yeah, there you go. I'm going to switch back to, go back to number 4 real quick. And then I'm going to come on here and show you guys
What are you
what
gonna
it
show,
is.
Jer?
I'm going to add this up there real quick. This is called Feel the Beat. So this is Bruce's new design. So you can see the whole thing there. I'm going to enlarge it a little bit. But if you go to our website at molequeen.com, as of right now, I believe this is the only place that you can get it. So thank you, Bruce, for allowing us to unveil it for you.
We'll definitely show it again later.
Yeah,
today and tomorrow.
It's a great quilt. Our whole family is really into music, so it was kind of a cool quilt to have hung up behind me. And
I'm just a little disappointed there's no bass guitar on it.
oh yeah,
I need to talk to them.
Well, you could use the regular guitar and just take one string out.
Brenda Vance says Janome Serger class. We'll definitely be doing that. It'll be sergers in general, and they kind of all thread very much close to being the same, except for the air threaders where you just touch a button and it shoots the thread through everything. What time is it, Jared? It's 11:30. I think that we should probably take a quick break.
Take a 30-minute break before Kimberly comes on. About 25 minutes.
Yeah. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and Kimberly will be on. We'll draw a couple more bingo numbers before she comes on, just to keep it going. And we'll give away 4 prizes worth over $700 here in the 12 o'clock hour. Thank you.
I'm back for 2 seconds while Darren's gone. He asked me to remind you to go to our website, molequeen.com, and click on the OESD banner on that live event section, and then use the code molequeen, and you save 25% off of the majority of OESD's site. And you get entered to win. I lied. Darren's right there. He's not gone. But you get entered to win the $6,000 or the $5,000 spree club. So, yeah, I mean, anything you purchase, as long as you purchase one thing from their website, whether it be the cards or something like that. So, give us a few minutes and we'll be right back.
Hello, we're back for some more fun with OESD and the stabilizer portion of our Mole Queen social event. And during this part, we are going to give away 4 prizes. And I'm going to hold this up. It's going to be an expert embroidery bundle, a $650 value. Isocord's top 10 colors of thread. What do you think about that, Jer? We're going to give that away.
No, I'm paying for it.
That's a $58 value. We're going to give away a 2-pack of, not 2-pack, but 2-pack of garden flag embroidery blanks. It's kind of cool that OESD does offer embroidery blanks. And also, I hope that Kimberly will show us the perfect punch tool, because I don't know how I get this, but when I'm on YouTube, you see these short little videos that are like 30 seconds long, and there's some that are satisfying videos, like people lining up wood in a perfect stack. Have you seen these kind of things?
Yeah.
But I think this perfect punch tool would be perfect for that, because it's kind of satisfying to watch them make a hole in thick belt leather. That's kind of cool. But we're going to do a real quick bingo, a couple more numbers real quick, so we can keep that going, get some winners on that. We haven't had a winner yet. So if you don't have a bingo card, go to molequeen.com, click on the balloons, and that is our special event tab. And the very first tab will show you how to rewatch these videos today and tomorrow. So if you can't be here tomorrow or any time during any of our events, if you click that link, that'll be our YouTube channel. Please hit subscribe, and so you'll be notified every time we do these. And we want to do other videos that we record that are not live, and we'll put them up onto YouTube. So it'll be very nice if you subscribe, if you haven't already. And we're going to call some bingo. What time is it, Jer?
It's bingo time.
It's bingo time. So the other option, when you go to our website, molequeen.com, and you click on the balloons, that's where you get the YouTube link. It's also where you get a bingo card. The bingo cards are only good for today and tomorrow. And so you can get your card if you haven't already. And then right below that, on the live event special page with those balloons, it's a very festive picture. Click on that. There's our YouTube link. The next one down is our bingo card. And you'll have to let me know in the comments if you like this bingo thing, or if we should maybe do a different game. And if you have any other games that you think we could do live, let us know, because we would love to keep playing games. But right below that bingo, where Jer was, is the direct link to the event page of OESD. I'm very excited for Kimberly. We'll just be with her in one moment. But Jer, how many bingo numbers did you get ready?
I pulled 3 more. So the first one is going to be I-19. You have that one, Darren?
I don't, but I did get my bingo dabber.
No, that's for our fabric.
Oh yeah, that's how we mark bolts of fabric. But I did get it, so I'm going to use my bingo dabber like a professional bingo player.
And then the next one is going to be B6.
Make sure you comment right when you're a winner, because we will go by the very first person to comment bingo to get the $50 Mole Queen gift card.
And make sure you comment your card number if you yell out bingo.
Also know that even though we might get a winner here soon, we're going to keep playing. So don't get rid of your card.
And the last one is going to be 062. So
062.
that is all of the numbers that we have called. I put them up on the screen there for you. So we have
Share for that.
Yeah, no problem.
So if they like missed the first one, they can just grab them.
Yep, there you go. They're right on the screen right there. So it's B12, I27, 073, I21, N37, I19, or B9, I19, B6, and 062.
I think we were in California in my father-in-law, mother-in-law's RV. I want to give them a shout out as a thank you for that. That was so much fun. But I think I might have been on the I-19.
You might have?
No, I don't think there's a freeway called that. But I think Jer has a calling as a bingo caller. I think that would be a good.
Legs 11, number 11.
That's good. Once this whole COVID thing is over, Jared said, "Hey, let's all go play bingo. That would be fun.
That would
We're
be
gonna go. Maybe we'll have a Mole Queen social. Let's get together at a bingo hall, play bingo together live." I hope that Kimberly has gotten her bingo card ready because we're about to bring Kimberly in here. And hi, Kimberly. How are you?
Good. Can you all see me and hear me?
We sure can. Thank you for being here and helping us with stabilizer knowledge, and I think also maybe some thread knowledge, a little bit of ice support.
We'll see what we learn today. It might be
Awesome.
interesting.
Did you get your bingo card?
I think I need to get one because I kind of want to win that spree club.
Yeah. Well, the spree club. Guess what? We're gonna give that away to anyone who uses the link to go to OESD to shop from our specials. They're going to be entered into the drawing to win that spree club. But right now, we have 4 other prizes that Kimberly from OESD. Thank you for getting these prizes. How did you get them past Jordan?
I just emailed you first.
Oh, okay.
And then what could he say?
There you go. I like that. It's easier to ask forgiveness, I guess. Is that right?
That's my motto.
Yep. And so, how about if all of our viewers right now, if you don't mind to share this feed and then comment done. Did you already say that in the comments? Oh, Jared's ahead of me because I see people saying done. So share the feed in your YouTube or your Facebook, comment done, and then Jared is going to pick a couple of winners here in a few moments. And we'll announce them a little later. Is that okay, Kim?
Yeah.
So
great.
Right, if you comment done after sharing the feed, we'll give the expert embroidery bundle, which that's an amazing prize, and the Isacord top 10 from anybody that's doing that now. And then after you're done showing us all this cool stuff, we'll do another way of winning the embroidery blanks and the perfect punch tool. Okay?
Sounds good.
That sounds awesome. So Jared's going to pick here just in a short bit from anybody that shares and comments done. And Kimberly, I am going to gracefully go away, and then just let me know if you have anything that you need from me. Also, we'll put up some comments on the screen. Can you see the comments there?
I can. Yeah.
Yep. So you can either answer them during, or we can wait also to the end. So we'll put them up there. If you answer them, if you don't, just know we'll bring them back up at the end.
Okay. Great.
Thanks, Kimberly. I'm so excited. Thank you.
All right. Well, I am really excited. I was happy when Darren contacted us and asked us to do this. We at OESD, we love Mole Queens. And so what I'm going to do is share my screen with you and talk a little bit about stabilizer and maybe a little bit different way. I could talk about stabilizer for probably a week. So you probably don't want that. So let's go to sharing the screen and let's hope that technology works. And we're going to go here and go to, all right. Hopefully you see the OESD logo. Does that sound right? I'm hoping I'm sharing the right screen. So anyway, I thought it would be fun today because so often we kind of go through the normal information about, use cutaway stabilizer to do this, tearaway stabilizer to do that. So we're going to do a little fact or fiction. But if you were joining us this morning, you know that at OESD, we love coming out and visiting Mole Queen. That we have the big expo in the fall that we come to, their Southwest Conference. And Jordan told me that he wants to go to that Southwest Conference this year so badly that he is willing to cater it. So, so if you want Jordan to cook you a turkey dinner, you want to join us for that. This is one of my favorite pictures of all time of Jordan. But back to one thing that I kind of plugged in really fast that Darren had mentioned. We're giving away a punch tool, and so so I threw in this video because it really is amazing to watch this punch tool. So I'm going to play this video just so that you can see how it works. All right, so hopefully that gives you a little bit. Oh, we'll go to the next one. So a little bit of an explanation on the punch tool. So we're going to talk about stabilizers today. OESD is the expert in stabilizer. We have been in the home embroidery industry for over 30 years and even longer in the commercial embroidery industry. So when you probably, I don't know how much you heard about the digitizers this morning, but you can see that they've been with the company for many, many years. And so there's a lot of us that have several years of experience in with all embroidery products from designs to stabilizer. So we're going to go through something kind of fun today because I don't know about you, but I belong to a lot of embroidery Facebook and other social media groups. And of course, my favorite one, and I hope you all join if you're not members already, but that's the Perfect Stitch with OESD. And so if you go onto Facebook, you can search for the Perfect Stitch. And one thing to make sure, because there's going to be several questions, and then there's going to be a box that says that you agree to the rules, make sure you check that box because so often I think it's easy to not see it. So we want to make sure that you agree to everything, and then you're going to be approved pretty quickly. We say 24 hours. It's usually much faster than that. But it's a fun group to be in. Lots of inspiration there, and you can ask questions. So if you have a question about a project you're working on, there's a lot of us that are there to help. And several employees moderate the group, and you can always tell if an employee is answering one of your questions by a little badge we have next to our names. It looks like a little kind of a little shield or something. So you know, oh, this is an OESD person helping me, and so you can trust that their answers will be the ones that you want to look at. But one of the things that I've seen on the groups is some interesting comments that I wanted to go through, and I kind of made a list of the answers to questions, and are they fact or fiction? So we're going to go through some of those today, and it's hopefully it'll be a little bit fun and entertaining. But what I want you to know is that when I'm answering these questions and I'm telling you, is this a fact or a fiction? I'm referring to, is it, if you're working with OESD products. So it would be OESD stabilizers, OESD threads, and those kinds of things. So the first one, and one of my favorites that I see, is that you need a layer of stabilizer for every 7,000. Sometimes I see 8,000, sometimes I see 10,000, but you need a layer of stabilizer for a certain amount of stitches. So if you look at this particular design, it has 4 44,000 stitches in it. So that would mean if you wanted to stitch this design and you were following that rule, you would need 5 or 6 layers of stabilizer to stitch this Ann Lauer unicorn. That's a lot of stabilizer. So let's look at what you really need to consider when you're choosing stabilizer. So the first thing that you're going to look at is your fabric choice. Now there's different types of fabrics and there's different weights of fabrics. So that's going to affect the stabilizer that you choose and how much. Then you're going to consider the density of the design. And that is how many stitches and in what area. So if you look at the 2 designs on my screen, you will see that they have a fairly similar stitch count. One's a little over 30,000, one's almost 29,000 stitches, so pretty similar. But look at the difference in size. One is a 4x4 design. One's going to be, you're going to be using maybe an 8x8 inch hoop. So a lot bigger hoop, even though they have the same stitches. So you are definitely going to consider the stabilizers very differently for those 2 designs. The next thing you're going to consider is how this project is going to be embroidered. Is this something that you can hoop? And we're going to go over a little bit of that later in another one of my questions. But you know, there's certain fabrics that can be damaged with hooping, or maybe it's the place on your project that you're trying to embroider won't go in the hoop, and so you'll have to think of an alternative. So then the next thing you're going to consider is your results. Is the back of your embroidery going to show? Is it a really lightweight fabric that would have shadowing so you would see the stabilizer? So those are all the things that really are. So using, you know, a set rule of I need this many layers of stabilizer for this many stitches, you can see that's not true because there's a lot of other things that you need to consider when you're choosing your stabilizer. So another one, you don't need to crisscross stabilizer. You don't need to put stabilizer at a 45-degree angle if you're using 2 layers of stabilizer in the same project. So I hear this one a lot, and guess what? That's a fact. So one thing that you need to know is that OESD stabilizers are non-directional. That means they're equally strong in every direction. And the other thing to know is that they do not have high and low spots. That means that they are consistent and the stability is the same throughout the entire piece of stabilizer you're working with. Because of that, you do not need to put any stabilizer at a 45-degree angle. You don't need to crisscross. You don't need to do anything. You can just stack them directly on top of each other the same way they come off the roll. One nice thing about that is it saves you a lot of money. When you have to try and hoop a stabilizer at a 45-degree angle, you're actually going to be having to use more stabilizer. So using this as, knowing this rule is going to save you a lot of stabilizer. And here's another one. Your hooped fabric or your hoop stabilizer and your fabric should be drum tight. So I hear that one a lot. They want you to be able to tap on it and have it be extremely tight in the hoop. So that's fiction. Your stabilizer, when it's in the hoop, should be smooth and at rest. You do not want to have it really tight. You don't want to stretch it. You don't want to tug on it. You never want to do anything like that while it's in the hoop, because you could distort your design or your fabric in the process. So here's one. Poly mesh shrinks. You must pre-wash it. I hear this one all the time. So guess what? That's fiction. Poly mesh does not shrink. And I think what happens is a lot of people think that the word poly in poly mesh means it's polyester, but it's actually nylon, which is, so the reason that it got that name poly is nylon is a synthetic polymer. So it's not a polyester fabric. Poly mesh is made from nylon. Nylon melts at a high heat. When you, if you think about it, imagine what would happen if you ironed a pair of pantyhose. They would melt. So it's the same situation. You need to use the nylon setting on your iron when you're using polymesh. It's important to read instructions. Sometimes we don't think about that, but one nice thing with OESD stabilizers, if you look at my image on the screen, you can see that on the label that comes with our stabilizer, on the front, it'll tell you what the stabilizer is. On the back of that label are instructions on in the information on how to use that stabilizer. So one thing on polymesh is it says, caution, do not overheat. And that's what we're warning you. So when you see your project kind of shrink up when you, after you're done using polymesh and you iron it, that's because you probably have your iron set too high and you're actually starting to melt it, and that's what's causing that puckering and causing the stabilizer to draw in. So, so pre-washing your polymesh is not going to solve that problem unless you wash it in extremely hot water and put it in extremely hot dryer. You might pre-melt it, I guess I should say. But the best way is just to iron it at the correct setting, and you won't have those problems. Here's another one that we hear all the time. Aquamesh and Badgemaster will clog your drains and or cause problems with septic systems. So Aquamesh and Badgemaster are water-soluble stabilizers. And so we get this question a lot when we're out at events or on our Facebook group. People are worried that they may have problems. So it's fiction. They do not clog drains. They do not cause problems with septic. The nice thing with OESD's water-soluble stabilizers is that they completely dissolve. So if you are rinsing your project in warm running water, it's going to completely dissolve before it goes down the drain. You don't need to worry that there's something in there that's going to clog your drainage system. Now, I just want to remind you once again, I'm talking about OESD products. I can't tell you if you're using another brand, you know, if this will be the same result. So just be cautious and be aware. But if you're worried about those things, know that if you're using an OESD, Aquamesh, or Badgemaster, you're going to be just fine with your plumbing systems. And here's another one, speaking of Aquamesh Plus, that you need to soak your project in something besides water. I've heard fabric softener, I've heard bath beads, I've heard all sorts of things when I've been out. So is that fact or fiction? That is also fiction when you're using Aquamesh Plus. So Aquamesh Plus, if you're not familiar with it, Aquamesh is our water-soluble stabilizer. When you see that word plus added to a stabilizer, what that means is it's sticky. And so you would use Aquamesh Plus on things like you see in this picture, the napkin corner, or anything that you want a sticky stabilizer, but you want it to completely wash away. So the good news about Aquamesh Plus is that, like I said before, Aquamesh is completely water soluble, but not only is the Aquamesh in Aquamesh Plus water soluble, so is the adhesive. And so that's why when we say you don't need to use any extra products to help dissolve it, that's usually what the problem is you're needing those extra products to dissolve, to help dissolve that adhesive. So our adhesive is also water soluble, so you do not need to use anything but warm running water when you're rinsing out a project that you used Aquamesh Plus. So no special trips to the fabric or the laundry aisle. So here's another one. Stable stick template sheets cannot be substituted for stable stick cutaway or stable stick tearaway. So the word stable stick is another term that we use at OESD for something that's sticky. So here we have three types of stable stick products: the stable stick template sheets and the stable stick cutaway stabilizer and the stable stick tearaway stabilizer. So can you substitute those template sheets if you run out of cutaway or tearaway? And guess what? That is a fact that you cannot substitute them. So the template sheets, if you've never used them, they are a game changer in your embroidery. If you ever want to make sure that your design is going to land on your project, maybe you're embroidering on a jacket or a t-shirt, and you want to make sure that that design is going to be where you want it to be. You can print with any printer a template of the design, and we have these template sheets. They are reusable, which makes them amazing if you're using them to do an edge-to-edge type quilt. You can just reuse that same template and always have those designs line up and have them connect perfectly. So you can put the template sheet, you'll print your design onto the template sheet, and then you're going to put that onto your project, and then use your machine tools, the moving tools. You can use your projectors, you can use your any type of placement tools that your machine has. So you can use those on with the template sheet to help you line your designs up perfectly. So you can imagine they're really wonderful. But the adhesive on the template sheet is made in a way so that you can use it over and over again, and you cannot stitch through that. That's when you're going to start having maybe some of that adhesive build up on your needle or something like that. So stable stick cutaway and stable stick tearaway are meant to be stitched through. So they have a different type of adhesive. You don't even need to use a specialty needle. I've seen some needles out there that are specifically created to stitch through sticky products, and we have found that we love organ needles. You can buy them on our site. We especially love the titanium organ needles, and they work just fine as long as you're using the correct products. So the stable stick cutaway and the stable stick tearaway you can stitch through, but if you're using those template sheets, then that's when you're going to run into problems. They are not meant to be stitched through. They're just meant for placement. So here's another one I see a lot. We'll see people that say, never ever hoop your fabric. Just float it or baste everything so that your fabric in your project is never actually in the hoop. So this is kind of, I had my own home embroidery business. If any of you have ever been in the commercial embroidery side of it, you know that the thought of floating something was just a concept we didn't even think about. In commercial embroidery, you hoop everything. So when I do more things in the home embroidery, that's when the floating happens, because that's when you're usually embroidering on something other than a shirt or a jacket or something like that. You're doing something a little bit more fun or interesting. So that actually is both. There, it depends. You really have to think about what you're doing. So if there is a project that you can hoop, you want to hoop it. That'll help you avoid registration problems and puckering. Another thing at OESD that we recommend is that you fuse or somehow, before you hoop your project, have your fabric and your stabilizer as one. So you can use one of our fusible stabilizers, one of the stable stick stabilizers, or one of the ones that ends with plus, because that's are also sticky. Or you can even use like a 505 adhesive spray, but it's much easier to hoop if those the fabric and the stabilizer are going into the hoop as one thing. You're not trying to fight them shifting from each other. But like I said, sometimes you are going to do a project that you can't hoop. So there are types of fabrics that the hoop would damage. And that's when you think about velvet, minky, cork is really popular to embroider on right now. I love embroidering on cork. Maybe you are doing leather or vinyl. So any of those, the big fluffy towels that you don't want to hoop. And then there's other things, like if you look at the napkin in the picture here, you notice that it's embroidered on the corner. If I were to hoop that napkin, that corner would not be in my hoop. So things like the corners of napkins, a collar, maybe the bottom of a shirt, there's certain things that you can't hoop just because there's no way to get the part of the project that you want to embroider on into the hoop. So maybe a baseball hat you wouldn't be able to hoop. So those, so you're going to have to consider that. So floating or basting has its place. So when you're looking at your project, just decide, okay, what is, what am I doing here, and how will I get the best result? And I just wanted to show you, we have a lot of fusible and sticky type products. So our poly mesh comes in a fusible version. I love using that when I'm embroidering on t-shirts and sweatshirts. Much easier, and I do hoop those unless they're really small. But that poly mesh helps keep them from shifting or stretching in my hoop. We have Ultra Clean and Tear, which comes in a fusible. Ultra Clean and Tear is probably one of my favorite stabilizers. I love it for things like tea towels and dish towels, and because the nice thing about it is it's a tearaway stabilizer, gives me excellent stabilization on woven items. But when I go to wash it, anything that is not covered in embroidery will just wash away. It kind of disintegrates after 2 or 3 washings. So if I'm doing a towel, I don't have to try and get every single piece of stabilizer. I don't have to tear it away myself. I just know if I wash it a couple of times, that will disintegrate and go away, and the back of my towel will look really nice. So we have Stable Stick, which comes in the cutaway and the tearaway. We also have Ultra Clean and Tear Plus. So that's the same base as the Ultra Clean and Tear Fusible, but the plus means it's a sticky version of it rather than a fusible version. We also have Aqua Mesh Plus. That's a water-soluble sticky stabilizer. And then Hydro Stick, which is a stabilizer that you would use if you need to embroider something that is likely to pop off of the hoop. With Hydro Stick, it's a water activated adhesive, and once the water dries, you cannot remove from the stabilizer until you get it wet again. So I use Hydro Stick on things like grow grain ribbon, where I really don't want it to be able to shift at all, and even the Stable Stick or the Ultra Clean and Tear Plus will possibly cause a little bit of shifting. I also will use it if I'm embroidering on the tongue of a tennis shoe, or anything that I'm worried the weight of it or the type of project it is could shift even using a sticky stabilizer. That Hydro Stick will hold that project in your hoop really well, much better than the others. So if it's got any weight or heaviness to it, that works great. The other thing that sometimes if the type of stabilizer you want to use doesn't have a fusible or a sticky version, 505 spray might be what you would want to use. So that is your real basic lesson on some of those stabilizer questions that you or things that you'll see out there. You've probably seen the information about how to shop for the OESD products. You just go to MolQueen's website, and there's links in there that take you to ours. There's a coupon code, MolQueen, so it's easy to remember. But if you are new to OESD stabilizers, or maybe you take advantage of events to stock up, the Essential Stabilizer Bundle is my favorite bundle. There are several bundles that you will be able to see. So when you're in there shopping, you will see a garment bundle, an applique bundle, several different ones. So check out all of those. But if you just need an all around, like I need the stabilizers that I'm going to use most of the time, the Essential Bundle is a great bundle. It comes with 6, and these are the full size rolls. These are not sample rolls, so they are. This is an excellent value. You also get with this bundle the best of 2020, which is 12 design collections, and they're some of our favorites from 2020. The Zen bookmarks and the freestanding quilted frames, Squeeze the Day, which is one of my favorites. It has that hand embroidered look. A couple of quilting designs, the feathered frills quilting and Celtic quilting, the autumn buildable doilies. That's so fun to and an easy way, if you've never done freestanding lace, the doilies are a great way to start. But we also have the freestanding basket for all seasons in there, which is a dimensional freestanding lace item. And then Thankful Harvest is in there, the flowering snowflakes, and the reverse applique notebook covers, which is a fun in the hoop project. So a really great variety of designs are in that bundle. And so once again, I just want to make sure that to join our Facebook group if you're not a member yet. It's just really fun, and you'll be able to interact with us. And if you have more questions, you'll be able to get those answered. But right now, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we're going to go in and hopefully we can answer some questions now. Okay, so I am back, and so how many questions do we have? Or I don't know if Darren has been, or Jara's been asking or watching for them.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi.
So somebody had asked how they find the umbrella pattern. Is that on your?
That one, the umbrellas that you have sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
I know they're available. I was going to see if they're in, because sometimes I don't know if they're a scissor tail or,
okay.
And oh, they are scissortailstitches.com. So the link that they can take from your website, I believe, takes them to embroideryonline.com. Scissortail Stitches is our sister company, and we love her too. If they go to scissortailstitches.com, that coupon code Mole Queen will still work. So they'll still get 25% off there too.
And some people they put an S on the end of our name. So just know that it's Mole Queen, singular, no S on the end when you're using that code, just to make sure you get your discount.
Okay.
What temperature can you iron the poly mesh?
So if you have a regular standard iron, a lot of times they'll have a nylon or a silk setting, and it's one of the lower settings. That's what I stick with, is probably that first setting. Oh, and so I can see the comments now. So what stabilizer is needed for knits? That would be poly mesh. You would want to use poly mesh. And poly mesh comes in 3 colors.
That's softer for your skin, right?
Right. It's soft for the skin. The other thing is, if you're going to be wearing the item, or you're going to make it for someone who's going to wear it, we have another product called Gentle Touch, which you would put on. It's a fusible, and you would put that on after the embroidery is done, and it would prevent any scratching. And but it's a permanent fuse, so it will help if you have someone that has sensitive skin. Oh, and so what stabilizer for tea towels? I use Ultra Clean and Tear Plus for tea towels, unless I'm going to hoop them, and then I use Ultra Clean and Tear Fusible. Either one works.
Somebody is asking, what's your favorite flavor of aqua mesh?
Oh, really?
Oh.
I wonder who's asking that.
I wonder.
So my favorite flavor of aqua mesh would be probably cherry or grape, but Jordan's favorite flavor of aqua mesh is beef jerky.
There's really no flavors to them, but
There's no, so this is a joke between me and Jordan that goes way back, that that we would kid around, you know, how do you tell the difference between your stabilizers and if you have a wash away or a tear away, and the best way is if you lick it. So we joked that we would have flavored stabilizers for all of you who follow that. But no, I don't recommend that. I recommend that you save the labels with your stabilizers so that you don't have to try to eat them. There's no flavors.
There's another question from Wendy.
So a use date. If your stabilizers are stored in a fairly reasonable temperature with no extremes, they will last quite a long time. I have seen, just from my personal experience, I moved a few months ago and I put my stabilizers in a storage unit that was not climate controlled, and my Ultra Clean and Tear Plus, the sticky Ultra Clean and Tear, was no longer sticky after going through that extreme temperature change. So as long as you keep them in, you know, your sewing room, or, you know, in your house where the temperature is not going from one extreme to the other, you won't have a problem. So what does registration mean? So registration, that's a really good question. So what sometimes will happen if you don't have really good stabilization is that you will embroider your design, and it may have an outline or something, and that outline won't, when you're done and you take it out of the hoop, that outline won't be lined up with the filled part of the inside. So something may be off. So that can happen if you're not stabilizing properly.
Yep. Sometimes we'll see a customer bring in a machine where they only hooped a strip in the middle of stabilizer, and you want to make sure you stabilize all around your hoop. The whole hoop has to be stabilized.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Darren. I've seen that too, where you think, I just need to stabilize the part of the fabric that's going to be embroidered on. Your entire hoop needs to be filled with stabilizer, with at least, you know, maybe an inch around the outside. So good question, or good point.
Cynthia has a question there.
So we have
She's asking
if I do 2 layers of stabilizer, should I go with a lighter or a heavier? That, you know, and it's kind of funny because even, you know, those of us at OESD that have, you know, done this for years, sometimes we have to test things. So if you're ever unsure, you can always test. But one thing to keep in mind is that the stabilizers actually have weights, and if you're ever curious about that, you can either contact us and say, you know, what is the exact weight of medium tearaway and a heavy tearaway? We can let you know, and it's also on our website. And I believe they may have changed it, but it used to be in the packaging. But just know that a medium weight stabilizer, 2 layers of a medium weight stabilizer weigh more than 1 layer of a heavy weight. So sometimes if you need that extra, it's better to use the 2 layers of the medium instead of the 1 layer of the heavy. So how much and what type for a t-shirt that's about 40,000 stitches? So
wow, that's a heavy design.
Yeah, that's a pretty heavy design. I would definitely be using that fusible poly mesh on that design, and I would maybe do a test, but I'm guessing that you're going to need 2 to 3 layers of fusible poly mesh, and I would also use a water soluble topper. It'll make it pop a lot more on the front.
Yep, 40,000 stitches on a t-shirt.
That's a lot of stitches on a t-shirt. You might want to do a sweatshirt. Just saying.
Yep. We don't get Kimberly very often, so please ask your questions. We're caught up with the questions. If you happen to have asked something, sometimes they scroll by so fast that we can only go back so far. But if anybody has a question for the one and only Kimberly,
yeah. So I know
you can ask anything. It doesn't have to be about stabilizer. It could be about gourmet cooking or Ballroom
you-
dancing.
Yeah, I'm good at all of that. You know it. So, oh, Sharon made a good point on that 40,000 stitches. How big is the design? So that would also play into it. Because if it was 40,000 stitches on, you know, a 8x8 design, then it would be a lot different than 40,000 stitches on a 4x4 design.
That was a good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
So does the Ultra Clean and Tear Plus fuse together using 2 layers? So I have done that where I have peeled off the paper and put the 2 Ultra Clean and Tear Pluses together and then stuck them to my project. So yes, they will stick to each other. But make sure you take the paper off. You do not want to embroider through the paper.
The one and only Keith Harder is asking a question here.
Yes, there is. On our
Or a
website,
document.
we have a stabilizer reference guide that you can find, and you should be able to access that even when you're going through Molqueen website, the shopping page. There's some resources in there that will give you some tips. And of course, you can also always contact OESD support at oesd.com or ask on our Facebook group. Do you have a tutorial for embroidering on cork? I would say so. There used to be one. I don't think it's there anymore. But if you go to that design collection called the Cork Notebook Covers, and you don't have to buy the design collection, you can go on our website and read the instructions. It'll give you some helpful hints with cork embroidery, even if you don't own the design collection. You can read the sewing information that's with the design collection without paying for the design. So that'll give you some good hints. When I embroider on cork, I usually use stable stick cutaway. That works best for me. So do you think magnetic hoops work well if you use a lot of magnets to hold the stabilizer? The only time I use magnetic hoops is if I'm hooping everything. So I'm hooping my fabric, and I have a multi-needle machine, and I use some magnetic hoops with that one quite a bit. But I hoop my fabric, I hoop everything with them, and they hold very well. So stabilizer I need for lace work using cotton thread. Whenever you're using any type of freestanding lace designs, you want to use wash away stabilizers. So usually 2 layers of aqua mesh if it's just lace. If you want your lace to be firm when it's done, then we recommend adding Badge Master to it. That will help with that so that it'll stand up. So especially on the structures like, you know, the Nutcracker or a Christmas tree or something, you would want to, the umbrellas and the rocket ship, you would want to use Badge Master for those. Badge Master is still wash away, but it takes a little bit longer to wash out, so it helps maintain that firmness that you want to make those items stand up.
See if there's any.
Darren, weren't we giving prizes away?
Yeah, Kim.
Yeah, where's the prizes?
Yep. Somebody was saying that the code wasn't working on Scissor Tails, so anybody that is interested in something that you can't seem to get, just email Darren at Molqueen.
Yeah, and
we'll
I'll look into that code. We'll figure that out. Since I said it would work, I guess we have to make that happen now.
If you email me, whoever,
Yeah,
there was somebody that was saying it wasn't working, but
okay, I will double check with that. But yeah, go ahead and email Darren, and if there's something that you want there, we'll make sure you get it, and you get it at the discount.
So I know the bundles that you offer are even greater discounts, and one of them is the Expert Embroidery Bundle. That's a $650 prize that we asked for people to share earlier, and we do have a winner. Kimberly, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Is it me?
Jared's going to pop the name up.
Oh, Cynthia Badger. That's awesome. Congratulations. This is has a little of everything when, you know, just everything that you could possibly imagine that you need to embroider. There's a little bit in there.
Cynthia, please email jer@molqueen.com so we can get your address and get that prize to you. And then another prize, because we're going to do 2 from earlier, is the top 10 Isocord thread kit. Jer has a winner for that. That
Carol
is-
Clark, awesome. Congratulations. You get the top 10. Isocord thread is the best thread. Made in Germany, it comes in 423 colors. So you get that, you know, when we have some of those designs that have that shading, especially our tiling scenes from Donna Gelsinger, you want to use the Isocord thread. And especially I see Darren's got some of the thread kits on his table there. Those are, those help you, especially if you're doing those big tiling scenes. You have everything in there that you need.
That's one of the new ones from last
Yeah,
season.
from last fall, Marion Bright. That there's 2 different colorways you can get that thread kit in too. And then
I always love the sketch ones that look like a.
that one's
sketch.
just, you know, you look at that and you think, oh, that's just black and white, but then you look at how many colors of thread are in there, and that's what gives it that dimension.
Yeah, there's a lot of colors. So, Carol, just email jer@molqueen. We'll make sure that we get your address to OESD to get that prize sent out to you. And so we have 2 more prizes, if that's okay.
I love giving stuff away.
So just comment whether you have or you have not used or done an OESD 3D. I'm wondering how many people out there have done that and how many people have not. So even if you have not or whether you have, we will just randomly pick winners. Is that okay, Kimberly?
Yeah.
We're going to give away the other 2 prizes that you're offering us, the 2-pack of garden flags. They're embroidery blank, so you can make your own garden flags.
Yeah, and so you get 2 in the package, but each one is double-sided. So when a 2-pack of garden flags, you can actually have 4 different embroidery designs because they're double-sided. So they come in a way that they're open. And then when you're done embroidering, you can just stitch them shut if you want to. And so you get, so they're reversible. So you, to me, you really are getting 4 garden flags.
That is nice. We're also going to give away that soothing perfect punch tool.
Yeah.
It effortlessly makes a hole in the leather belt.
Yeah.
But it's also used for to clear the loops, right?
Yeah. So it helps with certain projects that have eyelets in them. It also works if you ever are putting rivets in something and you need a hole to get that rivet. So it's really a versatile tool, even for things not embroidery related.
Yeah. I think I might just buy a cheap belt and just make holes all over it because it looked satisfying. Okay, so Jer, have you picked a winner for the garden flags?
Yes, I have.
And the winner is?
Oh, Kathleen, and I don't know if I can pronounce this. Dekneef?
Denif, yeah.
Denif. So we will make sure that you get those, Kathleen. Just email jer@molqueen.com.
Congratulations.
And the perfect punch tool. Are they in
Who's
stock
gonna get
already, the perfect punch tools?
I think Darren's going to win this. I have a feeling. Destiny West. Awesome. Congratulations. You're going to love that punch tool.
And Destiny, if you don't mind, I borrow it first. Just kidding. No, just email Jer and we'll have them drop ship that right out to you. How cool is that? So I'm going to see if there's any last questions. And if not, so get your questions in. We're, what time is it? I don't even know what time it is. I got a clock right here.
12:55.
We do have some time if anybody has any last moment questions. Kimberly, how long have you been doing this?
I think I got my first embroidery machine in 2005. And it was a 5x7 or 4x4, very low end one. And in about 6 months, I had a multi-needle. It it didn't take long for me to realize I'm in this.
Yeah, that's cool. Where do you live?
I live in outside of Cincinnati right now. We just moved here a few months ago, and so I am enjoying. I used to live in Wisconsin, and it was cold, and I'm very happy to be here.
I see Teresa Leonard is out there. Hi, Teresa.
Oh, how can I get the Ultra Clean and Tear Plus? Oh, Ultra Clean and Tear is not a water soluble stabilizer. So rinsing it in running water will not remove it. Getting it wet will deactivate the adhesive. So if you're trying to tear it away from something, that it will help with that. But the only way it's actually a tear away stabilizer. So you would tear away as much as you can, and then after it goes through the wash a few times. So if you put it in a towel and you wash that towel a couple of times, whatever you see is going to just disappear. But it doesn't work just by rinsing it like Aquamesh would work. It's a little bit different. So stabilizer for applique, that depends on a couple of things. So what you're putting the applique on. So if it's a t-shirt, you would use polymesh. If it was a towel, you would use a tearaway. But for the actual applique, you have a product called Applique Fusion Fix, and that is adhesive or it's a sticky or adhesive on one side and fusible on the other. So you can fuse it to your applique fabric and then stick it to your project. And I like it for pre-cut applique, and I will use my my cutting machine, and I will pre-cut all my applique pieces with that attached to them. But you can also cut with scissors, or but it will hold everything in place while you're stitching it out and give you a perfect applique every time.
Well, that's a perfect segue for Brother Scan and Cut. We do.
I
have
know.
those
I was going to say I highly recommend the Disney one.
Yes. Yep, we have 2 different digital cutters, the non-Disney and the Disney.
Yeah. Yep.
Here's another one.
I love my Scan and Cut. So when you rinse freestanding, does it mess up the pipes? So no, it does not. That's one of those fact or fiction that as long as you're using OESD wash away stabilizers, that would be Aquamesh, Aquamesh Plus, and Badge Master. Those are completely water soluble, and as long as you're rinsing in warm running water, you're not going to have any problems because it will dissolve before it even gets to your pipes.
That's cool. Yep, name brand does help.
Yeah. That's why I say I can't speak for other brands. So, if you stick with OESD, you're safe.
Just checking to see if there's any other questions. There's our question master. Right, Jer?
Yeah, I think that's what I am.
Oh, any hints to prevent puckering? So of course, proper stabilization, but one of my favorite products that we have is called Fusible Woven, and it is like a woven interfacing. And if you fuse that to your project before you embroider and then stabilize as normal, so it is not a stabilizer, it's a fabric preparation. But using that product, it's amazing how the puckering will end just by prepping your fabric with Fusible Woven. So that's an OESD product, and those are 25% off today. So comes in black and white, and it's we use that in all of our tiling scenes because there's such a heavy stitch count, and it really helps with the puckering. So do you put water soluble on top of the knit as well? I do. Knits are one of those things that your design can sink down into. So I put water soluble, and when I say water soluble stabilizer, that would be a product that we have called Stitch 2.0, and that does come in the that essential bundle that I showed earlier. But it will help keep your stitches from sinking down. And Stitch 2.0 kind of looks like plastic wrap or something, but it is completely water soluble, and so that will make your knits look a lot nicer, and they will keep those stitches from sinking down into that knit.
The nice thing is when you shop through our link and use that code to check out, everything will be drop shipped right from OESD. So
Yeah.
they're pretty quick about this kind of stuff. Like probably 7 to 14 days, you'll have it.
Yeah,
right?
you'll have it fairly quickly, and any orders over $49 ship free.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you for that too. And we're just making sure there's no other questions. It's wonderful when you ask questions because sometimes it's hard to know what people want. And if you have a question about it, I'm sure there's somebody else out there that has that same question.
Very
Maybe
true.
they didn't think of it.
Every question is a good question. I love them. The stabilizer bundle, the essential stabilizer bundle. It should be, if you go to Mulqueen and link over, it should be the first.
I can do it. I'll show it real quick.
There's gonna take me away and oh no, I guess I get to stay there.
We get to stay. So on our homepage, it's just mulqueen.com. Then if you click on the live event specials right here and scroll down, if you have not yet gotten your bingo card, it's right there. We're going to call a few more numbers out in a little bit. But then if you scroll down, the first portion of today was with Jordan, and this second portion with Kimberly is going to be right here. And then that's going to be, if you click on that, you're going to see all of your essential stabilizer bundles. But when you get into here, it shows your coupon code. So it's Mulqueen is the coupon code. So you just type that in at checkout. And then as you scroll down through this whole thing, you can see the different bundles. So right here is the essentials bundle. You don't get to use the Mulqueen code for it because it is already marked off basically 75% off of what it is originally. So take advantage of that if you've been looking to try out some OESD stabilizers, because you won't go wrong with a big bundle like that, so you can try a little bit of each one. So Darren's over there being the boss, giving pricing out on different things. Slacker, you know. We had these 2 days allotted for this, and he's over there doing what he does every other day.
It's his nature.
Yep. So let's see. Get a few more questions, maybe.
Somebody needed a price on a brand new machine, so I have to make sure I give it.
All right. So someone said that they asked for quilt labels. She heard that 60 weight embroidery thread is recommended. Do you carry?
Oh, that's a really good question. So a lot of times with small lettering, companies will recommend a 60 weight embroidery thread. And it probably depends on the design that you're using, but any of OESD's quilt labels or anything, we have the recipe towels and those types of collections, we use the 40 weight isocord thread. Our digitizers are so skilled that they are able to digitize small lettering that works with regular 40 weight isocord thread. So we don't sell the 60 weight thread just because in our experience, if you're using high quality thread like isocord, you don't need it.
All right. So one person wanted to know if they put the thread box in their order, will they still get 25% off when you finally get it back into stock?
it should work that way. But just a warning that those, it may be a little bit of time before they come back into stock, but it should still work. You should still, you'll pay for it today and we'll ship them as soon as they come in. Those are a really good value. And those thread boxes are so nice. I don't know if you can see behind me, but I have quite a collection of the OESD thread boxes. I love them.
They're great. They're nice to be able to see exactly what colors are inside of them. It's not just a drawer and that you have to pull out. You can kind of gauge what's inside that one.
Yeah. And they're sturdy. They hold up really well.
They fit Isocore thread perfectly.
Yes.
Very nice. Sonali is asking. Oh, she's just saying that it's the best tearaway. Sonali feels that OESD is the best she's ever tried.
I agree.
All right. I think, Darren, you know what time it is?
What time is it?
I think it's bingo time.
Is it bingo time?
Yeah, it's bingo time.
Kimberly, get your bingo card out.
Oh, I still have to go and get mine. I'm sure that I'll win.
But the next numbers that we have, we pulled 3 more. It's going to be I-16.
That's Interstate 16. That's in Kimberly's neck of the woods.
and N24, or sorry, N40, and then I-24. So I'll post those up there. So we have B12, I-27, O73, I-21, N37, B9, B9, I-19, B6, O62, I-16, N40, and I-24. And that's the last time that I will be reading them all consecutively.
Kimberly, we haven't had a winner yet. We need a winner.
Yeah. Well, it looks like if someone had a really good row of I, they'd be there.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't have any comments yet about it.
Kimberly, can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
My kids and my wife, Janae, they wanted to get out of the house, so we borrowed my mother and father-in-law's RV, and we drove to California to the beach. We had stopped at a Love's gas station on the way, and it was so busy, and I'm driving this big RV that I'm like not used to, so I wanted to run into Love's real quick. So I acted like my hose was still in, even though I was done getting gas. And then when my son and I came back out, I got in the car like I was going to drive away because I forgot that there was a gas hose in the side of the RV. And the guy that was waiting behind, because it was so busy, he started honking his horn, and he got out of his car and was yelling that the hose is in your RV. But I almost ripped the hose out of the gas station. And then when I finally got that put up, when we turned left out of the gas station to get back on the freeway, the side door flung open. And so the kids were screaming that the door is open. We were like the Griswolds.
I was going to say, it sounds like vacation. That's too
Mary
funny.
Page is asking, did you call I-17? No.
I don't see that one.
That's a local interstate here.
Yeah, all of the numbers that we've called so far are on that banner below. So
I was driving to California. The wind was so bad. There was like some wind warning for Californians on Monday and Tuesday. I was like turning the steering wheel almost all the way sideways to stop the RV from going off of the road. I hope Jerry and Kara are not watching this to know that happened to their RV.
You may never get to borrow it again.
I was told I need to do better on the bingo numbers because they only have one so far.
Oh, really? Yeah. Actually, I haven't checked, but I only had a couple on mine. But all right. Well, Kimberly, I don't know if you want to stay on all day. You can with us. That's okay.
a lot. Well, it sure has been fun. I am just, like I said, at OESD, we just love working with everyone at Mole Queen. So thanks so much for inviting us to do this, and hopefully we'll do it again.
Thanks, Kimberly. I know it was a little different than what we normally do with you guys, so I thank you for kind of changing your program up to help us with this and
Yeah, well,
give us some insight.
we will accommodate you anytime.
That is awesome. So everybody here at Mole Queens, thank you, Kimberly. We'll let you know if any other questions come up.
All right. Well, thank you so much. You can go ahead and give everyone Jordan's personal cell phone number, and if they have any other questions.
I will get that out. Thanks, Kimberly. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. That was awesome. We love learning about OESD, their stabilizer, right, and their thread.
I love all of their designs, especially the free lace or the freestanding lace ones.
Yep. And if you do sign up for the Spree Club, whether it's monthly or yearly, you get everything that they come out with just automatically will be automatically just in your Spree Club. It'll be on a USB stick every month. It'll be in the store if you choose to pick it up here, or it'll be mailed to your house if you choose the mailing option to your home every month.
Darren, I'm getting hounded. I need to call more numbers.
Okay, let's get a winner here.
We do 3 more?
Sure, please.
All right. O66, B14, and G53. There's all your numbers.
Read them across, Jer. Oh, wait, you said the last time was...
All right, I'll read them across. B12, I27, O73, I21, N37, B9, I19, B6, O62, I16, N40, I24, O66, B14, and G53.
That was a little too fast. Read it slowly.
I'm not reading that again.
Yep, I see there's a tag there. Darren needs a haircut, and Darren definitely does.
Natalie Grenga. She got bingo last time.
Natalie?
What's your card number, Natalie?
Patricia is 1 away from bingo. So Natalie's going to give us her number, and don't worry.
It has to be in a row.
Yes, it has to be in a row. We're not doing corners or anything this time. Just
so up
diagonal.
And down, left to right. It can be a diagonal.
Yeah,
too?
I'm okay with a diagonal.
Okay.
Are you okay with a diagonal?
I guess.
Okay.
332.
332. We're gonna give it a little test here.
In fact, is a bingo.
Lo and behold. Yep. And so we have our first bingo winner. I have a feeling that we will get a lot faster as time goes on, because you got to keep your cards. Anybody that is out there still playing with us.
But we restart tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, right?
Yeah, we restart all the numbers tomorrow, but it's the same card.
Same card, just print off a new one? Yes, you print off a new card because yours is probably all, unless you have a different color or something you can mark for tomorrow. Are there new numbers, Jackie? They're on the screen there. And so keep these cards. We're not stopping, even though there's a winner. We have 4 more winners that we can do, or more, whether Jer will allow it, because this is all coming out of his paycheck. And so we are going to continue with winners. Who is the winner there? Is that Jackie?
The winner was Natalie Gring.
Natalie.
No, you don't clear your numbers. You keep these numbers until the end of the day. So we're gonna just continue this list for hours, and then at the end of the day is when you can clear your card and
for tomorrow.
For tomorrow. So,
but keep all your numbers on there, because you're a lot closer to winning. Some people are 1 away, and Jared said he sees which number you're 1 away, and he's
tell me which number you're 1 away from, and then I'm just not gonna call that one.
Or you can make him cookies or something.
Make him cookies.
You might.
Bingo card number 540. Let's check that one.
I guess I did an audible and added
she did
diagonals.
Yep, she did get a bingo. So who is this? 540. Karen Chalcraft.
The first person to post got the first prize, and you get the second prize. But remember, everybody, we're going to continue playing, so don't stop watching. At 2 o'clock, we have a gentleman named Joe and a gentleman named Jamie from the Reliable Iron Company. They also do ironing boards. We'll have steam generator irons. We have different bundles that we've created. They're going to be on our website. Jared will go there here in a moment to show you how easy it is to find the links for OESD and for everything else that we're going to be showing here today. 2 o'clock, I can't wait to see this ironing board, actually. It's something brand new that is not ultimately unveiled here because it has been shown before, but it is so new that we've not seen it or ever had it in our store. But we have them on order and they're on their way here. So if you order, we will be shipping out irons right away.
Darren, do we take Synchrony? And
We sure do. We do Sewing and More here in the store.
we even take, I think we take Bitcoin now.
Bitcoin? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
Honestly, if someone wanted to pay in Bitcoin, I don't think we'd have an issue with that.
How do you accept Bitcoin? I don't even know how to do
You
that.
send it through a wallet.
I don't have a wallet. I got a wallet in my pocket.
I got a wallet. I have a Bitcoin wallet.
The Reliable Company, they have these cool lights, and they send them to test. They have 3 different colors. Like I guess it's to find the.
I can't wait to see Darren lay on the ironing board.
Yes, I don't have one here for this event, but maybe we can talk Joe or Jamie at the. They're in Canada. They're going to be live with us here at 2 o'clock, showing the ironing board. But if we sell out of them, I will lay on one for our next live event, which would be in April.
Perfect.
We're gonna do this again in April.
You want, the two of us can sit on top of it, put it
Yeah.
to a real torture test.
Yeah. We have electric quilter coming on EQ8. I think they have a new product that'll be in April. So anybody that's into quilting and you like creating your own quilt blocks, they're going to come on in April. I'm excited for that. We'll be giving the schedules out here in a couple of weeks, most likely.
Are we going to take a little break?
Yep. I just want to show you one of the OESDs that I've done. These little Minky monsters. It's on their website. There's a ton of them. We did an event called Fan Fusion here in Arizona. It's like Comic-Con, and we embroidered a whole bunch of those out. And my brother Ken printed on a digital printer our logo, and we ironed that onto the back of those little monsters, and we handed them out like business cards. It was kind of cool. Right, Jer? Jer made a couple of these.
Those are K's.
Oh, those are K's.
You have to give all the credit due to K.
But she had made them for Jer for the weekend because he does need something like that.
Yeah, just when I go out because it's raining in Arizona all the time.
Yep. So would you please tell how to get a bingo card again for Martha Russell?
Yep, I'll show you.
Jer's
Right
going to
now.
actually show you how to shop for OESD. This is live, but the special can be watched and still taken advantage of after this is over this weekend. So if you're watching the replay of this, get your orders in soon if you're interested to take advantage of the 25% off. You have 2 days, any purchase, any amount, you'll be entered into winning the that grand prize called the OESD Spree Club. So we're going to give away a $5,000 value prize to one lucky shopper from our OESD. And there, I'm going to let Jared describe how to find OESD and Reliable and Gina Perkes and how to get your bingo card.
So, if you go to our website, molequeen.com, it's got to be ingrained in your heads by now. But that's our logo. That's like our whole brand is molequeen.com, Mole Queen. So, is it?
I had my mic off, but that's our last name as well, Jer.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
I was just checking my license to make sure. All right. So if you go to molequeen.com, on the very front page, it's going to say live event specials. That's what you see right there with all the balloons. So when you click on that guy, it's going to bring up, if you click on this first link here, that's our YouTube channel.
Will you click on that?
Click on it?
Yeah.
I can do that. We might get a little bit of feedback.
See where it says subscribe?
Yeah.
If you're new, please click on that. And then when you click on that, it'll give you an option to hit a bell. If you click on that, you'll be notified anytime we go live, so that you can watch it at any time. But we're trying to build up our subscribers. So please tell your friends to subscribe as well.
I don't have any.
You don't have any friends?
Just you. All right. So the first thing right here is where you get your bingo card. So if you have not done so already, you can do it there. It's only one card per person or one card per email. So the next thing is the OESD with Jordan. So that was where Jordan explained kind of the processes in which they go about making all of their new designs and whatnot. The next one is the stabilizer that we just had with Kimberly. So you can click on both of those right there. It'll take you to OESD's website, so you can purchase everything there. And then you're going to use the code MOLEQUEEN. On both of those links, you can use the code MOLEQUEEN, and you get 25% off all of your purchases there, apart from very select items. They're bundles, as well as the OESD Spree Club. So you can do that. We do not carry fire rated thread. We carry quilting thread and embroidery thread, basically, is the gist of it. We don't carry anything industrial, anything like that. We carry Madeira thread. We have access to all of it. We don't carry any of that stuff.
Marguerite, all the chairs there was some that were unfortunately back ordered. The button chairs, the button print. We did get a lot of chairs in. I don't know if there's any others. There were some colors that might have been out as well.
What does OESD stand for?
Oklahoma Embroidery
Supply and Design.
There you go. I'm glad you knew the last two because I forgot.
I think that's what it is.
Yes, I think so too. We've been way back when I was this tall.
That was never a thing.
No. We were doing embroidery takeout, and it was like we had an old computer that you would just come and sit at the computer. You would look at all the designs that were available from OESD, and you would put a CD in. We would burn that design collection for you, and you took it home with you.
Remember back when the turnstiles, what was it, Acorn?
Dakota Collectible. There was a company that would travel the country from embroidery store to embroidery store to refill their turnstile racks. Anybody out there remember those? Those were kind of cool. I guess it got too expensive for them, and they stopped doing that program. But we wound up buying our turnstiles.
So we'll take a little break, let you guys surf the internet, go on our website as well as OESD's website. Our website is all 20% off on everything that we can give you 20% off on. So Darren, actually, we're selling Darren's truck on our website for 20% off.
Yep. I didn't know it was on there, but somehow they got it on there. If you can find it, you'll win a prize. Just kidding. Not on there. Right?
Better.
It's not on there, is it?
It might be. It would be kind of funny to just put it on there. But I'm
gonna list the bingo numbers one more time.
I'll put those guys up.
Somebody asked what email it comes from, and I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
If you have a second email address, you could always sign up for another bingo card. But it's just a company that we Googled and found My Free Bingo or something like that, and we have to pay them for it because we're trying to keep it like organized and legitimate. So we're paying for the bingo cards, and we don't have much control over if somebody lost theirs and that, unfortunately. But hopefully you can ask somebody else who you might have around that could just register with their email address to get another bingo card if you're missing one. We're going to take a little bit of a break. At 2 o'clock, we have Joe and Jamie from Reliable Iron Company to show what this is all about. I'm excited for that. It's, I think, on sale for $49 for a LED light. They're irons. We're going to reset our table to put some of their irons on it. We have some bundles where you get the iron arrest and some iron cleaner. It's a Mulqueen bundle. And I have this little prize pack that is so full I can't zip it up that we're going to give with the purchase of any iron. I'm going to clean off my table here and stack out some irons, and we're going to meet up with Joe and Jamie in what, about a half hour?
Yep, about 35 minutes. 30.
Maybe right before then we'll draw some more bingo numbers and we'll give away a prize.
Perfect.
During, like our own non-bingo prize just for being with us. We thank you for spending the day with us.
All right, Darren. I'll see you later.
Okay, we'll see you in about a half hour.
All right, bye, Darren.
Okay. Hello?
Test,
Coming on with me?
testicle.
Oh, you come on with me.
I'll come on with you.
Yeah.
Oh, look at each other.
Huh?
Hey, Darren. Like, cause that's how we signed off.
Hey. Let me get my haircut.
Hey, Darren.
Hey, Jer.
Welcome back.
Hey, we're back. We're back for some more fun. I got all these lights and irons on my table.
Your future is just as bright as that table is right now.
It is. We're going to learn about these cool lights with the different colors and brightnesses. Very reasonable. I'm excited. They're called Uber Lights irons. We have a special, you'll see on our website that you get 3 pieces with the bundle. It's a MolQueen exclusive bundle. And we have a cool zippered pouch that has all sorts of goodies in. That we have about 30 of these while supplies last. Any iron or ironing board, wait until you see this ironing board. You'll get this extra free gift that's not even on our website, but we have some while supplies last. We are excited. We've always carried irons. Did you know that, Jeremy? We've always kind of dabbled in them.
Well, we would carry them. There's really no other way to hold it. You have to carry it.
We have to carry them to do
Yep.
that. Yep. And the models that we used to carry that started with a letter R and ends with ENTA, we would find that they would start leaking. Like they went through a big change, and so we were kind of frustrated. And so we found this company called Reliable Iron. They are based out of Canada, and we've carried them now for quite a while. We haven't carried their lights, but now we will. They're amazing. We're excited about learning about all of this stuff.
So they're reliable,
They're Uber lights from Reliable,
but
the
the company
irons-
is reliable.
Yep. And one iron that I don't have out is the steam generator iron. I don't know how many of you have ever wanted one of those or heard about them, but we're going to see one right now. We have a special offer on it as well, all on our website. So if you see something exciting that you just want to get before they're gone, because you do get a free gift with purchase, you can shop molqueen.com. You can see we got the, I always go the wrong way. Why is it always backwards? molqueen.com. Click on the balloons for the special events and shop while you can. You can close out as many carts as you want through the next 2 days, or you can wait until the end. But just because an item is in your cart, it's not necessarily going to hold it. So I just want you to.
If it's kind of not, it's not while supplies last, but the faster an item is purchased, the better chance you have of not having to wait for it to come into us. So, you know what time it is?
What time is it?
It's bingo time.
Okay, we're going to do a couple of quick bingo calls, and then we're going to get Joe and Jamie in here just in a few moments.
All right, so the next 3 numbers, we have G48, O72, and O64. So
Got your bingo card.
these all started from left to right. So right where it says bingo calls on this banner, if you read from left to right, that's the oldest to newest. So the newest ones are G48, O72, and O64. Do we have a bingo? First one.
We've had 2 bingos.
We've had 2 so far. We have 3 left for today. Junie Ponikvar. Judy, what's your card number?
Yay, Judy. We'll have to see if.
And then Joyce Jesco got the next one.
Oh, wow. So as we're gathering up our bingo people, if you know for sure, Jared will check them here. You know you have bingo, just make sure you email Jer, G-E-R, at molqueen.com to give him your email address, say you won, and he will email you the molqueen.com gift card.
All right, so we're checking Judy's 908.
Judy,
That's a bingo.
he's got almost 2 bingos.
Almost. So that's that. So Judy, you win, and then 890 is the other one. Joyce, you got a bingo as well. So congratulations to the two of you. If you go ahead and email me at ger@molequeen.com, you can go ahead and receive your virtual gift card there. So you can use that in the store as well as on our website. So thank you so much for playing. We got one more prize, one more bingo prize left. So after this presentation, we'll go ahead and call hopefully the last few numbers, but we still have some more stuff to give away after that. So
if you don't mind, we'll give away a molequeen.com gift card just for sharing our event. If you share it to your friends, say you gotta see this iron company coming on, and just say done. All you have to do is share to at least one person and then comment done. Towards the end of this segment, we will pick another winner for another gift card. It all comes out of Jer's pay, so we're going to keep giving them out as long as Jer says that it's allowed, right, Jer?
I mean, I didn't say it was allowed to begin with, but I
Okay.
guess we'll go from here.
No, but go ahead and share it. Share our feed. Tell people that you must see this ironing board coming up and this steam generator iron and these lights, and then just comment done, and we will pick another winner here in a few moments. And without further ado, I would like to bring in Joe and Jamie from the Reliable Company, all the way from Canada.
Hey, Darren, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Doing well.
Nice to
Right, right?
see you. It looks like there's sunshine in your background. Is that true? It's not a snowy day?
That's true. No, it's actually quite nice out today. Not as nice as where you are, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's no snow here. Not right now, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm very excited. I did mention that I could probably lay on top of the ironing board, and so somebody has already commented that they can't wait to see that. So I did say if we sell out of the ironing boards on our next live event, I will be laying on top of one of them. Just to warn you guys.
Oh, great.
Yep. But I'm excited. We got our little table set up, but not open like yours. So I'm very excited to have people get introduced to Reliable. You guys have been around since the 50s, right?
Yeah, 1955.
That's a long time, and you started in the home like garment care, didn't you? Is that?
We actually started off doing sewing machines.
Oh, cool.
And we still do that as part of our business, but we got into the garment care within the past 25 years.
Only 25?
Only 25. Only
That's
25.
amazing. Yep. Well, I'm excited. I'm gonna bow out here and let you guys do your thing, and we're excited to see all of those products you have there in front of you.
Perfect. Sounds great. So hello, everybody. My name is Joe, and this is Jamie. Hi, everybody. We're from Reliable Corporation, and we are calling you currently from Toronto, where the sun's a little bit lower in the sky than it is where you are, I'm sure. But first off, I just want to thank Darren and the Mulqueen team for allowing us to be, or inviting us to be part of this awesome event. And we've got a lot of cool things to show you over the next little bit. Just, letting you know about our products and how they're going to help make your life easier. You can feel free to ask questions at any time during the presentation. If we're busy and we don't happen to see it at the time, we apologize in advance, but no worries at all, because at the end, any that we missed, we'll come back and we'll answer them at the end. I think we're also going to have a Q&A at the end as well for any questions if you want to wait until we're done showing you everything. I guess I'll start by, Darren kind of started us off, a little bit of history about Reliable. We've been around since 1955. We're a second generation family owned business. The current owner, Robert, took over from his father, Milton, in the 80s. And we started off in sewing machines, like I said, industrial sewing machines, and moved into the garment care industry and irons and steaming equipment. in the 90s, and have just been working on finding the best products we possibly can and perfecting them, and listening to our customers and hearing what sort of feedback and what sort of challenges they're running into, so that we can make the best products possible and make your life easier. So I know we're all dying to get into the irons because I'm sure you all use these all the time. But before you can iron, you need to have something to iron on. So Jamie, would you like to take it from here?
Yeah. So going to start off with our 320 LB ironing board. We're really proud, really excited about this board. It's done really great, and we're really excited to bring it to you today. The first one I'll let you know with our ironing boards is, Reliable, we got our really start in the professional world. So we sell high-end professional vacuum boards. They're used in back-end shops and really high-end brand names. When you get your suit, you get it all tailored. That magic that happens in the back room, that's all done with Reliable products. We've taken our knowledge and our expertise in those areas and brought them into your home with some great home products. All of our ironing boards are made in Italy. So, it's in our name, Reliable. We really believe in quality. So obviously we want to make sure we bring something that has the best quality to you. So all of our ironing boards are made in Italy, not just because I like to go to Italy to go see our sourcing partners, but really we just believe in the quality that comes out of an Italian-made product. And all of our ironing boards come with a 10-year warranty on the frame. So this frame will never break. It's really sturdy, which is really important for ironing. We really believe in the ironing experience. As we take you through with our compact vapor generator irons as well right after this, we really understand that we believe in the process of ironing and the things that you need. So all of our ironing boards have a mesh backing, as you can kind of see at the one back here. This doesn't have a cover on it. That allows the steam to go through the board, right? So you don't want to get rust. You don't want to have dampness inside of your cover. So the mesh is very important. We put a lot of work in that to allow the steam to go through. So you don't get that moisture in the cover. You don't get that moisture on your board that rusts your board or reduces the lifespan of your board. So really great board that way. It goes from 30 to 38 inches, so you can adjust the height to whatever height you prefer. It also comes with a locking mechanism at the back, so when you do fold it up and you store it away, it's got a locking mechanism. And ask Joe here to hold this one up. Sure. And in front here. So this is the standard board. So you're going to get this that comes inside of it. It comes with a great iron rest at the end. Joe pointed the iron rest at the bottom for me. Yep. You kind of see it off screen here. The iron rest allows you to hold a variable different kind of irons in different kind of ways. So if you have a larger iron station, you can put the whole iron station on there. If you have a traditional iron shape like you see here, you can put it down on it. It has little silicone nubs on it that allows you to rest the iron. Just slide out of the way here. Let me show this here. So you can set the iron flat, or you can bend the little tabs down and then set the iron on a little bit of an angle there. I don't know if you can see it right there on the screen, but it's kind of at this angle, and it sits in there nice and snug. And it's got these little silicone nubs, so it doesn't get really hot. So a lot of work and thought went into the iron rest, how it's positioned, and how it's ready for when you're done ironing to put your iron inside. The other part we put into the board is our cover. So our cover technology has our Varifoam memory foam cover technology. So this is the cover here. And Joe will hold that up again for me. And as you can see from the back side, it has a memory foam backing. So what the memory foam does is it doesn't absorb water. It allows things to pass through it very quickly, and it's also nice and soft, right? So it's a really nice work surface for you for when you're doing your iron, and it really gives a really great ironing experience. So we're really proud and excited about the Varifoam experience. So what you see there is our standard cover. It's an oversized board, so it's a larger board to work with. This is great for doing your ironing for your clothes, your shirts, and all like that. We understand a lot of people don't like that shape. They want a nice big square shape for when they're doing their larger ironing. So what we've developed here, and I'll come out here and join. I'll grab the extension. Yep. And we'll show you here as a quick demonstration, so just so you can see. So this is the standard board. It also comes with this great extension. And what this extension does, when you slide it on, and as Joe slide it on, it's not how you would slide it on, you put it together. But what it does, we got to put it together, but it's okay, you'll get the point. We can get it caught on. There we go. There we go. There we go. It turns it into a square board. This is the one that Darren's going to sleep on later. And it's a 55-inch large square board. It comes with both covers. So you get the traditional style cover for the oversized board, as well as the cover for this 55-inch 2-in-1 board. So we're really excited about that. So this is the board all put together here. You can see it comes with a clothes rack here. So this is great for when you're, step back around on the camera. That's great for when you're done with something. If you have it folded, you can put it down there. Or if you're doing a whole bunch of things and you don't want to throw them on the floor, you can leave them there and then pull them up and do them one at a time as you go on. So the clothes rack is a very important thing. The last thing I want to talk to you about is our Connex heat zone. So Joe, just mind grabbing the cover there for me. Yep. So we really believe in reliable, as I said, about the ironing experience. And I'm sure a lot of you have done a lot of ironing. You do this all day, right? You iron, and then you do the tilts. You iron, and then you do the tilts. And if you do a lot of ironing, that can be hard on the wrist. It can really start to hurt. So a lot of people, including ourselves, have wonderful silicone iron pads that we sell that are also available, and you can put that right onto the iron. We've taken that one step further and added our Connex heat zone onto the cover. So you can see Joe holding it up there. And this last kind of section on the cover is a heat-resistant zone. And you can just do your ironing and slide your iron right on top, move around, do whatever you do, and it is going to be perfectly safe. This Connex heat zone is a heat-resistant material. It's the same material they use on firefighters. It's the same on firefighter jackets. So it is heat-resistant. It's flame-resistant too. So it's good to over 500 degrees. So your iron is never going to leave a mark, anything ever on that. So as I said, you do your ironing on the ironing board, get everything, move it into your heat zone, move over, grab your next piece, rearrange what you need to do, and you keep ironing. And when you're all done ironing, you can lift it up and put it right into your iron vest. And that, all those great features is in our 2-in-1 reliable ironing board. All right. So now Joe's going to take you through our Velocity Compact Vapor Generator irons and show you why we think they're some of the best irons in the market.
Absolutely. Excuse me. So we've got two irons to show you here, our Velocity irons. We've got our 260 IR as well as our 230 IR. So I'll talk about the 230 first. Actually, before I even get into that, I guess I'll talk to you about our compact vapor generator technology. So a little bit of history. As most of you probably already know, the way a steam iron generally works is the way the iron works is the sole plate gets really hot, and then you have a trigger. And when you pull the trigger, it sprays water on the sole plate, and the sole plate has to be hot enough to instantly turn that water into steam. What happens though is if you spray too much, then the sole plate will eventually cool in temperature, and that's when the water is going to start running down, and that is what is going to cause you to get leaking. What we've done is instead of having the requirement that sole plate's hot, is we actually have what we call our compact vapor generator, and this is an iron that we chopped in half. That kind of shows you what the inside looks like, but you can see this area here is the compact vapor generator, and what it acts as is kind of like a mini boiler. So the water goes in here and turns into steam before it ever goes anywhere near your sole plate. So what happens, water goes in, turns to steam, so that when you need your steam, in this case, these have a sensor handle, but if it had a trigger, you pull the trigger and it just pushes the steam right through. What that allows us to do is have our sole plate at lower temperatures if we desire, which can make it safe for all kinds of fabrics. So you never have to worry about burning or shining. So that's the compact vapor generator. The other thing that it allows us to do is have consistent sole plate temperature. So what will happen with a lot of traditional irons is they will have different, the spot that the water has to go onto has to be much hotter than the rest of the iron, and because it doesn't have a consistent temperature throughout. And what that means, so that it can still keep turning the water into steam. But what that means is, if that spot is really, in order to get the rest of the colder spots hot, you need to crank your iron temperature way up, and then that leaves you with hot spots, which aren't ideal for ironing because it can, again, increase your chances of burning. With the velocities, that's never a worry. Another thing that's fantastic with the iron, and I have personally, I have the 230 at home, so that's this guy here. Is, I don't know if you can see on the video, I'll put it in front of my good background here. But as soon as I put my hand on the handle, steam comes pouring out. As soon as I take my hand off the handle, immediately it stops. So you don't have to worry about, if you're ironing for a long time, pulling the trigger all the time. You can just hold on to it, and then as soon as you put it down, it stops. So it's a great way to be able to steam for a long time without having to pull a trigger. And as soon as you touch it, it's ready for steam whenever you want. Of course, the steam can toggle on and off. So if I want to use just as a dry iron, I can just turn off the steam button. And the other thing, I guess I'll get into specifics now between the 230 versus the 260. But the other cool thing, the main difference between them is that the 230 has two temperatures. So like I said before, it can have a cooler sole plate temperature that's safe for all fabrics. That's the auto function. So I guess I can bring that up and show them where it looks like. So I guess you can see there. So that's your steam button that you can toggle on and off. Again, if that's on and you touch the handle, steam will just come pouring out right away. It's got the auto function, which is safe for all fabrics. So when that's engaged, your sole plate temperature isn't cool enough to touch like I am right now, but it is cool enough to prevent shine or burning on your clothing. And if you are doing linens or something like that, it does have a turbo function. So if you hit that turbo function, it kicks it into high gear. So steam will come pouring out, your sole plate gets nice and hot, and great for pressing out creases and that sort of thing. So for me, who mostly just does dress shirts, the 230 is fantastic, but it's great option as well for, if you just have a couple of fabrics you work with a lot, and those temperatures work for you. Another thing, so now the difference between that and the 260 is that the 260, the main difference is that it has 8 different settings. So this is great for quilters, sewists who want to get that perfect temperature, perfect steam levels for whatever it is that you're ironing. And then that way, you can just make sure you get the optimal setting for whatever material you're using. Another cool thing about these irons, and I guess I'll pick that from you, Jamie. Where did our penny go? Do you have it in the pocket? Oh, is it? We didn't lose it? Yes, we have, so a fun little story. We have one penny in this whole office, and it's actually an American penny, which is funny because in Canada we got rid of our pennies. So trying to find one was a little bit of a, a challenge. But the nice thing about this anodized aluminum sole plate is you can scratch it with a screwdriver, or if you're going through any metal buttons, anything like that. It is 100% scratch proof. And along with that anodized aluminum, what it allows you to do is to just glide effortlessly across your fabric as well. So you never have to worry about scratching the sole plate and then having to get a new iron or something like that as a result of it. Yeah, so that's the other main thing I forgot to mention.
It's the best feature of them all.
It's the best feature of them all.
So, as Joe said, the compact vapor generator allows you to generate a ton of steam at great temperatures, and it's steam that gets rid of those wrinkles. So we're really proud of the steam method. It's great. But we do know a lot of people out there, like us, have long steaming times. And as you can see, the irons have been sitting here for quite a while. I haven't touched them. And what happens to everyone's irons? They turn off. They auto off. So these do come with an 8-minute auto off. It's 30 seconds if it does fall on its side. But what this does have as a great feature is the ability to disable the auto off. So by holding the steam button for 5 seconds, the unit will beep at you, and the auto off is disabled. And as you can see here, we can leave it here for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and as soon as you pick it up, you're ready to go, you're at full temperature. So we do recommend you don't try to leave it on for 8 hours, 12 hours a day. Obviously, it'll reduce the lifetime of your iron. But for those times where you do have a longer ironing experience and you want to iron for 2-3 hours, but you don't want to have to keep touching your iron every 8 minutes so the auto off doesn't disable, you can disable the auto off and away you go. And every time you pick it up, you're ready to steam and ready to start your iron. It's one of our favorite features that we've come up with. Yeah, for sure. All right. Yeah. So that is the 230 and the 260 IR irons. We're really excited, and the feedback we get from the market is really exciting. It has 350 milliliters of water, all the standard features you expect, detailed tip from everybody. You can do vertical steaming with this. Obviously, as we hold it up and do steaming. And what's best about this with the compact vapor generator is I can hold this sensor for 17 minutes, and that's how long it'll take for the tank to run out, and you will not get any leaking. There is no drips, there is no leaking, just steam. That compact vapor generator does its job. And I always say, try to do this with anybody else's iron, and you know what happens after a couple minutes. You start doing this, and you're just spraying water everywhere. I'm holding this. I can hold this for 15 minutes, 17 minutes, depending on how much water we have left in here, and it's going to continually steam and steam away, and you're never going to get any dripping. And I know everyone hates dripping iron. So the reliable velocity irons, the 230 and the 260 IR, are perfect for whatever you need.
Absolutely, and as Darren mentioned, I think he's got some really cool specials going on over at MulQueen, so definitely check that out. Cool. Yeah. Next product, we've got our Maven 120IS. So this is, it's got actually, you can lift the whole thing up like this and carry it around, but that's not how you're going to use it when you're actually ironing. This is a handy little lock on the front, I don't know if you can see from over there, which releases your iron if you want to lock on. The main calling of this iron is not only does it have its 4 settings, but it also has a nice 1 liter capacity. So when the 350 milliliters of the velocity isn't enough, then you've got a full 1 liter fully removable capacity that you can take out, refill. You can do it while the iron's on, no issues there. And it makes it really easy to refill for those times when you're just ironing nonstop. The other nice thing is because the base has all the technology, well, not all the technology, but a lot of the guts of the machine are in the bottom, as well as your water reservoir. It means that this part of the iron is very light. So again, if you're spending a long time doing your ironing all day and you don't want your arm to get tired, then this is a great option as well. This doesn't have the sensor handle that the velocities do. Instead, it is a trigger activated with steam, which a lot of you are probably used to. And it has 4 different steam settings to go through, for the different fabrics you're using.
We've also introduced a very innovative cleaning feature into this iron. So if you hold the program button on the top and the steam button at the same time, it releases cold steam, what I like to call, which is a bunch of water and steam all together. You do it over a sink or into a bucket. That helps clear out all of the gunk and stuff like that can get in the little holes when you're creating steam. So it's a really great way to clean your iron. It also comes with a nice filter. Joe can just pop out the filter there. So it's got a removable filter. The filter is going to last you 9 months to a year, depending on your hard water. So if you do have really hard water, it's a great iron for you that way. You'll have to replace the filter a little bit sooner, but it'll work really well. If you do have hard water, we understand when you take water and you boil it and you create steam, you can get a lot of that water residue. We do recommend for a lot of our products to use distilled water or a low calcium water, but distilled water usually is the best. If you do want your products to last and run forever, calcium is, I like to always say, is the enemy, and those calcium buildups that you get in your hard water. So distilled water is always best, but it's not a necessity. We really just say a few different tips and tricks that we like to offer. One, don't leave water in your ironing products. So when you're done with your irons, clean them out, dump out the water, try to keep that out there, because when the water sits, that's when calciumification, which is always a tough word, starts to happen. And then clean your sole plate whenever you can, and just try to keep the best care of your irons as you can. You can pour a little bit of water in. This iron does have a built-in filter, but if you do have really hard water and you've had problems with your irons in the past, we do really recommend using distilled water, or making sure you don't store any water inside of your irons.
Great. I actually forgot something. Before we talked about the velocity irons, I was going to show you our velocity video. So, Jared, I don't know if you have that on deck right now, if you want to cut to that real quick. If you can hear me. If not, that's okay. We can just keep going.
It's true. It's ironing.
Yeah, he's busy. He's busy trying out the auto shut off on his iron. All good. Okay, cool. So the next thing we have to talk about, are you? Oh, there's Jared. Hi, Jared. Jared,
I had posted. Sorry, I had posted that we were gonna just answer all your questions, being that you're kind of far away from your screen. I said we were just gonna answer all your questions, all their questions at the end when you're done with your presentation.
Okay, that sounds good.
Perfect. Alrighty, I'll let you guys have at it.
Are you able to cut to the velocity video?
Sharon is going to a party tonight and can't decide what to wear. Finally, she says to herself, I have to iron everything. So she uses her Velocity 160 IR 1 temp. It has one set temperature that is safe for all fabrics. This means Sharon can iron everything in her closet on a single setting and still end up wearing her first choice. Charles is also going to that party and knows exactly what he's going to wear. He enters his closet and says, I think I'd like to iron something. And so Charles removes the Velocity 260 IR and begins ironing. Why? Because the 260 IR has 8 automatic ironing programs. So whether it's his luxury silk tie or blue satin trousers, his iron intelligently sets the correct temperature and steam output for the perfect press. Unfortunately for the party guests, Charles was never taught how to properly use cologne. Rhonda does not go to parties because small talk bores her, but her son does. He wants to wear his super badass jean jacket, but it's wrinkly. Luckily, his mother's iron of choice, the Velocity 230 IR sensor, has a turbo setting that turns up the heat and delivers copious amounts of steam to tackle difficult fabrics. So Rhonda's son can wear the jean jacket to the party without a wrinkle in sight. I'm sure that's gonna be a big hit with the ladies. So, whether you want to iron something, anything, or everything, Reliable's got an iron for that. And all 3 irons have 3 things in common. Perfect temp, maximum steam, and 0 leaks. 3 things in common. 3 unique irons. The Velocity 160 IR, the Velocity 230 IR, and the Velocity 260 IR. From Reliable.
Awesome, thanks, Jared. And what made me think that, or remember that I forgot that video is because we wanted to, since we're in video mode now, we wanted to show you our new Uber Light video as well before I got into talking about the lights. So Jared, would you mind cutting to that video while we
Hey, Dad.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Dad, what?
Step back. That's better. I'm setting up my new Uber Light Flex. Look what it can do. Any shape you can imagine.
That's awesome.
It has USB connectivity.
That's awesome.
It has 9 different light settings.
Great. I forgot why I came in here.
Whatever the question is, the answer is no.
Dad, you were right about this lamp.
What else about going into my office?
Dad!
You can sew in the dark.
No. Dad.
Honey, dinner's ready.
Step back.
I got you something. May I?
Thought you said the answer would be no.
I can never really say no to you. Now give me back my Uber Light.
Dad, wait.
All right, hope you enjoyed those videos. We had a lot of fun making them, as you can probably tell. But yes, this is our brand new Uber Light Flex. So what originally started off as a sewing light for the industry we just decided to have some fun with and get a little crazy, and therefore created this light that can bend literally in any which way that you want it to, and it'll completely hold its shape no matter what you do with it. So the other nice thing, as you saw in the video, and you probably are having a hard time seeing because the sun's shining at me right now, is it has 9 different light settings. So this is great for all different types of tasks. You know, it's got its warm light, which I have it on right now. Again, I don't know if you can see that well, which is more of a warm tinge. It's got its bright light, which is you know, great for when you're looking for maximum brightness, a bit of a cooler white color, and you've got the daylight function as well, which is, you know, really great for if you're wanting to see how something's going to look in natural daylight. This is the perfect setting for you. It's going to bring out your colors and just make sure that, you know, you're absolutely sure with what you're working with and that it looks exactly the way you want it to. Along with those 3 color temperatures, it's got 3 different brightness settings. So I had it on lowest, that's medium. Oh no, that's lowest, sorry. There's medium, and there's bright. Again, I don't know if you can see that, but if you can't, you just have to take my word for it. So there's two models of this. One comes with a nice 2.1 inch clamp. So this is a fantastic clamp that will fit on just about any table. And it's fully adjustable, even if you have something really thin, all the way to something nice and thick. This will clamp on no problem. And with the clamp, again, you're able to bend this light literally any which way that you would like. And if that's how you read your books, then you're all set. The other model that we have has a nice, sturdy, round base. So again, if you're not looking to clip it on the end, step back a little bit, I guess. If you're not looking to clip it on the end of a table and you just want to have it sitting on your desk or any flat surface for that matter, you can do this weighted base. And again, it's nice and heavy, so it'll support, you know, any kind of position you want your light in, and it'll hold it nice and firm. Another great thing about the Uber Light is that it has USB connectivity. So if you're, you know, even if you're taking on a camping trip or something like that, and you want to, you know, just have it out at nighttime, you can plug it into your laptop or any other device that has USB, and you're all good to go. But no, it's a really great product. That's a lot of fun. Has a ton of different uses, and will just make all your work just way easier on your eyes.
So, you know, Reliable got into the, you know, as we said, we've been in the sewing business for 65 years now, and we know that everyone comes with those little, you know, you get those little sewing lights that are out there now, magnet light that'll fit on the back of your unit. They're very low quality lights. They don't have a lot of the features that a newer higher end light should have. And we really took that to heart, and we really wanted to develop a light that would have all of the features that you're looking for today, and probably even a few more. So when you're talking about lights, you're going to hear a lot of different terminology, and you're going to talk to people are going to say, oh, how many lumens does it have, and all these different things. The trick to this light is it's developed to have no glare. So when you're staring at it on an angle, it has zero glare towards you. It's got a 270-degree tilt head, Joe can show you. So you can tilt it away or towards you. And you can, you know, have it up on your desk, have it on your workstation, looking really nice. But when you want to do that detailed work, when you're working on something very small, when you're trying to put the thread through the needle, you can bend that right down and get right to where you need to go. The other thing we understand is light is very important for your eyes. I wear glasses. You know, everyone's eyes are very important. And when you do long ironing, light is super important. So we did put into a lot of technology. I know Joe showed you a little bit of the different colors, but the warm setting, that warm light setting is very soft on your eyes. So if you're going to do a lot of ironing or a lot of quilting, a lot of sewing, modeling, whatever you're doing with your task light, being able to do it for a long period of times and not putting strain on your eyes is very important. And we buy very expensive chairs to help with our back, but our eyes are very important as well. So being able to go to that warm setting that's very soft on your eyes is very important. We also understand people want stuff that's really bright. So what we developed with this light is it has a very strong, what we call lux at 30 centimeters. Now, this is a lot of technical terms, But basically what that means is at 30 centimeters, the brightness doesn't lose a lot of its luster. It doesn't diminish. You know, something could say, well, it's got 5,000 lumens, but when it gets this far away from the light, it loses all of its efficiency. We try to make this so the light is as efficient as possible. So lux at 30 centimeters is still very bright, and you can see your product and still get that full benefit that you're looking for the light. And then it also has the daylight setting, which Joe talked about. The best part about daylight is when you're doing your fabrics or you're doing things and you're matching colors, you want those colors to look exactly like they do. You know, different lighting, as you can see, we have the sunlight coming in here. You want to be able to see at the most natural state, and that's what that daylight setting is. So it gives you the ability to look at the colors, look at your fabrics, and really match them up perfectly. So a lot of technology, a lot of different things went into the light, plus they look good. At least we think so. We're really super excited. These launched just a month ago. This is one of our first events that we're launching them at and bringing them out at, and we're really super excited to be demonstrating these today.
Absolutely, they're at a great price as well. So again, check out Mall Queen, and I'm sure they
might have a special deal out there for you.
Good going for you. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers everything we wanted to talk about. So again, thank you very much, Mall Queen, for the opportunity of participating in the event. We're more than happy answering any questions that you guys have for us. Yes. Oh, look at that!
Oh, well. Check out our lights.
We're coming down to see you next time to do the demonstration. That's much better lighting.
Yeah, our shades don't work.
We decided to turn our lights out to show how cool they are.
Perfect.
Wow, here comes our lights.
There you go.
But we do love them. And the price is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have priced them very well. We're excited for this. I think
everybody should have the chance to have fun with them. So.
Yeah.
And I'm going to post this real quick too. We're giving away a bonus gift with every iron gift that you get. So, or every iron that you purchase rather. So they're just running around, flipping, pulling all the strings to get all the lights back on, so I can get you back to Darren. But
everybody's working in the dark right now.
Where are we at? There we go. Sorry.
But we do have limited supply of these extra bonus gifts. It's just some kind of cool novelty stuff that is Mall Queen labeled and in a zippered pouch for anybody that buys an iron. And we're bundling them. So the iron, if you buy the two basic hand irons, the Velocity irons, you'll get the silicone rest and the iron cleaner. That way you keep your iron as clean as possible. If you buy the Maven, I don't have one here to point out, but the Maven iron, if you buy that, we're bundling it with I have it right here. I'm sorry, the filter, a descale filter. So you'll be able to replace that down the road, and the iron cleaner as well. So we've got nice bundles on these irons. I should ask you, how often on that Maven should you replace that filter?
Every 9 months to a year, depending on your water quality.
Yeah,
it doesn't last a long time.
If you are a superstar and want to use distilled water, you might never need to replace it.
Okay. So we are bundling it with it, just so that if you ever have to replace it, just know you always have one there ready for you. I know there was quite a few questions.
Yeah, I remembered a few of them. Obviously, they do disappear after a certain amount of time on our page, but one major question was, how much does the ironing board weigh with both pieces connected?
Off the top of my head, I can look it up.
Yeah, that's a good question. We have that information.
Somebody was asking, do you carry the iron cover by itself?
You can get the cover by itself.
Yes, all of it's all available.
And that would somebody buy it for anything else that they might already have, or they could make something, I guess?
If your ironing board size matches what our ironing board size, you can for that. Typically, it doesn't. It typically would need to fit onto one of our boards.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but we do sell, like if you don't want the 2-in-1 oversized board, you can order the just the traditional size board as well.
Then they were wondering if you can replace the light bulbs. I know they're LEDs, but
They're rated for 60,000 hours, so no, but you'll never need to because they last a long time.
They last a long time. And going back to the weight on the 320, it's 25 pounds all in.
That's not bad.
No.
It looks like it's heavy metal.
Yeah, all those mesh holes make it a lot lighter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of those ironing boards for myself and the 260.
how do you clean the sole plate?
You just wipe it with a microfiber cloth. It never scratches, nothing sticks to it. It's a ceramic, anodized aluminum coating. So just a little bit on iron sole plates, since we have some time, we're talking about it. There's really three main types of sole plates you're going to see. There's aluminum or steel sole plates, which are great. They really do give you a nice even heat. But if anyone knows, if you ever go over like some writing on a shirt or something and it sticks to the bottom of those, they're almost impossible to clean. The second one would be a ceramic coating, which is, think of a frying pan, it's a ceramic coating inside the frying pan. What we have with these irons is an anodized aluminum coating, which basically takes that ceramic coating and takes the sole plate and really infuses it into one new material. So it has all the properties that a ceramic coating does. So we could do an egg on it if you wanted to and slide it right off. Always a good demonstration as well. But nothing really sticks to it, so you just wipe it clean with a cloth afterwards. And you can't, as Joe mentioned with a penny, you can't scratch it either. Yeah.
How long is the tank from how long is the tube or the cord from the tank to the iron?
On the Maven.
For the Maven?
Sorry.
Or for the Velocity?
The power cord?
It says the 120 IS.
Yeah, that's a Maven. That's that guy. I believe it's about 8 feet.
That's about 6 feet.
6 feet, I think.
6 feet. 6 feet.
Is it 6 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, those steam generators, I know that people ask about those all the time. So I hope some people take advantage of our bundle here.
Oh yeah, you get nothing but steam and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So someone was asking what the difference is between the 230 and 260.
I remember now. I learned it's more settings, right?
Yeah, that's the difference. More settings on the 260 if you're doing all kinds of different fabrics.
You can get more dialed in.
Sorry, go ahead.
You can get more dialed in, I guess, with the 260 exactly to your.
Exactly. So it's important to remember that it's steam that gets rid of wrinkles. Heat is used for pressing. If you're putting creases in the side of pants and stuff, you need a lot of heat. So it's a bit of a fable in the ironing word that you need a lot of heat to generate steam. You don't. Everyone says that because they need their sole plate to be really hot to give you the best steam so it never leaks. Right. With our technology, that's not needed. So you can iron on a lower temperature and still generate that unbelievable steam that you need. And again, it's steam that's going to really do a great job of taking out your wrinkles. So you can protect your fabrics better at some lower temperature settings. I know a lot of people just get their irons and they go right to the highest setting right away because they want that steam, because they want to get rid of those wrinkles. But you can get that unbelievable steam at lower temperatures and not get any leaking, because we don't want water on any of our fabrics.
And again, because the auto shut off, these irons are still on. I've been on this whole time.
Yeah.
What about the warranty? Somebody had asked what the warranty is on them, on the irons.
So the warranty on the irons is a 1-year warranty.
How do you? Is there anyone that actually fixes them, or are they replaced?
So we do service here, so we can service any of your irons if you ever do have a problem down the road. So within the 1 year, obviously, you don't have to worry about getting it fixed. But afterwards, if you do need repairs, we can do repairs here. And we are in people say we're in Canada, in Toronto, but we're 30 minutes from Buffalo, guys, or an hour from Buffalo. So we're nice and close to the border. We handle all of the shipping, all of the custom paperwork, everything for you. It would be just like you'd be shipping it back to anybody else anywhere across the U.S. So we've been here for, as we said, 65 years. We have a whole team of technicians that can service your irons if anything ever goes wrong. But as we also say, knock on wood, you'll never have that.
And then someone was wondering if there's like a hook on the ironing board to be able to hang it on the wall.
So there is a space on the iron rest. Maybe Joe, you can show.
Yeah, I'll
and
show you.
You can hang it up onto the wall. So try to show you the iron rest side again. Flip it over.
And how wide is the ironing board?
Younger and stronger.
Okay, so yeah, so up here, it's I don't know if you can see, it's reinforced at the top here, so that is definitely strong enough to hold it on a wall.
Yeah. Just right. You can buy a fancy iron rest or just a really good strong hook that can hold the weight, and you'd be okay.
Yep.
I'd like to remind everybody, if we do sell out of those, I will be laying on one next live event that we do.
I'm gonna go online and buy them all up then. I think.
And that photo will last on the internet forever.
Yeah. If anybody else, we had asked that we would ask and answer questions at the end. So some people might have asked before we put that out there. So please re-ask that question if you have any questions at all.
How much weight can the board take?
How much do you weigh, Darren?
210.
Like
a lot.
I can push on it as hard as I want. It's nice and sturdy. Again, as I said, made in Italy, tube frame construction. It's built to last.
And then when you fold that away with that shelf being there, is it just easy to fold up and?
Yeah, the shelf is on really firmly, so you can fold it up with the attachment on.
Oh. I like how it's somebody called it a transformer ironing board because you can
That's a good way to look at it for sure. Yeah, it's 2-in-1.
2-in-1.
On the Maven, do you have to empty the water every time?
It is an external tank, so you with the technology you can leave the water inside of that tank.
Yeah.
It's never really a problem. So again, just even if you do leave it in the tank though, depending on how hard your water, some people have really hard water. You can see that the little sediment will settle on the bottom, but if you have normal kind of filtered water, you should be okay.
And then how wide is that ironing board? It's 55 long, but how wide?
About yay.
We weren't expecting so many numbers questions. That's okay. Pressing dimensions, it's about 19 inches by 55. So 19 inches wide.
Yeah. So it's oversized.
Are there service centers in Arizona?
No, but we can help you get it to them if you are here in Arizona.
Yep, that's where Mulqueen comes in.
Yep. You don't have a rotary press there, but my brother Ken was excited to see that you guys have a rotary press, kind of like an old, people refer to them as mangles, I guess. Is that the proper name for it? Or
yeah, we sure do.
Yep.
Yeah, we
and so we have one of our customers, Judy, that we have one coming in for her, but it's a nice rotary press. You just put your stuff there, step on the pedal, and it pulls it through.
Yep. We're one of the first companies to introduce a rotary press with steam in a 120 volt. The other people that are going to be out there with a rotary press would be like a Miele, and they have one that is around $2,000, but there's no steam to it. If anyone's done anything without steam, it's really hard to generate things ironed out. Their one with steam, you have to go to like a 240 volt setup and do some rewiring in your house. Think of your dishwasher or your stove or your dryer kind of plug kind of setup. But ours is just traditional. It'll use a standard 120 volt and generate the steam. It's a really cool product.
And we do, that being said, that's something we didn't show here today. We do have a lot of products that we didn't show on this demonstration, but we are a one-stop shop for, like, we carry all kinds of things, everything garment care. So if you are thinking about something, go ahead and ask Mulqueen, say, I'm looking for this. Maybe you're looking for a bigger boiler for your iron or even more steam. We have stuff like that too.
Yeah, they have, Reliable has cork handled, really commercial type of irons too.
Yes, we do.
And then the height of the ironing board, it's 30 to 38 inches, right?
Correct. Yep.
about yay high.
Yeah, it's got seven different settings, so 30 to 8 settings from 30 to 38. It goes about an inch at a time.
Coolio. Let's see. Any more questions out there?
Do you have an email address that I can put up on the screen to get information as far as repairs?
If they email me, I can forward it to Joe.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Email Darren at MoleQueen. Joe and Jamie, and this is where, if you don't mind, to give out your personal cell phone numbers as well.
1-1. It's long distance, so no one's going to.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
International long distance, it costs too much.
Darren, this is a question for us.
Oh.
Do we pay shipping on these or just store pickup?
Connie Lamel, we are paying shipping, so it's free shipping.
Over $49.
Over $49. The only one that wouldn't quite get there is probably this guy, although it is $49.90. So I think it actually will. I think any of these products will come with free shipping.
Awesome.
Yep. And that is in the US.
So it's all, what you'll have to do is if you place the order on our website, it'll be, how long until our order gets here? Do you have any estimation from you guys?
Soon, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it should be the first part of the week, hopefully.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Was it a pallet?
Yeah, I mean, so I would say if you place your order today, if it's just an iron, you should get a shipping update by the end of next week. But if you have other items on there, it could take up to about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get your product shipped out to you.
I did order a lot of Velocity irons. I ordered a ton of these lights and the generator, the Maven. So we have these on their way here, so that way we can get them shipped out right away.
Then I'm going to show them how to find it real quick too.
Oh yeah, Jared's going to hop on. Any other questions? But Jared's going to show how easy it is to find these real quick on our website, and just know that they will come with an extra cleaner and a silicone rest for the Velocity irons and the steam generator iron.
Actually, this is a good question. What's the your table clamp? How thick of a table can it go up onto?
Just over 2 inches.
Yeah, it's 2.12 inches. It's as wide as it can go.
Perfect. All right. So on this page right here, you go to molequeen.com. Go ahead and click on live event specials.
Click on the balloons.
Loading. So then you're going to just scroll down. These are all of our banners. If you just scroll down to right here, irons and lights for Reliable Iron Company. So you click on this guy right here, and all of the different irons, lights, ironing board, they're all right here for you guys to purchase. So you can go on there, take a look at all the different features that are on each iron, and kind of go from there. So definitely check that out if you saw something you're interested in.
And for the first 25 people that buy an iron, we'll get our little goodie bag full of some MoleQueen product.
Does the Maven have an auto shut off?
It does. It has a 10-minute auto off, but it doesn't have the ability to disable the auto off. But by just touching any of the buttons of the handles, it heats up. And because of the Iron Station technology, it takes about like 20 seconds to heat up.
Yeah, if it does manage to turn off, it heats up very quickly.
So it's not like a traditional iron that can take 4 or 5 minutes to heat back up. It's ready to go in 30 seconds or less.
I think there's another question there. Is that right?
I take a lot of pictures to submit online. Normally, I have to turn off all the lights. Would this one work while taking pictures?
As like a
If you're shining it on yourself,
yeah,
or specifically on.
It's a long conversation, but you know, depending on the setup and the lighting, it would work as a bit of a selfie light, like that has been done. We have had people try that, and it does work, but not knowing the exact lighting situation would be difficult to give you an exact answer.
I saw in the commercial, which those commercials are pretty cool, by the way. That one girl was doing her selfies with the one.
Yeah.
And then the difference between the two lights is one's a clamp and one's a table light, right?
Exactly. Besides that, all the settings and everything are exactly the same.
They do come with, I'm going to unplug one.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't show the plug.
It's kind of cool that
Here,
they
flip this camera around.
Oh, it's okay. They come with a regular USB. Can you plug that into a laptop?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Oh, of course.
For sure. So that
You can plug it into anything you can plug
Unplugged.
USB into. Back of your monitor, laptop,
just like that,
anything you can think of.
and then also with the adapter.
Yep. So that's kind of cool, and it comes with it. You don't have to purchase that separate.
Correct.
And we are shipping them for free. You have to pay for the light, but the shipping part is free. That's what I meant.
Well, it's $49 for the base one, and then for shipping, and then it's free for the light.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. $49, because we do sell other lights that are a bit like 3 times that much. They're a little bit different, but this gives you the different tones. What are the 3 colors again? True color,
Warm, daylight, and ultra bright. And each one has 3 settings. So you get 9 total different settings.
I'm gonna take this one home. If it's missing there, it's probably at my house.
Okay.
It's really free
Along with
shipping.
one of the ironing boards and the iron.
There you go.
So I think we're coming to the end of questions, and I appreciate you guys doing this.
No, thanks so much for the invite. We're super happy to be here.
We will, I'm sure, have some questions for you after this. We will definitely get with you. I'll find out. Somebody had an iron repair. You mainly do, like, you mainly service these irons, right? Like
We service any, well, yeah, our own irons.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will keep our specials on our website for this weekend, so take advantage. Once again, if you're one of the first buyers, you'll get one of our little made-up gift bags that we're going to include with any of the irons. I think we have about 30 or so of one of the lights, and I think we ordered more of the clamp-on, if I remember correctly. But we have a lot of lights, but if you order right away, you'll be sure to get one of those so we can ship it out right away. You won't have to wait for the second round of orders. And with that, Joe and Jamie, thank you so much. Enjoy Canada.
Thanks.
Stay safe.
We're getting into the warm weather now, so it's all good. Thanks again,
Right.
guys. Really
There
appreciate
you
it.
go. Hey, thank you. We'll talk to you soon. There is another cool company that I hope you guys enjoyed that. We do like the reliable irons. Now we're kind of in love with these lights, and so I know that's going to be a staple in our business, right, Jer?
Yes, sir.
I wish we had the steam generator iron here. We'll have those here early next week.
Darren, we gave 2 gift cards away.
Is that it?
We did. We gave them away. Well, you told me to give 1 away.
Yeah.
When they were commenting, and I took it upon myself to give 2 away.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you have,
being that I'm paying for them anyway.
you have some winners. Is that what you're saying, Jared?
I do. So Beverly Sechrist and Jennifer Babbitt.
What did they win?
2 $15 gift cards to molequeen.com.
How do they get their gift card?
They're going to email me at jer@molequeen.com. And I will email them back a Molequeen Sewing or molequeen.com gift card.
Well, that's pretty cool. So what do you guys think of those irons? And what do you think of the lights? Mind to keep the excitement going and throw a comment out there. The ironing board, isn't that pretty cool? I can't wait till we have them in person as well. We are going to set it up right away as soon as it gets here. I'll make sure that I can lay down on it. I mean, that's like the first thing I'll be doing. I don't know why, but
we could post the picture to our Mole Queen social.
Yeah. So if you're on Facebook, some people don't do Facebook, but if you do Facebook, you can join. You can like our Facebook page, which we're always excited to say that there is almost 40,000 likes on our page.
And that's called what?
That is Facebook. Once you're on Facebook, if you search Mole Queen Sewing and Fabric Centers or just Mole Queen Sewing, that's our regular Facebook page. But from there, if you like to do the groups on Facebook, it's called Mole Queen Social.
How's that spelled though?
It's SEWCIAL. So Mole Queen Social. You can join our group, and if we sell out of the ironing boards, I'll lay on it for our next live event, which will be in April. But if we don't, I'll still post a photo in our Mole Queen social page. That's what Jared was thinking I should do. So I'll the first thing when it comes in, I'll be jumping up on it because I want to show you how heavy duty the ironing board is.
And then someone was saying that they couldn't find the what's it called? The table light. It's sitting right here on the page that I just showed. So it's the molequeen.com live events section.
Will you show how to scroll down all the way? Because there's some advertising banners that we just use for advertising, but right below those banners.
So you're going to go ahead and click on live event specials.
Click on the balloons.
And then scroll down, and it's going to be...
Those are all our events coming up for the next 2 days. Hopefully you'll keep with us and join us for Gina Perkes this afternoon. But there's the reliable link.
Yeah, you'll go ahead and click on the reliable link right here, and then scroll down if you're looking for that table light. So right here is the clamp. And
well, those top two items are the two hand irons. And then there's the Maven, that steam generator. And then there is the ironing board. And then the one top right of the screen at this moment is the clamp-on Uber light for $49. And then the one bottom left on the screen is the tabletop. The tabletop one has a pretty heavy base so that it won't tip over or anything.
Darren, did I mean Jennifer Babcock? Yes, I did.
Okay.
So, yes, Jennifer Babcock. Oh, not Jennifer Sechrist, Beverly Sechrist. Oh my gosh.
See how Jared did that? He's adjusting the name. And there's that rotary press. We have a customer that has ordered that rotary press. Here at the store, once things get back to normal and we get back to making our laser cut kits, we use one of those rotary presses to iron full yardage of fabric with the steam-a-seam light. Thank you, Mom.
Danny, you want to say hi? Come say hi.
Come here. This is to everybody out there.
All of our friends. See where it says, look here?
Mom makes lunch for everybody every day. And if you drink tea or coffee, she comes around and she still has time to, she just got in how many pallets of fabric? She got 3 pallets of 108-inch wide fabric that she puts away. She counts it. She makes sure that is all there. She is one of the greatest fabric fondlers out there. It's pretty amazing that if there's ever a truck to unload or any work to be done, my mom is right there. Right? Bye, Mama.
Bye, Nana. All right. She's also the main proprietor in getting all of the orders out, actually, too.
Yeah, my mom. That is.
She does all the fabric. She cooks lunch every day, but right now her main thing is making sure that every single order gets out. Every single order has every piece that was ordered in it. Sometimes there's 50 different cuts of fabric, and she's going in there making sure, comparing list to list to make sure that you guys get all your orders. Just our week-long sale, we had 1,500 some odd orders, and she physically handled each one of those orders. So
Yep.
yeah,
it is amazing. Do more bingo, Christine says.
We'll hold off on the bingo until for a little bit longer because there's only one more winner.
Oh,
so we only have one more card to give out, so we'll have to hold off for a little bit on that guy.
Yeah,
but we can give away a molequeen.com gift card.
For doing what?
How
about we just call one number?
Oh no, this is what I want. I already have it written down, actually.
Okay, so but you do see on the website, if you do want one of those Uber lights, before we pull that down, the Uber light is available as a tabletop for $79, I believe it is, and the clamp on is $49.
So right here, let me find it.
And just know that if you do buy one of those irons, any of the three, the 260, the 160, the velocity irons, or the steam generator iron, we're going to send out a few other products with it. Silicone rest and the cleaner. I believe that's how it's set up there on the website.
Well, so what I put on there was comment who they would like to see next in the next show. So basically a month or two from now. So if you could comment what brand you haven't seen yet that you would like to see. We do have Electric Quilter coming on.
Yep, Electric Quilter, Creative Grids. They're going to do stripology rulers and all of their rulers. We're going to talk to one of the, I don't know if it's only one or multiple designers of Creative Grid rulers. So we're excited for that. I believe that's next time.
Tula Pink.
I've reached out to Tula Pink, and they are not doing individual companies, unfortunately.
Laura Heine.
Laura Heine, believe it or not, I also reached out to her. I wish she would come live. We had, before COVID hit, we had planned her while we're doing the Rusty Barn show in January. We had planned to have an event with Laura Heine, either right before the event here in the store or right after, but then
we just did Janine Babbage last week, or not last week, last month.
Yeah, but I am reaching out to Janine. It's always better when the actual creator is on. We were just doing a trunk show, so I'm still gonna work on getting Janine Babbage to come on.
Riley Blake would be a good one.
And Kathy, that Eleanor Burns, I've been thinking about. I saw somebody else doing that. She did a event, so I think she will do. So that's a good choice.
Actually, this is a good one, Claudia. Claudia's Creations, because she's local.
Yep, that is true. Lorelei, you guys we're on the same. Oh, Jenny, guess what? Tomorrow is man sewing.
He will be here tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Yep.
Pacific Standard Time, which is Arizona time too. So 4 p.m. It'll be 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Mountain Time, and 6 p.m. Central Time.
This is the schedule for tomorrow, but Rob Appel is definitely going to be a good segment. You don't want to miss that.
Stripology rulers.
Yep. Keep the yeah, Sandy, are you
Lunchbox Quilts is a good one.
Hopefully you'll be here tomorrow, Sandy, with us at 4 Pacific time. Yeah, I've heard of Rob. I know that some of the people that work here and customers, they were arguing on whether they like Rob better with his long hair. He has short hair now. Anna's applique. We're going to be writing some of these down, so thank you for the ideas, because we want to keep this going. We want to keep companies coming on, kind of giving a little bit of their background, maybe something like OESD this morning. I thought that was cool. The only time I think they've ever done behind the scenes talking to the digitizers and the creators of all their products. And I thought that was way cool. Jenny Doan, I have reached out. I'm hoping that she'll do something with us. So keep the comments coming. Jared's picking a winner. And who else? I have 10 Sisters. I don't know if you've heard of 10 Sisters. We have reached out to them, and I believe they're coming on next month. There's a couple companies that are scheduling already in May. So this kind of event, we may change it up a little bit to more companies in one day instead of 2 days. Maybe you can even let us know if you like that idea, if you'd rather.
Or the idea I had, like, instead of, or like after we get through like a lot of like the major companies, move towards like actual, not necessarily demos, but more of like a class style, like where someone can learn different techniques about something in like a 15-minute little snippet type of thing.
Yep.
Like a live YouTube video, more or less.
Bridget is out there. Bridget's going to do one of our classes coming up. She's going to be the teacher. You'll find out about that tomorrow. We're going to unveil something at 12 o'clock. My brother will come on doing Surgers right after this unveiling, which we're excited about.
Is La one of your two kids?
I don't think so.
I said John Deere is amazing.
John Deere is, we did one, I think it was just one event with John Deere, but it was many years ago. And Bridget said, by Annie. I have reached out to her, and she's been busy recently, so I don't know if by Annie is going to be in live with us in April or May. I don't have my calendar, but I'm excited to have her. We have all their stuff, their patterns, their the battings, like for making the bags and stuff.
Darren, you work your mom too hard, is what Joyce Tanner said.
Joyce, I know, I don't. My mom has always been the Energizer Bunny. She keeps us all going.
Up until, what, 8 months ago, she was working 7 days a week, doing she paid every bill. Now Keith does that now.
Yep.
So.
My brother Keith took over the bill paying, so that
he's my uncle.
Yeah, he's
my dad's brother.
Dad's brother.
Yeah.
I'm his dad's other brother. But my mom would work an extra day, work Sundays just to pay all of the bills, which it's kind of amazing how many bills there are in having a business like this. There's a lot of them. So my brother Keith took that over. And so my mom doesn't come in on Sundays, and she gets to fondle more fabric. Oh, Lewis Carney would be good. I like that idea.
Have we done anything with fabric confetti?
What's that?
Someone asked if we've done anything with fabric confetti.
You know,
speaking of
fabric confetti, guess what?
Stand up. So let me.
Ding, 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 ding. There is the second person that had mentioned something about fabric confetti. And we're going to switch cameras here to show you the live unveiling of Fabric Confetti's brand new quilt. It is a music one. I can't remember the name of it, but Jared will get there in a second.
So
it's all applique, right, Jared?
It is. So the whole thing is all applique. It's called Upbeat, I believe.
Oh yeah, I think that is what it's called.
But it's by Fabric Confetti, but it's also the actual creator is Bruce Allen. So
they've been working on it for a year, and they just finished quilting it and brought it down yesterday to put behind Jer so that we could unveil it during this live event. So this is from the same people that make the wonky houses and all of those cool applique letters, flowers, the bench pillows. We have them hanging all throughout the store.
There honestly must be a bunch of people who are actually tuning in for the first time, which is cool because they're now finding out about us. But there's a lot of people that were asking about us doing something with Kimberbell. People asking about obviously Fabric Confetti, but then the other one was Jerry Granata too. So if you guys go back to our YouTube channel, I'll actually show you how to do it. If you go to our website at molequeen.com, where you're all planning on going shopping today, you click on the live event specials. When you click on live event specials, the first thing that comes up is YouTube. If you go ahead and click on that right there, it's going to bring you to our YouTube channel. So you can see right here we're live. But if you scroll down,
make sure you subscribe.
Yep, if you subscribe right here, you click the notification bell, you'll get notified every time that we're either live or we've posted a video. But if you go ahead and click on videos right here, you can actually scroll through, and as you scroll through everything, you can see the first week right here is Fabric Confetti and Jerry Granata. Each one is a few hours long. The one for today is going to be 8 hours long, so you can see each 2-hour segment split up that way. I had never heard about you, not sure how I got this notification, but this is a great way for vendors to get their products out with no quote shows.
Yeah, thanks, Linda. Linda, we're just a family-owned business in Arizona. We have 3 stores here. My parents started it. Yours grandparents in 1977, and my brothers and I have kind of taken it to a different level when embroidery came out, and my parents still work 6 days a week, which I don't want them to ever stop working. This is their hobby, and so we are lucky to be in the same office every day. I get to go in there, and my mom is sitting over here, my dad is sitting over here, and one of my brothers is sitting here, and my other brother Ken, he is in a different office. We have to keep him separate.
Yeah, they ostracized him. He's out in the corner.
There's just no extra room in our office, but in my parents' office. But we have a website with lots of fabric.
Molequeen is a crafter's Disneyland. Wasn't that in the newspaper when this store originally opened, the Mesa store?
Yeah, somebody had said we were like the Disneyland for sewers.
Yeah, it was when tomorrow we'll have to have if Keith is here tomorrow, the three of you guys to explain this store.
Oh, yeah.
So when Kenneth is working or when he's
my brother Ken, I didn't get the sewing gene. I got the selling gene of sewing machines, but my brother Ken, he can pretty much sew anything. He sewed his girlfriend at the time's prom dress, and he won awards making kids' clothes back in many years ago.
Like home ec
and stuff. Yep. And he is an amazing educator on sergers. And so tomorrow, just after we announce a new class that we're doing, Ken will show you how to use different feet and some creative things on a serger. And he has to show an air threading serger, right? I mean, why would you want something other than a serger that you push a button and it shoots the thread through everything?
I think his opening line tomorrow, I think I know what it's going to be.
What's that?
A serger is the only thing that we sell that can be considered a torture device.
Oh yeah, is that what
that's his icebreaker? Every time he goes with the air threading serger. It's true.
Yeah.
When you sit there and you have to use a pair of tweezers to floss thread through all those loopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking in there, it's scary. So I don't have a dad. I'm just kidding. It's Ken. Someone was asking who's my dad.
Jared's father is Ken Molequeen. Oh yeah, somebody.
MO1000.
Yep, we're gonna show probably the MO1000 or the MO2000 by Juki tomorrow. We'll have some sort of gift with purchase. We always have to do something.
Have you decided where you're moving your Glendale store to? To be honest, we don't even have anything remotely picked out.
We
have areas that we were.
Well, we had something that fell through, but so we're always actively.
I think it's funny how that got out too.
Yeah, I think you said it.
I didn't. No, I really didn't.
No, but we, we like our Glendale store where it's at. It's it could always be bigger and better parking. So
I don't have the sewing bug. I have the selling bug as well.
Linda Newser, Ken did a great job doing that applique class, and we we need to get him back into doing that. So
that would be kind of cool to show the.
Yep. As time goes on doing these, we'll definitely have Ken do more. He's a master digitizer. He is a master serger. And so we definitely need him to do these.
Come to Michigan. It's cold here. We got to get Arizona locked down before we can go anywhere else. One day we'll start.
Sorry, we get tied up looking at all these comments. We love we love looking at your comments.
By the vacant Walgreens at Dysart and Greenway. That's an interesting area for sure.
We were looking at something similar.
I definitely have the IT bug. Yeah, I mean, I grew up. My whole childhood was basically computers and everything like that. So I grew up.
Jared never had a coloring book as a child. He had an iPad.
No, they didn't even come out until I was born in '98, so they probably didn't come out until probably 2005, 2006 time.
Any more? Cheryl's like, enough of this talking, Jabber John. Are you going to call more numbers?
So let's go ahead and call.
This is why I'm thinking that maybe we add a few more guests because there is a lot of time in between. But we don't want you to not go shopping, so we will take a break here in a moment. But let's do one number, and then we'll take a break, and we'll come back.
Okay, we'll call one number. This is the 19th number.
Let's see if we get a bingo from this one number.
All right.
We have Gina Perkes coming on, right? Gina Perkes.
Sir.
So we're going to take this table out of here, and we're going to put a Gamel quilting machine right here, and she's going to show us hand-guided long arming, also ruler work, so you won't want to miss it. We'll do some sort of a last bit of bingo right after that. If we don't get a bingo right now, maybe we'll do another right when we come back. And the last number for right now is
065. So here's all of the bingo numbers. It's probably too late for you to join bingo today because there's no grand prize, but you can still win $25. But the cool thing is what you're going to do is basically wipe that bingo card clean, use it again tomorrow. We'll just completely start the bingo over again tomorrow. So you have that one. Oh, okay. If you go ahead and go to our website at molequeen.com, go to that live events tab, and you can hit there, and the bingo cards are right there. So put your email in, they'll send you that. You can either print it out or go to that website and actually click the individual numbers. So I had a bingo last time. Think I got missed. Nope, you just didn't call it in time. So you have a bingo now, which is 859.
Joyce Tanner, thank you for finding our company.
Yep, you got a bingo. So
it was Joyce Tanner, right? Yes, Joyce Tanner. Yep.
So
if you hopefully, Joyce, you're here in Arizona, so you can come see us in person, or at some point make a special trip and say, "Oh, I'm in Arizona. I gotta see Molequeen Sewing." When we built this location that we're at, it's about, I think, 16,000 square feet or so, 10,000 bolts of fabric, every notion under the sun.
Bingo's done for today.
Bingo. Maybe we'll try to add one more for afterwards.
Maybe. Christy Ramella, you are the winner. So you won a $25 gift card because of bingo, and everyone except for Natalie Gringa, you guys all won $25 gift cards. Natalie, you won a $50 gift card.
We got the first one of the day.
Yep. So if you go ahead and email me at ger@molequeen.com, GER@molequeen.com, I'll go ahead and post that up. Where's it at?
The only way we can get you your prizes if you email us. In this case, we're doing just gift cards. So we only need your email back so we can send you the gift card by email. If you had won a OESD prize from earlier, you have to give us your address because those will be mailed to your house.
The Tempe store is 6,000 square feet. The Glendale store is about 5,000, and this store is like 13,500.
Is that what it is?
With the add-on, I think before it was.
I think it's 16 with the upstairs, but usable space is probably 13,000. Yeah. And when we made this store, we thought this is going to be a destination store. We're hoping like people, anybody that's in town, they have to go see Mold Queens.
We've outgrown it.
And it's kind of funny. Some people on Facebook that find us or in this kind of situation, now they can't wait to get to our store, which is what keeps us going. So we are excited to give you events and specials and a store full of whatever is new in this industry.
We got to get that.
Yep.
So we're gonna take about a 30-minute break so we can get this big old gamble in here.
I saw Carolyn Eaton say that Gina Perkes is her go-to quilter.
Cool.
So Gina Perkes will be on here in about 30 minutes.
Yep, exactly 30 minutes. So give us. We'll be right back.
Where should they go right now, real quick before?
Go to moldqueen.com.
Oh, that's right.
Why would they go there?
Everything is on special. We have bundles and special pricing.
Everything's on sale.
We have links to the OESD website if you haven't finished that shopping yet. Please do that. And just know any OESD purchases will be entered into a drawing for that Spree Club, which is exciting. It's a $5,000 prize.
This one, to tell them that we're coming right back, this one works based off the company that we just did.
Oh, that's right. We're going to iron Darren's pants real quick. And I'm Darren. So we're going to iron my pants and we'll be right back.
With you in them.
Yep.
All right. We'll be right back in about 30 minutes, guys. Thanks so much.
Hello, we're back. We're live again for our 4 o'clock segment here with the one and only Gina Perkes. We're very excited to see her here in our studio. We're gonna see some cool ruler work. I know there's a couple hundred people out there. If you don't mind to comment, if you do, there's Gina. Hi, Gina.
Hey, everybody.
How are you?
Good.
So,
How are you?
Great.
Good.
Nice to have you here in the studio.
I'm happy to be here. It's awesome. Check it out. Love it.
It's like we're on an awards show with the backdrop, right?
Yeah.
We're going to do ruler work. So if you guys don't mind to make a comment whether you do long arming. How many of you out there do long arming? And how many out there have used rulers? Some of this technique may go over to a domestic machine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So that's kind of a cool thing.
Most of the things I'm going to show today, they can use for domestic, long arm, mid arm, sit down long arm, all of those things.
That's cool because we have a lot of domestic ruler work customers out there. So we are going to give away a gift card, a $15 moldqueen.com gift card. And all you have to do is just comment saying if you're a long armor, or if you can even just comment where you're located, because it's always cool to see. Tammy Barton is saying, hi, Gina.
And hi, howdy from Michigan. Awesome.
And Jane Wilcox.
Hi, Tammy. Hi, Jane.
I think Jane is up
I
north.
I need some glasses.
And so we thank you so much for coming in, Gina. I'm going to just let everybody know that Jer is going to pick someone randomly, and then towards the end of this little segment, we will let you know who is the winner.
Awesome.
And, I'm going to you're going to let them know about the question?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to bow out gracefully.
All right. Thanks, Darren. So yeah, we are going to let's hold the questions to the end. If you do think of a question as I'm demonstrating, go ahead and just write it down so that you don't forget to ask at the end. That way I can show you the techniques and the designs I want to show you. And at the end, we'll read the questions and we'll go over them and give you some answers. So again, thanks for being here, and let's get into the demo. I chose my very most popular rulers to show you today. These are by far the rulers that people just really enjoy, and I get a lot of great feedback. So some of you I see, hello, I see a lot of you are from Arizona and people I know, so there's a good chance you might even own some of these rulers and have forgotten how to use them. So here's another little recap of how they work. So I design and manufacture all of these rulers in Arizona. And these are rulers that have been out now for many years. So let's go ahead and just dive in. Let's start with this first one. This is called the Control Freak. And this is actually my first ruler that I ever designed. So now, are we going to switch to the close-up camera, or is it always going to be both? Okay, so this is the ruler, and I designed this ruler so that I could have more control when I'm working with my long arm machine. This is just for long arm. This is the only ruler I'm going to show you today that's just for long arm. But what it does is gives you a lot more control close to the needle. And the reason I came up with this design is that as a teacher, I found myself telling students when they wanted to get a little bit more control to, let me just draw a little design here. We're going to pretend that this design is an applique shape. So this is an applique flower, just pretend. So what I would tell people is to put their hand or their finger real close to the hopping foot here. And as you can imagine, that's not really the best advice because it's so close to the needle. But what that does is gives you a little bit more control closer to the needle and is going to allow you to more precisely follow the edges of your applique shapes, or even do micro quilting, micro stippling, or if you want to do something that's just very, very particular. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and raise my needle so that I can lift the tool up and over the hopping foot. You'll notice that there are 3 cutouts. These are for different long arm machine types. So different machines are going to have different openings. For the Gamel, I'm going to use the 2. The one's going to be a little snug. So you do want to have a little bit of wiggle room like this. And you're going to go ahead and place your needle in the down position. And you can see through the ruler, which is nice because I can see the edges of my applique. And then all you're going to do is just simply guide the long arm using the tool. And you'll notice that I almost kind of do a little bit of some rotating with the tool. And that's going to give me a lot more control. I can trace the edges of my applique. I'm going to show you how you can do some very small micro work as well with this tool. Another thing this tool is good for is for somebody who is going, for somebody who is going from, let's say, domestic quilting to long arm quilting and wanting to kind of transition. This is a good tool to kind of let you learn that rather than moving the fabric, you're moving the long arm machine, but you're still going to have your hands down here, which is what some of you might be used to. So if you're maybe just kind of thinking about long arm quilting, that you're used to moving the fabric, this is going to allow you that precision. So I'm just guiding the needle very close to that position. Rather than having my hands a foot away, my hand and my control is going to be down here really close to the needle. So this is a tool that I really love. And again, it's my first tool I ever developed, and it's definitely been a favorite. So that's the Control Freak. And if you have any questions about that one, go ahead and jot them down. And then at the end, we're going to answer them. I forgot my clippers. Of course, I forgot my little snips. Oh, a pocket knife. Perfect. Thanks, Casey. Look at every quilter needs a pocket knife. Hey, have you seen a quilter use a pocket knife to cut their threads? I love it. You just make do, I'm telling you. Okay, thank you. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that the pocket knife is pretty cool. I'm thinking we could start something here. Maybe kind of add some crystals to it. Yes. Okay. We're going to now move on to the next ruler that I want to show you, and that is my feather ruler. How does that show? Does that show good? Yeah, really good. So I'm going to bring it a little bit closer so that you can see what the tool looks like. There's going to be some registration lines that you're going to hear me refer to. You're going to hear me talk about the dash and the 2 dots. So that's what those are. Oops, try to get rid of the glare. So that's what those lines are. The lines for the large plume, the medium plume, and the small plume, each one has a dash and the 2 dots. So that just gives you kind of a view of what I'll be talking about. I'm going to go ahead and start with the small. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace this outside edge. I like tools to be useful in more than one area. So we're going to go ahead and just trace this edge a little bit and give ourselves what we call a spine. So that's going to be a foundational line that you can follow when you're building your plumes. And I just flipped the ruler over so that my curve is going to kind of go from one side to the next. Oddly enough, doing a gentle curve like this with your quilting can be really difficult. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me again? Oh, I see. It's very hard to hear you at times. Hi from California. Hi back at you. Okay. I saw a comment that said, yes, bling. I'm thinking, Darren.
The Elkhorn handle on that.
Yeah. So now I'm going to go ahead and create the spine, which is going to be the foundation for adding my feather plumes to my quilted feather. When you're doing ruler work, you always want to remember that there is going to be a distance of about 1/4 of an inch from the edge of your hopping foot to the needle. So if I plan to quilt this line that I traced, I'm going to simply hold the ruler 1/4 of an inch away from the traced line and parallel to it. And that's going to give me the space I need so that I'm quilting on the line. And you might notice that as I'm trying to, I'm going to put my needle to land down. It's a good idea to keep your needle in the down position when you stop. So just make sure you do that adjustment on your machine whenever you're doing ruler work. Now I'm just using the flip side of the ruler so that the curve can go this direction. And I'm going to follow it along and get down to the bottom here. Once I get down to the bottom, now it's time to start using the ruler here to work my way back up the spine. It's important to remember that you want to be working always from the bottom of the spine up towards the top. And you know you have the feather ruler held correctly when you see this little logo facing up. So if you have the ruler held like this, you won't be making feathers. You'll be making maybe little tulips or something different, which who knows, that could be cool. Sometimes the best designs come accidentally, but let's go ahead and make sure we've got that logo facing upwards. And we're just going to simply bring the ruler in like this so that the hopping foot is inside the ruler. Here, I might have to move this machine just out of the way just so that you can see what I'm doing here. Can we do a little zoom in, Aaron? Okay, we're going to zoom in because I really want to make sure everybody sees exactly what I'm lining up here. This part's really important. The etch line that I talked about needs to be right on the spine line that I quilted. Okay. And then can we zoom in, or is that about it? There you go. Awesome. That shows good. So let me hold this up so you can see. There's the little dash line. And simply place it right on that spine line that we just quilted. And that's really all you need to concern yourself with. Don't worry about where this part of the ruler is. Now I'm going to come back and put my needle back down. You might have to kind of turn your head a little bit. There's an oval here on the ruler, and that's just for you to use as a way to kind of grip the ruler a little bit better using your fingertip here on the ledge of the ruler. That's very helpful. Having good technique and good form is always going to result in a better looking design. So I'm going to press up against the edge of the ruler with the long arm machine, with the hopping foot. I'm going to go nice and slow. A lot of times I see people get out of control because they're trying to quilt so quickly that the hopping foot is kind of distorting everything and kind of pushing the ruler out of the way. At this point, what I want to do is I want to follow the upper edge of this feather plume back out until I get to that far dot. So at the beginning, I showed you the two dots, the far dot and the close dot. You can see the two dots. There's a far dot and a close dot. course, you don't want to move the ruler like I did. So now my backtracking is probably not going to be that great, but that's okay. It was all for the cause. So we'll stop at that far dot, and we're just simply going to slide the ruler up and turn it a little bit so that that etch line there remains on the spine that I quilted. So there it is, so you can see. Drop it down so it's on the spine and continue quilting. Come back to the spine, touch the spine, and travel back out to that far dot. Each time you're just going to slide the ruler up and adjust it so that that etch line is right on the spine. So I'm just going to continue working up the plume. And then as it starts to curve, you'll notice that I'm making a bigger adjustment here with the ruler, but I still want that etch line to be right on that spine. And then we just come to the spine, back out to the far dot, and keep working up. Now at this point, I want to start creating smaller plumes because I'm working up towards the top. So I'm going to travel out to the closer dot. And that way I'm going to land closer to the spine, and I can switch it for the next smallest plume. So I started with the largest plume on the small ruler, and the next one down is actually going to be on the medium rose. So the medium rose is the medium plume is actually going to be a little bit smaller, and that's going to give me a more gradual transition. So let's go ahead and do one more plume. Now we're at the top here, and we want to create kind of a cap, which is just going to kind of complete the feather. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to use the pocket knife again, just because it's kind of fun. And you'll all remember me by this cute pocket knife. Okay, so now we're going to do, okay, it's not a cute pocket knife, it's a cool pocket knife. You're going to remember me by this cool pocket knife. So I just am going to follow this plume shape around, and I just kind of rotated it so that it was in the position of the spine. Now here, what I want to do is I want to kind of veer away from the edge of the ruler and just curl. Add a little curl. So I just basically just kind of veered off the edge. Now what I want to do is I want to travel back down, because you're always going to want to work from the bottom up with this technique. And so I'm just going to basically use a ruler to curve it. That's one option. Or if you're really feeling like you want to do something kind of crazy, you could do some free motion quilting. So maybe I want to do a little bit of wiggly lines like that. I could do little circles. Okay. I could do scallops. There's just all sorts of fun things you can do. And this is just going to provide you with a means to traveling down to the bottom. So there's just some fun little options for you. Now I'm going to bring the ruler back, and I'm going to just flip it like this. So everything works the same. It's just the flip, the mirror image. Again, you have the dash line and the two dots. Everything's the same. You just flip it to the other side. Make sure that your logo is going upwards, and that's going to ensure that you're making feathers and not tulips or any other kind of weird shape. You might notice that sometimes I put my fingers next to the shape I'm working on, and that's going to give me a little bit of downward pressure so that the ruler's not tipping. You don't want the ruler to tip when you're working. And like everything, you want to just have a nice light touch on the machine handle. Everything should be easy. Nothing should feel like work or labor. And I'm just going to keep working my way up the spine. Each time I complete a plume, I adjust the ruler so that the spine line meets up with that dash line that's etched into the ruler. And then this time I'm going to go out to the closer dot, which is going to let me end closer to the spine. Now we'll bring in that smaller shape. And basically what I'm doing is I'm just, instead of coming all the way to the spine, I'm just going all the way in until I meet up with those decorative little doodads I made down the spine there. So I'm not going to quilt over them, I'm just going to meet up with them. I do want to point out something really quick. Whenever you're doing long arm quilting or free motion quilting, you want to consider your stitch length. So when you're doing a small, intricate design, you want to make an adjustment to your stitch length. And I noticed here, let me just use the pocket knife as a pointer. Yeah, the really cool, tough knife. So these little circles I did would have looked a lot better had I adjusted the stitch per inch to maybe 13, 15. And that's just kind of a neat little teaching moment. When you're doing little shapes like this, if you adjust your machine to that smaller stitch length, you're going to get a tighter curve and a smoother shape altogether. So in looking at that, I see now that, oh, that probably would have been a good idea. But now we've worked all the way up to the top, and there's really no way you can make this look bad at this point. Once you get to the top, you're going to see where your last plume shape is just going to meet up with the cap here, and that's all you do. You can rotate it. You don't need to worry about reference lines or etch lines or anything. You're just going to meet up with that shape, that cap. So here we go. And then when you get done, you can move the ruler and get all super, super excited about how pretty the feather looks. And I like to secure my stops and starts by just doing a few small stitches. You can either go along one of the quilting paths that you already have in place, but you want to just do real small stitches. I usually do about 3 or 4. Then here's a little party trick for you. So everybody loves this. If you've ever had a class from me, you know it. And this is, again, another great feature of the quilter's pocket knife. So I'm going to grab a tail here. So I brought my tail up so that I have something to grab. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my needle up, needle down. And then I'm just going to take this thread and I'm going to push to the back. And that is something that you can do at the beginning and the end of all of your stitches. Okay, these scissors work almost as well as the pocket knife. So that's going to be the feather. What do you think? What do we think, Darren? Do you like it?
I sure do. I'm thinking that we need to start taking orders on the Perkes pocket knife.
I think quilter. So. Absolutely. I mean, I think that's probably going to be the star of the show.
You'd have like Kai Scissors or Fermoy make us a branded Molqueen quilting pocket knife.
Yep.
This could be a really neat idea.
You can use it for quilting or self-defense.
Hey, because we all know sometimes quilting is dangerous. Okay, so what I'm going to show you next is this is a grid stencil that I like to use. I developed this stencil that I call Take Aim. And what's cool about these stencils is that they have the dot at the intersection point, which makes it really nice because if we have a little time, I'll show you some free motion designs as well. But it gives you a place that your eye can go to. And whenever you're free motion quilting or long arm quilting, it's always good to look to the point you want to hit. Rather than looking or fixating on the needle, always look to a target. And that's what's cool about this stencil. So I like to use the Quilt Pounce, which is by Full Line Stencil or Hancy Creations. And I'm using the white chalk. It's called the Ultimate Chalk. So it goes away with iron, or you can use a damp cloth to remove it. And I think the reason it's called Pounce is because in order to work the chalk into the fibers, you have to really beat the heck out of it to get the chalk worked into those fibers. And this is a brand new one that I bought at Molqueen's because I forgot mine. So supporting the local quilt shop. So now I'm going to take this chalk and I'm just going to work in kind of a circular motion just to transfer the grid onto my work. And I do oftentimes mark post load, which means my quilt is already loaded onto the frame. And I just want to add a little bit of grid. You can see through it, which is nice because if you want to work on, let's say, a quilt that has a border where you want to do some grid work in the border, you can actually see through it. I don't know if that shows well on camera or not, but I can see even this feather design showing through. It's transparent enough that you can see through it. So if you wanted to do a stunt or a sashing where you wanted to transfer your grid to the sashing, you can see through it and just simply line up the cut lines on the seams and transfer your grid that way. My lines look a little bit blurry here because I probably moved the stencil a little bit. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll just kind of pat away the chalk just so that the excess chalk isn't bouncing around on top of my work. Now I'm going to bring in my next fun ruler, which is called the Jane. So Jane Wilcox, I know you said hi earlier. Do you have this ruler? Because it's got your name on it. So this ruler is going to be used for doing clamshell designs, circles. I'm sure there's all sorts of other things you can come up with. Flower petals. This side's just going to be simply a wave. And the reason I did that is just to give you another option for a design that you could use that's different, because you might as well do something neat with the other side of the ruler rather than just making it straight. The etch lines you see on the ruler are going to be a 1-inch grid, and those you're going to just line up on the grid here that I've marked with the stencil, like that. And then, okay. So depending on what size your hopping foot is, this hopping foot's, the Gamma hopping foots are a little bit more of a snug fit. So if I want my needle to come all the way down and hit that intersection point, I'm going to go ahead and drop down the horizontal etch line just down a little bit. Let me show you that party trick again, because it really looks cool when you do it at the start. I'm going to start at this dot here, and I'm going to take needle, the full stitch where the needle goes down then up, and then, oh, okay. There, well, it popped up. But this machine wants to roll away from me. So that's all you do, is you just push that thread to the back, and that's your bobbin thread. And what that's handy for is you don't have to move your machine away from your spot. You can just push the thread through like I showed you. Okay, so now, again, the ovals. That's another kind of trademark of my rulers, is the ovals are there for your fingertips to have a little bit better grip, a little bit more control on the tool itself. And then we're just going to make sure that the grid's lined up, and off we go. As I kind of work through the shapes, you might notice that I'm going to walk my fingers along the tool. And that's just so that I can have support near the edges that I'm currently working on. It's not going to do me any good to have support over here if my ruler or my foot is pushing against the ruler here. I need to have support where I'm working. You might also notice that I have a finger here anchoring the front edge of the ruler. That's also a really good idea to keep everything secure. So now we're going to drop the ruler down, and we're going to place it back up against the grid again. And basically what I want to do is now my scallops are offset. So where I landed in what I would call a valley, I now want to begin with a peak. And then again, adjust that grid, and then just start working your way like so. And that the peak should just graze that valley above. And again, you can keep kind of walking the fingers so that you have the support you need. When you finish the row at a peak point, what you're going to want to do is adjust the tool so that, again, they're offset. Peaks are going to line up to valleys. Adjust your ruler so that it's up against the grid. And then you're going to have to travel down to your new starting point. So where I ended in a valley, I was ready to begin the next peak. When I end in a peak, I've got to travel down to begin in a valley. So here we go. Down. And then now we can resume our clamshells. while you're working on this design, what you can do is you can add and incorporate some free motion details. And since you have that dot or that intersection point that's in the open part of the clamshell design, I like to use that as something to reference for my free motion work, like that. So I can bring in a little curly Q. That's one idea. I can bring in a little teardrop shape, and I know that it's going to be centered because I aimed for that target. I could even do a little kind of circle and then just aim for that target point. So that's going to be the clamshells. That neon thread shows up cool. Good choice, whoever chose it. Alrighty. I'm going to show you how you can create circles like this. Let's come back over to one of the valleys. And basically, you're just going to kind of finish it by flipping the ruler. So now your ruler is kind of behind your hopping foot like that. So it's a little bit more awkward, but you just want to kind of place your hand behind so that you have that support. And then you can just kind of finish with a circle. Let's go ahead and do one more. And that's going to create a really fun sashing design. Another thing, having the grid lines there enables you to kind of aim and do some free motion quilting. I'm doing kind of a serpentine shape. And I'm just transitioning the curve at the dots. So that gives you kind of a fun, they look like little alien heads with sunglasses. Okay, how are we on time? Do we have time to do another?
Oh, yes, yes, definitely.
What are we?
I just made sure that the pounce powder is in the Gina Perkes section on our website. So in case somebody is interested.
Somebody
in
wants
that.
the pounce powder.
So we moved it in there in case.
Okay, cool.
But all the rulers are there too on molequeen.com.
Yeah, if you want to purchase the rulers, you can on Molequeen. Is it Molequeen? Okay, well, where do I find them?
Yep,
I can't imagine. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of extra time just to do a little bit of free motion quilting with this grid, and then we'll go to Q&A. And then if there's any requests, we can do that as well. So I want to kind of show you what I was doing here. And I'm going to quilt myself a little boundary. Let's do a 9-patch section. So let's go ahead and I'm going to just kind of highlight what that boundary is so that you can really see it. This is a really fun design, and I'm actually going to adjust my stitch, my SPI to 13 stitches per inch. You might notice that my stitch length is going to get a little bit smaller. That's going to help me create tighter curves with the quilting. And the goal here is just to, again, target the dots, which are the intersection points of the grid. Target that with your eye. And we're basically going to work from this corner, and we're going to just target that dot, doing just a little arc shape. Now we're going to work side to side. So we're going to go to the right and then back to the left, doing that curve motion where we want to transition from the top to the bottom at the dot. So I'm going to go ahead and just do a gentle curve, nice and easy. Notice how slow I go. I'm not in a hurry. I want to stay in control. Go down, and then I'm going to go side and then back over. And now at this point, I'm out of rows. So I'm just going to work my way down and over so that I can start working up and down. Whenever you run out of rows like that, you know that you need to just work the perimeter here. So little arc shape, then a little arc shape over. And now we're going to work up, transitioning from right to left at the intersection point, going nice and slow. Work over, left to right, and then back down, right, left, right. And then now we're going to complete the perimeter, the edges here, just doing that little arc shape. And then we're going to finish up right where we left off. which is very cool. I like that fact that you can do a whole entire border with
Gina, I don't think a computerized machine could do that good. Like
Jer.
I'm looking at that like the computer's not on.
Okay, Jer, thanks. Love you too, buddy. Okay, I'm going to show you another little way you can add to this, and that is to add a secondary design inside the design we've already created. Let's use the pocket knife again to point out where the middle part is. I'm basically going to do just kind of a sweeping motion, and my eye is going to hit the middle part of this little arc shape. So I'm going to do there and then back. And now what I want to do is I want to work all the way over. So across to the right and then back to the left. Here we go, hitting the middle. And then notice my speed, very slow. Don't need to go fast. In fact, if you try to go too fast here, we're going to go in pretty much the same pattern we went before, except that rather than going up and down along these rows, we're going to do all ups and all downs. I am using one hand here because I'm trying to kind of keep the fabric tight with the other, so don't judge. Okay, now we're going to go all the way up, aiming for that middle section of that little arc, and then back down. Nice and slow. You might even want to go to a little bit smaller stitch even for this part. So I maybe would go to 14 or 15 just because it's so intricate at this point. And even if your little shapes that you're making aren't perfect, once we get done, you're going to see that the design looks really kind of cool. It's kind of an impressive looking design. And then finish up right where we left off. So we get kind of a starburst effect. What do we think? Jared? You like it? I like the neon thread. Okay.
Sorry about the camera work there. Just
No.
trying to zoom in a little bit.
If you flip the black light, it looks kind of crazy with the neon thread.
It doesn't show up as well on the camera.
No.
All right. So time-wise, how are we? Are we ready for Q&A?
We can do that, or if you have something else you want to
What
show.
are we?
It's 4:40.
Okay. Let's do a few more free motion, and then we'll do like a 10-minute Q&A at 4:50.
Perfect.
How does that sound? Usually I'll have the quilter's phone right next to me so that I know what time it is, because I could just go all day because this is quilting and it's so much fun. Okie dokie. Let's do something different. Again, we're going to work with some grid work here. And what I want to show you next is how to just do a really simple kind of basket weave pattern here in this next 9 patch. And let's go ahead and, again, party trick. That time it showed up pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah.
So you just kind of push that bobbin thread to the back. Take a few locking stitches, and we're just going to highlight the area that we're working in. Like so. That way you can see it. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring the control freak back in so you can kind of see some more of how that works when you're doing some of this precision type work. And I find that it's helpful to give yourself little notes or directions right on the fabric, which is why having a good marking pen is important, depending on what type of fabric you're working with, whether you need to wet the marks to remove them or just wait with time. But what I want to do here is I'm just going to give myself little notes of which direction I want to go.
I know we need a better marking pen.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I just kind of want to give them the idea of, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. And then let's go ahead and cut this thread. I always like to pull my bobbin thread up to the top so that everything stays kind of tidy and you don't have to worry about having connecting threads on the underneath, which can result in having knots and things like that, messes with your thread. Okay, so then again, we're going to bring Control Freak back in. And you want to take this and put it up and over like that. I think I've got enough securing stitches there. So basically what I want to do is I just want to do a back and forth motion, just filling the one square. And what I want to think about is where I'm ending. So the direction I want to head with this design is always heading from the left to the right. It's important that when I end in this square, I'm ending on the right side, the right corner, so that I'm ready and I'm in position to do this next square. These are things that I like to think about a lot whenever I'm quilting. I always think about where I want to end. Now I'm ending here at the dot, and you can look at your little note and see that, okay, next I need to go forward and down. And the little Control Freak is just going to give me an incredible amount of control. And you'll notice that I almost kind of do a little rotating motion like this. See how I rotate it? Now I think about where I want to end, which is going to be the top, so that I can then start to work this corner and know where I want to end after I'm done with this square. That's going to be here in this lower right corner. So really just this tool is just going to kind of drag the machine down, giving you optimal control. And now we're going to work down the next square. And again, think about where you want to end, and that's going to be here because now I'm working this way. I'm going to go ahead and do 2 more little lines, and now I'm going to work in this next square. So if you want it to look a little bit more formal, you can even kind of square it off more like this. So see how I'm really kind of squaring off the edges and even keeping the lines a little bit closer together. It's going to give you a little bit different look. And then you want to do a little backtracking whenever you meet up with that neighboring square. Being aware of where you want to end, so it doesn't look like you just kind of at the last minute had to kind of cram another row in there. And just backtrack. So this is a nice tool for getting your backtracking a lot better because you have so much more control near the needle. Does that not look awesome? I think it does. So that's your basket weave pattern. And I've got one more thing I want to show you that's really fun for people who like to do free motion work. This is a design that I think a lot of you've probably done before, but this is going to give you a way to do this design that will create much more balanced and even designs. So basically the quilting design I'm going to show you is a figure 8 design. And what you want to think about is where you're incorporating the shape in relation to the grid. The first little teardrop shape I'm going to do is going to be in the left corner of the box. And then I'm going to work straight down to the right corner of the bottom box. And I'm going to cross at the intersection point and then do the same thing with the next row. I wanted to describe what I'm doing, and that way you know kind of where my eye is looking. Always kind of look to those areas of the box for getting perfect spacing. So it's just a little teardrop. Then I come down and do another teardrop, teardrop, upside down teardrop, aiming for the portions of the box that I want, which are the left and the right lower. Left upper box, right lower box. Getting a nice rhythm. And then you've created a really fun little figure 8 design that's perfectly even. So if you want to come back and add a little bit more quilting, what we'll do is just a smaller little teardrop shape in the blank spaces. So now we're going to be working our way back with a little bit smaller. And something I want to show you, I think, could we have the camera go back a little bit so it's not as zoomed in because I want to show them how I hold the handles. I think a lot of people think that they need to have a death grip on the machine like this, which is nice for developing your forearm muscles, but it's not good for getting fluid design. So I want to kind of show you how I hold the machine as I'm creating these designs. So see how it's kind of almost like a dance with the machine. See how I just kind of guide it, kind of like a pushing and pulling. Your machine should be nice and smooth. You shouldn't have to hand force it. It's really just this kind of playing with the handle and with your hand with a very light grip. You don't want to have that death grip on the machine. It's going to create a lot of soreness with your muscles, and your designs are not going to be as pretty. Make sure that if you feel like your machine's not moving smoothly, make sure there aren't a bunch of these guys wrapped around your wheels, or you're bumping something in the back of the machine. Just make sure there aren't any obstacles that are preventing you from moving the machine smoothly. Okay, I think we're ready for
That is amazing.
Thanks, Darren.
That grid. We have some stencil materials here, but we don't have that one, unfortunately. So
yeah, well, now maybe you will.
Yes, we're gonna definitely get that. Is it 1 inch grid?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they come in lots. They come in like 1 3/4, and I have point. So we'll have to get you set up here in the shop. Yeah, because it's cool. Makes it really easy.
First time I've seen that. Jane Wilcox wants. Jane, do you have the Jane ruler yet? It's if you don't, it is all of those rulers are on our website. Jared will show us in a little bit where those are, but let's go back to some of the questions.
Okay.
How one or a couple of people were saying, how would you kind of do this on your domestic machine? Like one person said, it makes their head hurt because they're trying to imagine, how would I do that on a domestic machine?
Sure, that's a great question. And it's just as easy on the regular domestic machine where you're moving the fabric under the needle rather than moving the needle over the fabric. It's just kind of like a reverse of but really essentially the same thing as far as designs go, all the same. What you would do if you're doing a sit-down style of machine is you're simply going to need a gripping aid underneath the ruler, and I recommend shelf liner.
That's what I was going to say. You're not using it here, so you don't need it on long arm.
That's because I forgot it.
Okay, but you would normally use that? Okay.
Yeah, I know. I always forget something, and this time I forgot 2 things. I forgot the chalk powder and the shelf liner. I thought I'd be pushing my luck if I asked for that too.
No.
So yeah, you can use shelf liner under your rulers with the long arm as well if you feel like it's kind of slipping, and that helps tremendously. For sit-down machines, it's an absolute must to use the shelf liner because you're needing to rely on that to grip your fabric so that you can move the ruler around. But they work just as well, and they do come in high and low shank, so you can use high shank or low. We have both available.
So you have domestic machine rulers thicknesses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in fact, the 1/4 inch thick is what we're using here for the long arm quilting. A lot of domestic machine quilters use that thickness as well. So the 1/4 inch thick is fairly common. These rulers aren't just for long arm, so depending on what type of machine you have, if you're a high shank or a low shank, but they do come in the low shank.
If you are out there wanting something for your domestic machine and you can't find it, please just email Darren@molqueen.com and we will make sure we get that from Gina.
And I see another question. So the pounce powder, it says, Janice is asking, how do you clean it off the quilt? What a good question. So what I like about it is that you can use an iron, just a hot iron, and the marks will be removed easily that way. If you don't want to add an iron to your quilt after you've quilted it, which kind of makes sense too, just use a damp cloth, and that works just as well. Kind of brush it off. How do you attach the shelf liner on the back of the ruler? you don't attach it permanently. You just let it kind of sit there, and it just kind of comes with you as you lift up the ruler. If it doesn't, you can just grab it and slide it back under. I don't typically attach them permanently, though you could. The reason I don't is that sometimes, like you saw with the feather ruler, I like to flip it over to use the other side. And I also want to keep that transparency so that I can see underneath, where if I had shelf liner attached permanently, then I might not be able to see through it as well. So that's a reason that I don't attach them permanently.
You see, there's a highlighted question there on the.
Oh, will the control freak the handy quilter Sherpa? Okay, well, the handy quilter Sherpa. What's that? Is that just a regular? Yes, it'll work. Yep, you bet. Did you highlight that question, Jer?
Isn't Jer fancy?
Yeah, he is so fancy. These young people and their technology. Okay, here's somebody asking me.
Yeah, and please, anybody out there that has a question, we don't get Gina here all the time, so please ask any
this
kind
is
of
the
question.
time.
And I say the questions could be on anything like ballroom dancing or really.
Absolutely. If you want more information on pocket knives and how to shop for a good pocket knife. Okay, it appears you are guiding the long arm machine with your right hand and using the tool to guide with the left. Yes, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, I'm right-handed, and that's the way this is most comfortable for me, but you can certainly do it the other way around if you want. How do we get the fabric to move over the middle of the machine? So yeah, you can use like the Teflon sheets that go underneath your fabric or you attach to your machine table or base. That will give you a little bit smoother movement with your fabric. But really the best way to ensure that you're going to have easy motion is to make sure that you don't have any drag or that your quilt's not hanging off the edge of a table. That's going to really create hardship for you. So make sure that you elevate the edges of your quilt so that you don't have that wrestling with the weight of the quilt. Yeah, you should have me come to the shop.
Yep.
Yeah, I would love to.
If you want Gina to come and do some classes, go ahead and give a comment.
Yeah, let us know.
I mean, what she showed in the last 30 minutes was pretty amazing.
Thanks, Darren. Okay. Are there any other questions? Do you have a regular 1-inch take-aim stencil not on point? Yeah, I have the 1-inch stencils are both horizontal and on the diagonal. And then a question, does Westerly foot work with your rulers? And the answer is yes, it does.
So the 1-inch grid, that's a Gina Perkes product? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can also, so it says, I like the red snappers. Is there something else instead of needles to pin? I like to use the snappers for loading just the backing fabric, and then I'm super not impressed with the Gamel clips, the quilt clips. These are super cool. I don't know if you all have heard of these, but basically it makes it so that all you have to do is attach the top edge and the bottom edge of your backing fabric. Then you can float the quilt, and these clips are going to keep it taut. They're great, absolutely wonderful. All right, anything? Okay, I think that's about it. Hey, thanks everybody so much. I would love to come back here and do some teaching, do some hands-on classes. All right, well, thanks.
I don't see very many of Gina's rulers. Are you going to carry more of her rulers? I believe that we put in the event section just the rulers that she's showing here. If you search on our website, Gina Perkes, that's Perkes, right? Yep.
What are we asking for?
Perkes, P-E-R-K-E-S.
Yeah. You have like a search on your website.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you search, we do have other rulers. I don't think we have all of them. If you see any that you are interested, please let us know so that we can start carrying them. How many different rulers do you have?
I've got about 50 now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got a lot. So yeah, if you, I'm sure if they do a good job selling, they'll probably want to carry more.
Yes, that's for sure.
Hey, thanks everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Jared, did you happen to pick a winner?
I did.
Ooh, we have a winner.
This was our winner for, was it for sharing the thing?
Something like that.
Commenting?
Maybe
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. And how many of you have you been here all day with us? Is there anybody out there that started with us at 10?
I have.
Your house, that's one.
I've been right here since then.
You're still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
But it's gonna be Lynn Johnson.
Lynn Johnson, the winner. Yay!
You have to email Jer at Mole Queen. That way we can get you your $15 Mole Queen gift card.
Awesome. Cool. Congratulations.
So before we end it, I'm gonna just show them how to get to your section of our website.
Okay.
So I'm gonna switch it like that so they can see my pretty face.
Ah.
All right, so right here on our website at molequeen.com, the main page will bring you to. Darren, I knocked down the. Bruce is gonna disown me.
Of that quilt behind it.
That Bruce.
Alan Designs and Fabric.
Yeah.
So if you click on live event specials right here and you scroll down, the first thing is where you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. The next one is the bingo cards for tomorrow. And then everything that we've done today so far, which is OESD, learning about their designs. Next one was stabilizer with Kimberly with OESD, reliable irons, and then Gina Perkes, who we have here with us now. And then that's all tomorrow. But if you click on Gina Perkes Designs right here, and when it comes into this, you'll see all of the stuff that we've talked about today. So the Control Freak, the Pounce pads in the different colors.
I see the grid.
Oh yeah, but it does look like it's the on point one.
Do you have any more? Oh, boy.
So we just want to add the horizontal grid on there.
Yep. So anybody that's planning on shopping still tomorrow with some of the other companies, I'll ask my brother Ken to add more rulers to the segment. So just hang in there and we'll get that other grid.
Yeah.
That is way cool.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Alrighty, put you back over there.
Why don't you come on with us, Jared?
I'll do it, yeah.
Okay, there's Jared.
I'm right. See, if I look down, I'm looking at Gina.
Don't do that.
Look.
If you look up, Gina, you're looking at Jared.
Yeah.
Like the Brady Bunch.
Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. And Stephanie says Jared is handsome, so that is awesome. And Jared is moving his position to the center, I think.
No, just a little bit smaller.
A little smaller. If you need anything, you can always email us. We're going to come back live at 10 a.m. tomorrow with quilting inside the embroidery group of Genomi. Educator will be here, Alba.
Are you muted? It just, someone just asked. I didn't even realize it.
Oh boy. I think either my battery's running out or I was muted. But just know that we will be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We're starting with Alba from Genomi. She has some really cool ergonomic devices to help you sit and sew longer, as well as a new press that we are starting to carry. And at 12 o'clock, we have my sheet in the other room.
Oh, so tomorrow is Ken.
Oh yeah, 12 o'clock is my brother Ken.
Oh yeah, it's your own brother.
I hope that he doesn't get mad at me for getting that he is coming on. He's going to do sergers, air threading sergers, showing you kind of cool feet that you can do on a serger, and cover stitch. If you've ever wondered about cover stitches, he's going to show you that tomorrow. The days of a 5-thread serger are kind of going away because it is so much work to switch them over to do a cover stitch. So to buy a 4-thread serger and a cover stitch to separate them is kind of the way of the future. He's going to show you that. And at 12, we have a special guest, a surprise pop-in guest who will be discussing a new class that we're going to be doing. So you won't want to miss that. That's at 12. And at 2 is the Durkee Hoop Company. They are going to show Baby Lock and Brother hoops. And if you're ever interested in embroidery machines, look, I even got the Mole Queen logo tattooed on my forehead while we were gone.
We're so like brand conscious.
Yeah. So 2 o'clock is Durkee Hoops, and 4 p.m. tomorrow, Arizona time. This is all, we're Pacific time now because of the daylight savings. So we'll be 4 o'clock with Rob Appel he was formerly with Missouri Star Quilting and his own YouTube channel called Manso, which is kind of cool. Not many guys are in the sewing. I know there's a lot more, like Jer and Rob Appel. That's 2. Bruce Allen. I mean, there's tons of guys, but not as many.
Most of the people that work for like Brother that we deal with are, I mean, apart from our direct sales rep, but most of like the educators and everything are all
guys.
So
Rob is now doing Making It Fun with Rob Appel. He's the national sales manager of Michael Miller Fabrics, and he's going to show what you can do with basics. So it doesn't matter what brand of fabric, you probably have basics in your home. He's going to show a trunk show that he has created, and also 2 kits that we're excited about. But if you have any last questions, I don't.
There was just a couple that I'll quickly go over. You use the same bingo card for tomorrow, and yes, it starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's the only 2 that I saw. So other than that, I think we're good. So
perfect. Well, thank you all for hanging there with us. Thanks, Gina. That was amazing.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Perkes, for being here.
Sidwell.
Sidwell. Awesome. Well, thank you, guys. And we will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good